All right, I think I'm live now. Take a second here to check the audio quality because it's usually either really good or it's complete shit. It's one of the two. So give me a second. It always takes a minute too for the stream to actually fucking catch up, which is annoying as shit. Because I'm sitting here looking at it right now and nothing is coming through. God, fucking Google needs to learn to get this shit to sync up much, much better than it does. Oh, all right. No, I think we're live. All right, awesome. Figured I'd do a stream tonight. I had nothing else to do, so I had some time to kill. Figured what the fuck. Yeah, good evening, fellow neckbeards and sock puppets. It's always good to see you people around. God damn, Kharkov vodka is just fucking brutal. It is horrible stuff, but it really does the fucking job. Let me check the audio quality one more timer.
Live. All right, awesome.
Sounds good to me. Probably gonna cut in and out because I'm fucking technically inept. So what does it matter? Audio's good. How old is my dick? My my dick would be the same age I am, which I'm not going to tell you, but you're free to guess it as much as you want. You can you can guess that dick as much as you want. Pull just got wrecked. I'm not watching a stream. I don't know what happened. Oh shit, that reminds me. Somebody tweeted this to me before I started, so and I just fucking lost it. Oh, there we go. Somebody tweeted me, well, it wasn't somebody, it was Camera Lady. Tweeted me a picture that showed Thunderclap tipping their hands, it says at the top, with 3,700 people clicking a button, and then comparing it to the stats of Gamasutra, Polygon, Leigh Alexander, Zoe Quinn, and Feminist Frequency, and saying that Intel should have crunched those numbers instead. Well, those are empty numbers, though. They don't directly relate to how much of a shit the company gives. Intel's going to look at how much feedback they're getting from customers. That's why they pulled their ad. They know who their consumer is. They know who their target market is. And besides, the Thunderclap thing is just a one-off event, so it's not really a metric to measure anything. But if you want to add up all the Thunderclap supporters and their total number of followers, it blows all those numbers right out of the fucking water. I mean, shit, just Total Biscuit alone. Total Biscuit alone beats every one of those numbers. Adam Baldwin, I think, beats a majority of those numbers. You add people like that in, and these Twitter numbers mean nothing. So I'm not sure what this graph is trying to say, but it doesn't come across that well. It's good. It's a good little shitty piece of propaganda, I guess. It's trying to say that you shouldn't listen to Gamergaters because they have less of an impact, maybe, but it's not true. You could see that from the stat page of Thunderclap itself, the amount of reach that one tweet had, or however it fucking programs it and sends it out. Oh, what is the chat saying? God damn it, Jim, I have to do homework. Well, fuck homework. Homework can wait. You're not gonna the world's not gonna end if you miss one night of homework. What's the news on the docs that got posted on you, Jim? Which one? I get docs posted every day, so which you're gonna have to link me, or somebody's gonna have to point me to whatever docs I got hit on me this time. So far, I'm actually, let me go take a look, because that Encyclopedia Dramatica article is up. And I think it's got like 2 or 3 up there right now. So let me go take a look. We'll see what my docs are. Let's read through my docs. Where is it? It would be the third screen cap up on there. Oh, the James Albert Tristan. Is that the one you're referring to? Or are you talking about was the other one Jim O'Neill, I think? So you gotta be a little more specific of what exactly, of what docs you're talking about. And I don't see another message from you. I can't tell. Are we talking about me getting doxed as Mr. Tristan or as Mr. O'Neill? Because I've got a lot of more out there. Dumasse is one of my favorite. There's another one where I'm living in a homeless shelter. That's a really good one too, but nobody's found that one yet, which is really fucking disappointing. Because I was looking forward to that. That would have been funny. Please tell me that's not your last name. But if I told you that, I'd be confirming whether or not the docs were real or not. So I can't say no and I can't say yes. Do a call-in show. I can't really do a call-in show. The last stream I did, I had a couple of people that I talked to occasionally on Twitter that wanted to come on, but I don't know how to get it to work. People wanted to call in, but it's done through Google. I'm not running Skype in the background, so I can't pull in audio from that. I'm technically inept. If I had a decent setup, I'd be fucking, I don't know, streaming shitty gameplay on Twitch with my fucking portrait taking up 80 or 90% of the screen and my man tits hanging out until, somebody named Abed gave me $9,000 or whatever crazy amount of money Twitch streamers get for no fucking reason. Oh, James Olsen. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one yet. Is that like an Olsen twin? Are they my daughters? David D. Davidson. No, that's not what I've gone with. Tamim. Yeah, I am Tomalama Ding Dong. You got me. Like I said last time, they rejected my game and now they all have to pay. So I'm going to burn the fucking industry to the ground to teach them a lesson. Is my Boner Salad? Yeah, that is my last name. You've got it. You fucking nailed me. I've been just up against the wall, right through me. You got me. Oh, this goes so fast. I wish there was a way not to slow down how fast people can, chat. I don't care about that, but just how I read it would be nice. Oh, Jimmy Olsen. Oh God, I'm fucking retarded. Never mind. The fourth Olsen twin. Start a Patreon account. I don't see a reason to. Listen, I get it. I should make my position clear on this because I keep having people bring this up. I don't care if you want to make money off the internet. If you're good, whatever the fuck it is you do, if you're good at streaming games or if you make YouTube videos or fuck it, I don't know, if you do art or whatever crazy shit you're into, if you're really good at it and you want to make money off it, more power to you. As for myself, I just don't feel a need to do it. When you take money from people, even if they're strangers, even if they're just giving it to you, you're beholden to them. And it to me that feels awkward. That's why I don't have ads on videos. That's why I don't put ads on streams. That's why I don't have a Patreon account or a tip jar or a PayPal with a donate button. I just, for me, as I am my own weird, uh, I don't know, set of standards, I just don't feel the need to. If one day I'm forced into the gutter, maybe, but I, aside, I'd probably get a job, another job or a better paying job rather than, you can't make, it's not a career, I think is the other thing. Sure, you could make a lot of money off YouTube or whatever the fuck you want to do. And there are people that make a ton of money doing it. Don't get me wrong. Like you've got Total Biscuit. You can tell that vodka's kicking in. Total Biscuit, who I'm sure makes a really good amount of money doing what he does. And you got people like PewDiePie who make insane amount of money. But for most people, it's not a career and it's not stable. There's no security. There's no future in it. And you're thinking you're going to make all this money. I know I've talked to people who think they're going to make all this money doing it. And what they don't understand is everybody takes a cut. First, you've got whoever you're doing the ads through. If you're doing that, they're taking a cut of your money. Then you've got to pay your taxes on that, which will bite you in the ass if you're not paying attention to that, if you're not declaring the total amount you're making, because it is a taxable income. Or yeah, like look at Patreon, right? If you ever gone to Patreon and look at what it's like when you sign up for an account. Here's my problem with Patreon. And, a little backtracking on my part, or at least I should own up and admire the guy for doing this. I thought he was going to shut down the Sarkeesian Effect documentary. He was going to cave into pressure and it was going to be this big clusterfuck, but he didn't. That actually really impressed me. I thought he was going to cave in and he fucking didn't. He stood his ground. He let him stay up. So maybe that's changed. I don't know. Whatever. But if you go to Patreon and you go to sign up for an account, it's going to ask you for an email and a password and all that shit. But if you want to take money, and here's what I think is risky about Patreon. I don't know how good their security is, but they want your social security number or they want your TIN number, which is your tax ID number. So if somebody knows your email account and they brute force their way into your Patreon account, they don't just get your address and your phone number and your name. They get your fucking social security number and your tax ID number. And that is fucking horrible if that were to ever happen to you. That is the last thing you want to have happen to you. So I don't know, maybe they have a layer of security I'm unaware of. Maybe once you enter it, the information is never shown again. I don't know what it is exactly, but fuck, that kind of stuff would really scare the shit out of me. I'm just saying, that's not something I'd fucking want to do. Jim, why do you hate money and generosity? I don't hate generosity. I don't listen. I love, you know, people watching shit I do. I mean, that it feels nice, I guess, but it's easier for me to be hated than it is liked, and I don't. It makes me uncomfortable having a high sub number. Makes me uncomfortable having, I don't know, people say they like my stuff. It's weird. I'm a weird person. I don't know what else to tell you. First time I've ever caught one of these live. Well, hello, Snakebite42. You've joined just at the perfect opportunity for me to get really drunk and make an ass of myself. Just wait for about 40 minutes till I'm really shit-faced, and then somebody asks a question and I answer it honestly. Like, where do you live, or what's your name, or how big is your dick, Jim? Because that's a real popular one. And then that clip gets everywhere, and I fucking regret this for the rest of my life. Eric Kane article. What do you want to talk about the Eric Kane article? I put that video up. Don't get me wrong, I'm not shitting on Eric Kane. I'm not saying Eric Kane is a bad person. It's not meant to take the piss out of him. It's meant to take the piss out of the argument that he's making. That, YouTubers and journalists are the exact same thing. They're not. And while I feel he's probably coming from like an honest and decent place when he's talking about what he's talking about, it's pretty obvious that people using that same argument that he's putting out there aren't being, genuine about it. They want to use it to take heat off people like Leigh Alexander. They want to use it to take heat off people like Nathan Grayson or Totillo or, Chris Grant or any of the other editors-in-chief or any of the other reporters or journalists that are out there. That's my feeling on that. Get Jesse Ventura on the stream. I will try to get Jesse later. Right now, I'm just drinking and answering stupid questions. It's great chat. It's good chat so far. Wrong article. You're gonna have to tell me what Kane article you're talking about then. I don't know what the new article is. People are putting articles out so quickly, it's really hard to keep up from all sides and from different venues. You got shit like coming out of The Verge, which is just this. It's like somebody took a shit on a plate and tried to get you to eat it. That whole don't support Gamergate. They're all right wingers bullshit. And then that little update that he had to put in at the end because he got his shit slapped so hard in the comment section by people who were like, what the fuck? I thought The Verge at least tried to pretend to be neutral, but this really doesn't come off as that. Legally changed my name to Internet Aristocrat. God, I don't think even my ego is that big. Drink whiskey, you fuck. Oh, no. No, I've had my encounters with whiskey, and that's a bad fucking idea. Drinking whiskey is asking for trouble. The new one about Gamergate being good, well, that's great. I'm glad Eric Kane's coming around. Listen, I say listen a lot. That's just a side note, and this is going to happen a lot while I drink. I'm going to fucking meander off in thought. The one thing I hate about doing videos is when you re-listen to the audio you record, you're going to find out all those little idiosyncrasies that you have, all the things that you repeat. And I notice I have a tendency every time I want to make a point to say, listen, and it drives me nuts, especially when I catch myself. But in regards to Eric Kane's newest article, or him saying that I guess Gamergate is good, is that I'm getting the gist of the article. I'm glad that he's come around to it. I'm glad that he's changed his position on it. I think back to his original position, which was almost one of disinterest. When you look at somebody like Milo, right, from Breitbart, people shit on him a lot. And that really does annoy me. People will say, oh, it's a political it's a political website. It's a political news outlet. He's only writing because he's a conservative. He's a right winger. He doesn't care about the issue. And they have all this laundry list of reasons they don't like Milo. But when you look at the beginning of this, nobody was giving us even a second glance. Milo did, though. And you can question his motivations as much as you want, but he went to bat for us. People like Kane and others who we really were depending on kind of were disinterested. They didn't think anything was really there. When you watch that stream that Kane had done with Total Biscuit and was it Greg Tito, or is it Tito? I don't know how he pronounces it. God, I can't remember her name either. I'm sorry. My mind is going a little blank. But when you look at that stream that they had done, and he talks about, I hadn't really thought Gamergate, or the corruption angle was really a big one. And then Game Journals Pro came out, and it made me a little worried because I was thinking back to interactions that I had had online with different journalists. that when you go back and look at that video, the one where I'm a little bit mean to Eric Kane, that was my point. If Kane or others that we had, put a lot of faith in, if they had really looked at it, if they hadn't kind of just shrugged it off and they really looked at it, he would have been the person to find Game Journals Pro, or somebody like him would have. And all the other pieces of information that came out, they would have found it. But they didn't do that. And so here comes Milo, and he fucking finds it out for us. So he'll always have my gratitude for that. And I know they're two separate things. I'm not saying that Eric was shitting on Milo. He's not. But I've seen a lot of people do that, and it really does piss me off because I don't care what his outlet is. I don't give a shit if he's the biggest neocon on the planet. He did good by us. And he did good by us not by giving us favoritism. He did good by us by just even, bothering to take 5 minutes and look at the issues. So that should count for something. Okay, I'll stop ranting though. Hey, IA, did you watch the newest South Park? Yes, I did. You're talking about the Sissy episode? I thought it was good. I was hoping it would have gone in a more extreme direction. It turns out that episode wasn't. I thought the motivation for that episode was going to be making fun of Tumblerettes, making fun of special snowflakes. That wasn't the motivation for that episode. Somebody had linked me to an article that had taken place between their last episode and the newest one, where some fucking magazine or some online outlet had just ripped into them for daring to have Randy dress up as Lord. And the reporter they have in the newest episode is from that same journalist group, whatever the fuck they are. So this whole episode wasn't really set up to make fun of special snowflakes. It was made, I think, to make fun of that one journalistic outlet, which kudos to them because they whipped that up really quick. It was a decent episode, but I wanted more from it. No spoilers, way too late. There's a delay, so you're fucked, man. There's spoilers galore in there. No, I'm not hiccuping, actually. I'm burping because I ate a lot of, anytime I have really heavy Italian food, that happens. Play Russian roulette, not on your life. I have horrible luck. I'd be the motherfucker to get shot right just the first time. Yeah, there's no way I'm doing that. Spin Magazine. Yeah, it was Spin Magazine. So I'm guessing that's what encouraged them. I don't know 100%, but that's my guess. I am Lord La La La. Yeah, again, South Park has been pretty decent this season. I kind of lost interest in them for a while there, but this season and some of the last season were pretty good. It seemed like they're firing on all cylinders again, or getting close to it. Will you co-op Tales of Grace F? And then it just went by too quick. So I probably not. I don't buy a lot of. I buy most video games when they go on sale. I don't have a lot of money to throw around. I did finally get an episode, or I was going to say an episode. Fuck, I got a copy of Smash Brothers for the 3DS. So I'm just starting that. I'm just trying that out and being fucking horrible at it because using that thumbstick, it feels like it's impossible to dash. Maybe that's just because I'm not used to using the 3DS, but what are you gonna do? Funny Junk or 8chan? I actually don't use Funny Junk, so I don't know what the site's like. I do use 8chan, so it just by default wins in that situation. Though again, Funny Junk lets you say whatever you want, which makes it better than 4chan, in my opinion. Thoughts on what Gamergate is doing as of today, or as of late? They seem to be doing well. My suggestions, and I put a few of these up on Twitter, have somebody run a Twitter account dedicated to putting up stream times and have the people that want to do streams tweet that information at the account. Then everybody can follow one Twitter account and get all the information for every stream that's going on, and everybody knows when they're planned, so nobody has a stream running over somebody else's, and people aren't, doing a stream for 4 hours and only 12 people show up, and then you got 8 other streams that are competing for the same, viewing audience. It ends up motivating people more, so they don't feel like, oh shit, I went to all this trouble to do this stream and I got these people in to do an interview with, or I got a dev, or I got a reporter, or whatever, and nobody's even watching. So what's the point? As for like other stuff, hitting the advertisers is really working. That's scaring the shit out of them. That is really scaring the shit out of them. They mocked us and kind of ignored us, and were silent for a good majority of stuff, or got pissy with us. But when you start fucking with their money, they suddenly really get nervous. And a lot of these attack articles you're seeing coming from sites that aren't even gaming related, that are taking the anti side of it, that are siding with these idiots, these corrupt morons. are doing it, I think, more out of fear that, holy shit, if this group of people can influence advertisers on these sites, they can do it to us. So we have to put that, put a stop to it now, or we're fucked. If consumers get if customers and readers and our demographic, if they get it into their head that they actually have power and influence, we can't treat them like shit anymore. We can't be assholes in our moderation in our comment section anymore. We can't talk talk to them like they're retards anymore. We can't dictate narratives to them anymore because they'll fucking cut us off at the kneecaps. They're terrified of that shit. And why shouldn't they be? I mean, it's been a buildup to this point for about 10 years. I'm not talking about gaming. I'm just talking about consumers. How many times have you heard the phrase entitled in relation to anything? Entitled, user base, entitled gamer, entitled this, entitled that. They've put it into our heads that, we're nothing. We're just, eyes. We're a click to them, and we have no power and no influence. And I think Gamergate is showing people we really do have an influence. If we fucking hammer advertisers, we can make our voice heard. And I know you see people like Jaffe and others coming out of the woodwork and saying, how is that not censorship? Or not, I shouldn't say Jaffe. Jaffe retweeted something or was having a conversation with Patrick Klepek, and Klepek had said, how is that any different than censorship? We're not censoring you. We're not telling the site that you can't say that. What we're saying is, to the advertiser whose products we buy, we won't be visiting this site, so your advertisements here don't make any sense. Or we won't be buying your products, or if you pull your advertisements, we'll buy more of them. We're using the free market to tell you that you can say whatever the fuck you want, but we're not going to finance you doing it. You want to call me a fucking man-baby neck-bearded asshole, go ahead. But I'm not going to let somebody pay you to do it when they're making that decision on whether or not to pay you based on if I'm reading your crap. So it's a completely different fucking thing. Oh, let's see. I'm just scrolling through the comments here. See what we got. Favorite African country would have to be, I don't know. There's so many great ones to choose from. Wasn't it Liberia that was it 2012 or 2013 where the entire country flunked out of college? There was one where like 25,000 students applied to get into colleges that year, and none of them passed. It was 0% got in. That was pretty funny. That would be my favorite country. Hey, IA, are you taking in call-ins? Because I've been wanting to talk to you a lot. Short Fat Otaku, holy shit. I went on Twitter today, I went on Skype today to get this message from some guy who was claiming all this shit on 8chan, and saw messages from you, like dating back to the last stream. You understand that I was sending those invites through YouTube, right? I don't have Skype integrated to this, so talking to you on Skype isn't going to get you into this stream. I sent them through Google, through YouTube, to pull you in directly through the site. What is my job career? I'm not going to tell you what my job career is. Why would I do that? Why do people volunteer information about themselves that makes it easier to dox them? This is why I don't use social media. I don't drag my ass across the internet. What sense does that make? Hey, what's your job, man? By the way, what's your address? Give us your zip code. How about your social security number? Can you give me the 4 last digits on your credit cards? What's your routing number to your bank account? I'm not putting that up. Favorite disease? Ebola. The TGWTG tard. Yes, that would be the person. Lightweight gem. I'm not light. Well, maybe I am a little. Can we all join the call? Yeah. Like I said, I'll let people in the call, but I'm going to get real drunk first before we start doing that. You got me. I'm a male gigolo. You can find my ads on Backpages. If you're interested, I'm up on Backpages. What's my shoe size? 10.5. Are you satisfied? Is that good enough for you? Waifu? I don't have a waifu. We've been through this over the last like 5 streams. Now everybody's, my favorite brand is cigarette. I've already said I smoke Camels. Oh, what in the fuck? Don't smoke. Like I said, I plan on living until about 50, so I'm fine. And then when I hit 50, I've been thinking about this. There are a lot of suicide videos on the internet. You can go to like Live Leaks and see people blow their heads off, like Bud Dwyer, that kind of stuff. But I've never seen anybody kill themselves via volcano. I might be that guy. I might be the guy who live streams himself, chucking himself into an active volcano. You can't tell me that wouldn't be entertaining. Nobody does that. And I've always heard like, oh, you'll die this way first. You want to actually get burnt up by the lava. Why not find out? I'll tell you what, when I do that, I'll let you donate then, because then I never see the money. I'm fucking in a volcano. What is my average size shirt? Well, are you planning on sending me a suit? Would you like my tailoring measurements? That's right, I want you to all smoke camels. You got me. That's why I don't take advertisements off YouTube. I'm actually a cigarette salesman. I'm the last one that exists. We killed Joe Cool, and I replaced him. I actually skinned him alive, and I wear his pelt. I wear his pelt for his power to get you to smoke Camel brand cigarettes, the smoothest cigarette that's out there. Marrying a feminist or a colonoscopy? I'd rather take the colonoscopy. I'm going to check Twitter. I'm going to see if anybody's got a question on. Oh, wow, there are actually some shit on Twitter. Have I tried vaping? This is from Twitter from Random Gamer. Let's say gamer, like the name. Yeah, I have. I do have a problem when I use a vaporizer. What is it in the mixture that that adds in the fake smoke? Glycerin or whatever the fuck it is. Glycol. I don't know. I'm too drunk to look this up. But that shit it upsets my throat. So I just like I've tried vaping. I've tried a bunch of different blends and brands and all that. Whatever, fuck it. It just doesn't do it for me. Pretty please. Some of us are in poor California and can barely get 360 on a good day. What are you asking me? Oh, for the love of God, ask the streamers give viewers the option for low res. That's beyond my control. I mean, it's not a bad idea. Don't get me wrong, but I don't even know to the people watching this right now, what resolution is this defaulting for you guys? I would think it's 360. God, I would hope it's not like 240 or 188. But I can't imagine, at the highest maybe 480, but nothing above that because they're asking for a lower resolution. So I'm thinking that has to do with Hitbox and Twitch and the other websites. Because I'm pretty sure YouTube's very straightforward and just throttles it based on your personal selection and options. What will you do when we win Gamergate? Shut down the fucking Twitter account, probably shut down my YouTube account and go back to doing dumb anonymous videos without a hassle would be my fucking plan. That's probably more than likely. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, this is hard to scroll through. All right, look, there's like 90 different numbers. Who the fuck's getting 4K on this? What kind of future machine are you fucking using that you're pulling 4K? Are you on like a T3 line or something? You must work for Google. I don't know how you're pulling 4K. We got two 4Ks. All right. 420? How are you even getting 420? Oh, I get it. Oh, that's cute. You got me. 1920 by, that can't be, I guess you're saying 25 frames. If you're getting a resolution of 1920 by 25, what fucking device are you watching this on? That's crazy. Only peasants go below 4K. Oh, shit. Let's see. Grimrock 2, are you excited? Yeah, probably be a fun game. Yeah, so it looks like the majority from what I'm seeing on the stream chat between 360 and I was going to say 420, 360 and 480. I don't know if I can make that setting lower for the guy that was asking on Twitter, saying that it's too much for their internet connection. I can look into it and see if I can offer you a lower stream rate somehow. I'm not against it. I mean, it's just audio only, so it shouldn't really matter. What is the width of your left shoulder blade? I have no idea. It's equal to my right shoulder blade. Do you think that gaming will eventually be successfully co-opted and ruined by SJWs? It could be. unless people fight back. We've seen shit like this before. I mean, it's come granted from different groups with different concerns, but believe me, this sort of mentality has existed before. It's just SJWs are doing it right now, specifically relating to gaming. But you had the Hollywood Blacklist, you had the Comic Book Code, you had moral authorities in television in the 50s and 60s. Like this shit happens in every medium. You even had parent groups in the 70s and 80s pushing against certain forms of music, or God, even in the 50s and 60s. But they fought back. They didn't just roll over. Well, with the exception of comic books, because if you've gone to Go, it's a depressing journey as they talk about their female Thor and their midget wheelchair-bound Spider-Man with 14 different headmates and 18 presenting tulpas. But gaming doesn't have to go that way. What's your kink, baby? I'm not telling you my kink. Sorry. How can I get a voice like yours? By smoking Camel brand cigarettes. The smoothest cigarette that's out there. Camel brand is a satisfying drag. Do I sell propane and propane accessories? No, I don't. Be a fun job, though. Who's your favorite architect? I am. I am the best architect. Suggested somebody fix the infograph. Boom, there you go. Yeah, look at that. Total Biscuit. I'm looking at that same infograph from earlier. Fart to continue tweeted it out. But when you add, that's great. When you add Total Biscuit's number up on the top, that is more, isn't it? Oh, it's not. Okay, it's almost dead even. Total Biscuit by himself equals the amount of followers that Gamasutra, Polygon, Leigh Alexander, and Zoe have. So he blew them right out of the fucking water. Go. You should have put Adam Baldwin on there because he did the Thunderclap thing, and I think he's got one of the higher ones, doesn't he? He's got like a fucking crazy amount of followers. Let me go check Adam and see what he has. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh yeah, he's got like an absurd amount too. What the fuck? How are people getting these absurd amounts of Twitter followers? Well, I guess being famous probably helps. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one flaw in my analysis. I forgot that. Okay. I'm retarded. Disregard that. How much karma do you have? Are you talking about like shit on Reddit? I don't use Reddit, so I have no karma. But yeah, I did play WoW. I said I played MMOs before, but I don't play them for the quests or the raids or the dungeons or any of the fucking exploration shit. I play them to parkour. I just want to see what I can get on top of. Can I climb that building? Can I glitch my way past that mountain? Can I get stuck on that topography or on that item? That's all I care about. I used to have groups of people that I'd play MMOs with, and all we ever did was break the game just to climb up on a building and laugh at the other people who couldn't figure out how to do it. That was the whole point. Am I jealous? Of you're leaving me hanging. These comments are going by quick, so you got to like put the whole question there. Lots of bots. No, I don't think. I don't think people like Biscuit or Adam Baldwin or I don't think they're botting. They don't need to. There's no need for them to do that. What do I use? Are you talking about websites? Well, I used to browse 4chan pretty much exclusively. Now I've moved over to 8chan, Infinite Chan, whatever the fuck they want to call it. I call it 8chan because that's the URL. I know it bugs some people. They're like, no, it's Infinite Chan. Sorry, you got to tilt that 8 sideways to get me to call it Infinite Chan. Would I climb your building? That's you're dirty. I get that. It's an innuendo. It's a double entendre. What you're doing there? I confirm for bitch nigga. You got me. You roasted my ass. 01 nobody 10. Yes, I noticed you. Should we be investigating Shadows of Mordor on YouTube more? I mean, if you're inclined to do so, feel free, but it's different in my opinion. This is just my opinion, but it's different than our gripe with game journalists. YouTubers don't have a code of ethics. They're not journalists. They didn't take a fucking creed. They didn't go through the classes. They didn't get a diploma. They didn't understand they understood I should say journalists understood the responsibility when they took that job and that as a profession. It comes with a set of standards. You're meant to adhere to it. YouTubers are just people doing shit for a hobby. It's a completely different thing. I agree, it's shitty. I don't want to watch a video and then think, oh my God, did the guy say that because he's getting paid under the table? But It's again, it's different. It's business compared to ethics. If you think it's underhanded business practice, then sure, by all means pursue it. But it is a different thing than ethics. With the audacity to blasphemy. What am I eating? I'm eating nothing. I'm drinking right now out of a shitty plastic cup because I'm too lazy to go clean off a good one. What is my mom's maiden name? Dead. My mom's maiden name is Dead. Dead. Caps lock. Good choice. Let me pop back over to Twitter here, see if there's anything else that popped up. You ship me. Somebody said they ship me with pleb comics. Plebe comics? I don't know. My ability to speak well goes out the fucking window the drunker I get. Discuss the nuances of dodging or dogging in the woods of Minnesota on your stream. I know I recognize your voice from somewhere. If you think you're going to find me in the backwoods of Minnesota, I don't think you're recognizing my voice. But holy shit, if you think you know me in real life, by all means come up to me and start talking about dogging because that is going to be awkward as shit and funny too. You should record it because I want to see the video of that. Do you think a game crash can be a good thing for core gamers, and do you think it can be spoken into reality? What? Do you think a game crash can be a good thing for core gamers, and do you think it can be spoken into reality for? Are people fucking with me now because they know I'm drinking, or did you mistype that? I don't know. More doctors smoke Camel brand cigarettes than any other. They do indeed. Do you sell Camel cigarettes and Camel cigarette accessories? Yes, I do. I'm the vice president of Camel cigarettes. That is how I can afford to be such a lazy fucker. I sell cigarettes. I am the vice president of that company. Come and get me, social justice warriors. Come and find me at the headquarters of Camel cigarettes. How do you feel about Sargon criticizing Anita Sarkeesian and receiving money for her work when Thunderfoot and Sargon himself are paid by their viewers? Again, I mean, it ties into what I said earlier. If you're going to do something on the internet and you're good at it and you have a fan base and people like it and they're willing to pay you, fine. I don't do it because I have my own reasons for not wanting to do it. The difference I would say between somebody like a Thunderfoot and a Sargon and a person like Anita Sarkeesian or a Zoe, well, specifically an Anita Sarkeesian, she's a fucking con artist. I don't know how many times that needs to be said to like sink in for people that are unfamiliar with her maybe or haven't really looked into it. She got $168,000 to make a series of videos that she said she'd have out by August of last fucking year. If you donated to that Kickstarter, you technically should have had the whole DVD box set in your house by August of last year. Instead, she's released 5 videos. And the reason she's releasing 5 videos and not a ton of them is because she's making money off speaking engagements and because industry people are giving her bullshit awards. So she's getting publicity and money, and she's probably going to go into the education industry. Look at stuff like Pearson Publishing and all these different groups. Education, you can make a lot of money screwing people and conning people in education. So that is a cash cow. So if she's getting into that and she's visiting schools and talking about coming up with a feminist frequency, I don't know, a classroom kit or whatever the fuck she's talking about, oh, she's going to make so much money doing that. So of course she's not focusing on the videos. She doesn't care about that. She already got your fucking money. She'll release the videos whenever the fuck she feels like it. And in regards to, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe people like Thunderfoot and Sargon get paid per video. So it's only when they actually release a product they actually get money. Sarkeesian already got the money and she's not releasing the product. So I guess that's the biggest difference at the end of the day. What do you think of Cracked? I said this a couple times in the past, but I made a promise to myself not to go back to Cracked until it was funny. And it's been like 4 years, so why break that streak? Are Anita's Jimmy's rustled yet? Of course they are. The whole routine that she does to get money, her whole shtick, her whole con, is kind of falling apart without the support structure around her to perpetrate it. So when you see sites like Gamasutra and you see Kotaku and Polygon all getting shit on, when you see the credibility of people like Chris Grant and Stephen Totilo and Leigh Alexander going down the toilet, she no longer has that infrastructure to keep perpetuating her bullshit into the mainstream, or at least into the subculture on the internet, however you want to look at it. The point is, she probably is rustled because her con is falling apart, and they don't like when that happens. Part two when? Part two will be up by Saturday night, Sunday morning at the latest. That's real time. That's not gym time. That's actual real human time. What do I think of Matt Lee calling Christina Hoff Sommers a prick and scum? Didn't he do that after? Well, I can't talk. I think Matt Lee's an asshole, is my opinion. That's all I got to say on it. Matt Lee's an idiot. And everybody, she seems like an nice lady to me as far as Sommers go. I'm unfamiliar with her to a large degree, but nothing I've seen of her makes her seem to match up with anything he's saying. It'd be different if Matt Lee had said Internet Aristocrat's a prick and an asshole, or Thunderfoot is, or Adam Baldwin is, or Milo is, or anybody else. But I don't know why he picked her to tantrum about. It just makes him seem like a fucking dick. Coffee or tea? I hate hot drinks, so neither. If I was gonna have a cold drink, it'd be iced tea. Jim, will you be my waifu? No, I'm sorry. I don't swing that way. How much would I pay to jeer at Anita at an audience at a live event? Do you think I want to go to some cult event? Are you fucking kidding me? It'll turn into Jonestown, knowing my luck. They'll all start drinking the fucking Kool-Aid and singing hymns before they put a bolt in their head. Like, I don't want any part of these people. They're fucking crazy. The last thing you want to do is be around cult members when they're doing their weird shit. Like that XOXO stuff. Ugh. There's no way you could get me into that room. No amount of money would have got me to put my ass in one of those seats. I don't know what venture. It must be a West Coast thing. Venture capitalists on the West Coast must be very different than the ones that I'm familiar with on the East Coast, because I don't understand why they're going to these events to pay people money. Something weird is going on with that. I don't mean corruption and collusion. I just mean with those individuals that are going to these events thinking they're going to find the next hot thing, they're going to cult meetings. So, maybe take some fucking lessons from the guys in like New York and shit, who can point you to how to do it the right way, so you're not flushing your money down the toilet. Do I read Song of Fire and Ice, or Ice and Fire, or either or? No, I don't. What's my fetish? Never gonna tell you. Sorry, unless we date, and then you'll find out. Tell you what game to buy on Steam. Why would you ask my advice? This is a big flaw in giving people advice. I don't know what kind of games you like, and I don't even know if we like the same type of game or even the same type of series. We'd agree on what games in that series are actually good. Don't ask my advice. I'll probably give you terrible advice. Go with what interests you. Go find a game you like and buy it, and then you'll be happy. Heaven's Gate with 80% less misogyny. There you go. Except there are no comments in this guy. Didn't they off themselves to get on Haley Bob or Bob Marley? I don't know what the fucking name of the comment was. The kid had a big, like, dreadlocked head and giant fucking joint in its mouth as it shot past Earth. That's why they hopped on. Is that a statement or a question? Arg 1212. It's just feet, and then above him amputees. Amputated feet. Sounds like a very bizarre fucking fetish. Jim, please date me. I don't even know who you are. Probably end in disaster. Probably be two different people. Do I like Fallout? No, radiation poisoning sucks. Buy Alien Isolation. I'd buy video games if I had the money. I've just got to be, you got to be smart. You need to learn to budget. It's a good thing to know in your life. Wait for shit to go on sale. You don't need to buy it this very second. You can wait a couple months and it'll be on fucking 50% off on either Green Man Gaming or Steam or Amazon or some other fucking site. Radeon or GeForce? I don't know. I bought this fucking computer, tinkered with it a bit, and it's been sitting here. I don't even know what I prefer because I haven't really had a chance to go out and buy a bunch of fucking different components to test out what I like the most. Like my last encounter with NVIDIA and shit. Um, I can't remember what card it was, but I got some kind of fucking driver update that basically stalled the fans and cooked my card. So ever since then, I fucking steered clear of them just because I don't want to waste the money. Spoiler: Jim dies in the end. Well, that would be a fairly accurate spoiler. $5 in 6 months. Are you talking about the price of Shadows of Mordor? I don't know if it'll drop that much. From what I hear, it's. I mean, from what I hear, it's a fairly decent game, which it boggles my mind as to why the advertising firm would have done what they did. Doesn't make any sense. So maybe they were worried it was not going to be well received, but people seem to like it. So there was really no reason to have these oppressive contracts with YouTubers. Check Twitter. Check Twitter. All right, let's check Twitter. 7+1 Chan. They're very good. Can you talk about Signal Boost, not your shield? Um, okay. I mean, what do you want me to say about it? Was it event status? I just watched his videos recently, and I've seen a couple of his before, but the one he just put out most recently talking about Gamergate and Not Your Shield was fucking great. Like, that guy's video was really, really good. He should probably get more attention. And I know he was talking about Not Your Shield and kind of talking about how it's running parallel, I guess, with Gamergate and wanting to get a little more attention. Dude, that's the guy you want to talk to. I hope he puts out more content like that because I agreed with pretty much fucking everything he said in that video. And I like long videos, and his video was long, so I watched the whole damn thing. Can I be your new phone girl? Daffles. I don't know. You'll have to send in some resumes so I can see who's the best person for the job. Are Carlton Banks and Patrick Austin the same person? That is a I don't know, man. That is a question for the ages. Didn't Green Man Gaming give Anita an award, Jim? I have no idea. Wait, what award are they going to give her? It's a website you buy video games on. Did they actually get? Wait, does Green Man Gaming give out awards? There's no fucking way. Somebody said he blew DSP the fuck out. Did something happen recently with Darkside Phil, or are you talking about something in the past? How hard? I can't even read that one. Jim is drowning in the. Okay, time to have another drink. Sort out these crazy questions. Hey Jim, is IA one of your headmates? I stopped having imaginary friends at about the age of 7. Ask us a question. Okay, stream, I'll ask you a question. What would you like to talk about? What should I do for this evening's stream? Because I have an entire evening to kill, and I don't really give a shit. So what do you guys want to do? Jay goes, GDC gave Anita an award, you idiots. Yeah, again, Green Man Gaming is GMG, not GDC. Okay, that makes sense, because it wouldn't make any sense for for a fucking website that sells shit to give stuff out. Why do you want to close the channel? Question. I'm uncomfortable with a lot of subs. I don't know. I like being a nobody. I like just being able to be a little guy, and then people find your videos if they're interested in them, and that's really all there is to it. I don't know. I don't know, attention or popularity. I don't like being liked. It's easier to be hated. It is much easier to be hated. Laugh at King of Pole. I mean, I'd laugh at him, but he won't be able to hear me all over the ads he's playing probably right now to make all those shekels as he shills his audience. King of Pole, are you in the chat right now? Are you queuing up your next ad? Oh, and comment volume just broke. Let's try that again. Oh fuck! Now it's flying by. It must have been clogged. Make prank calls. I can't. Again, I'm doing this through Google, not through Skype, so I can't actually make. I can't make any prank calls. I don't think Google. I don't think they put that feature into this yet. If they did, it'd be fucking great. When will you return to Tumblrisms? I don't know. Um, I wanted to do an episode on Otherkin. I wanted to do one on rape culture. I wanted to do one on at least the brand of feminism that we're all familiar with. I wanted to do. There were a fucking lot of ideas for Tumblrisms. There's a lot of fucking weird shit on Tumblr. What is my favorite fighting game? Do I like Skullgirls? My favorite fighting game would either be Guilty Gear or King of Fighters, and Skullgirls is okay. It's not bad or anything. It's just not one of the ones that I'm really, really into. But I play it because I have friends that play it. All right, I'm gonna pop back on Twitter here. Here it is, an award sponsored by Green Man Gaming. Are you fucking kidding me? Green Man Gaming announced as headline sponsor of Golden Joystick Award 2014. I'll be damned. I did not know that. Will you talk about the Verge article and why they did that? I actually already did. Maybe you missed it. In summary, they're idiots who don't really understand the issue. That would be my summary of that. And they're probably scared because they see consumers kicking the shit out of sites that are treating them badly, and they don't want that to start going around to other sites. See, they'd rather have a readership that thinks of themselves as entitled consumers, or entitled consumers, rather than one that thinks of themselves as empowered customers. If they make you think you're entitled and they whip you down enough, you'll put up with anything. But if you think you're empowered and you can actually have an influence on the way they behave, oh fuck, that scares the shit out of them. What type of Tumblr snowflake would you least hate to spend a whole day with? Fuck, man. Oh, what was that turtle chick? The one that thought she was a tortoise that would was arguing with her mom about that and shit. That would probably be the one. That would be the snowflake of all snowflakes that I'd want to steer clear of. How much money do I think is there? Well, I see the 10 and 3 ones, but you could have a bill hidden under there. You got a lot of. I'm seeing. It looks like there are quarters, dimes, and nickels, and even pennies in there. Oh shit! I'm gonna say that's probably like $4.50 to $6 and change. So it's under $20. It's above $15, under $20. Am I Black Irish? No, I'm not. Do you speak another language? Yes, I do. Hey, baby, want some fuck? Sure, why not? Why is it stalling up on me now? Give me a second here, chat, while I pour another drink. I want to marry you. Well, that's lovely. Was Shadow of Mordor a bad game? I have no idea. I haven't fucking played it. I gave it the most accurate V rating I could give that game, which is I didn't play it, it's terrible, don't buy it. Was that a real chick from that Tumblrisms video or the ableism video? The tortoise girl? I have no idea. I'm just saying if that was a real person, that would be the one I'd want to steer the fucking, most clear of. $7 Sanchez wants on. Angry Joe doesn't watch this. There's no way he's watching right now. Do I speak Hebrew? God, no, I don't. No, I don't speak Hebrew. I don't speak Latin. You gotta give me something a little different than that if you want an answer. Oh, let me see. Chat just died on me again. I gotta refresh the shit. Jim speaks German, hence going to pull. You got me. Favorite Guilty Gear character, Jam? Talk about Common Core. Talk about SJWs in Common Core. There are already videos out there that show that people who had an influence over what was put in and what wasn't put in, the people who wrote the standards, were influenced by SJW bullshit. You had one guy saying he wrote the standards because of white privilege. You have other conferences that are highly tied into academic circles, like the White Privilege Conference. It's been going on for 15 fucking years, where these people attend it, and they're friends with the people, or they know the people, or they helped write the thing. It's just Common Core is ridiculous. Common Core will do for academic rigor what political correctness did for self-confidence. We the millennials kind of got the short end of the stick with a school system that basically made everybody feel like a winner, and there were no faults and there were no problems. They didn't have to address any behavioral problems. That was a direct result of political correctness, and it turned out terribly, because then when they go into the real world, they're not equipped to deal with it because they all think they're winners. They can't imagine themselves making a mistake or being wrong. Now you couple that with what Common Core will do for the academic side of things. It's not just the behavior, but now we've got academics. And you're not going to just have arrogant people. You're going to have arrogant, stupid people, which is the worst fucking combination you can get. If you think the generation we've got now is bad, holy shit, wait 20 years. They're probably going to be burning dumpsters to keep warm. I mean, it's going to be fucking bad. What would it take for you to say we've won, there's nothing more to do? You mean in relation to Gamergate? Uh, Capitulation on the part of the affected websites. Polygon, Kotaku, and Gamasutra are the three primary ones. Stephen Totilo would have to Nathan Grayson has to go, and Patricia Hernandez has to go. Those are the two most egregious violations on that site. I think it was Kirk Hamilton gave money through Patreon to Zoe Quinn, but I don't believe that Kirk Hamilton, like his actions, he should get a slap on the wrist. But I mean, he should definitely get something. They'd need to readdress their ethics policy, and at this point, I think Totilo would have to step down. Chris Grant would have to step down. You'd have to get people like Collar and Kuchera most definitely would have to be fucking gone from Polygon. Gamasutra would have to shit kick Leigh Alexander to the curb. And again, all these sites would have to look at their ethical policies and be very transparent. I don't know if that's going to happen, but those are the three big ones. Pinky, why is Haberman a fag now? You would have to ask him. You're talking about Hager. Listen, he went through, I don't know what the fuck you want to call it, a change of viewpoint, midlife crisis. He saw the light. I don't know. I don't know what his exact explanation for it is. But he is what he is, and he's off doing his own fucking thing. And so I don't fucking interfere with it. There's no reason to. He doesn't like me. I'm not particularly fond of him, so we just steer clear of each other. And it's worked out fantastically up until now. Bring down Gawker. Listen, Nick, what is it, Denton or Denson or whatever the fuck his name is, the owner of Gawker, the guy who started it. I know that there have been articles over the past, I think, 3 or 4 years talking about him wanting to sell. I don't know if they're accurate. I don't know if they're true. But fuck, man, if you're looking to sell your product, probably now is not the best time to do it. I also find it funny that Gawker released that shit article going after Vice and talking about their problems on their website with all the shit that's going on right now. Or that even Kotaku recently, Grayson released that article talking about YouTubers taking money. Again, Steven, if you ever happen to hear this, that doesn't strike you as fucked up? That you're working for a website that will call out site after site after site, and you won't address your own fucking problems? So you'll shit on Vice and say they have an issue, but you won't talk about your issues. You'll shit on YouTubers, but you won't talk about your issues. You'll bitch at 4chan for releasing celebrity nudes. At the same time, what was it? Is it Deadspin? Which subsidiary of Gawker was it that released the photos of the Major League Baseball player's girlfriend naked in the mirror? They're showing her tits off and her ass off at the very same fucking time because those pictures got leaked. And again, Gawker will criticize other websites. They'll talk shit about other websites, and they're doing the same fucking thing. Gawker's got some major fucking problems. Hot Wheels is leading the way. I saw that Hot Wheels moved up on some kind of popularity list. Right now, what Hot Wheels is going to experience is the same thing that Moot experienced when 4chan was on the rise. People liked Moot when he was promoting the site and letting people do what they wanted, and he stuck by his word. And now we found out that's not the case. People will like Hot Wheels the same reason. Hot Wheels lets you go on the fucking site, lets you do what you're going to do, and doesn't fuck with you. So, yeah, more power to him. Hopefully he'll get up to #1, be one of the most popular people. What do you suggest for a wannabe indie developer during the current goings on? I feel bad for indie developers. What I've seen with the IDGA, what I've seen with the Independent Games Festival and IndieCade, it seems like all these. This is what really bothers me. Listen, I got into the Gamergate thing because I was pissed off about the situation that was going on with Zoe Quinn and Nathan Grayson. And then you find out about Robert or not, in this relationship, and these people are making money off each other, and they're setting it up to profit essentially and to boost their careers. And I didn't like that. It's dirty. It's not how journalism is supposed to work. They have a trust, the public trust they're supposed to respect. But the issue got so much bigger, and one of those secondary issues that's grown out of this is what happens to indie devs. Indie devs are in a shit fucking position right now. All these organizations, all these award shows that are supposed to look out for them, that are supposed to help promote their work and help get them some fucking recognition, are dirty as shit. They're not out there to help fucking independent developers. They're out there to make money and to suck each other off, and they're a shitty little colluded circle jerk. I feel fucking terrible for indie devs. I wish there was a solution. I wish there was a way that players could give them a way to promote their work up front and give them direct feedback up front, where they didn't have to go bribe fucking Reddit to do an AMA, where they didn't have to go put up with shit from the IDGA. They didn't have to pay $100 to the IndieCade committee or the fucking Independent Games Festival committee and get shit on. It's just indie devs are really fucked right now, and it's crap. It shouldn't be that way. As gamers, as a gamer, we're used to shitting on big companies, right? We complain all the time, and then we buy the games. And now we have indie devs that are kind of coming into the scene, right? And this has been going on for a while now, but it's getting bigger and bigger. It just feels like a different situation. I wish there was a way for gamers to directly help independent developers that didn't involve any of these shitty fucking corrupt organizations. They could promote their work, they could help financially support their work and give them fair fucking reviews and just cut out all the bullshit, because it sucks. What is the final solution to the Kotaku problem? The final solution to the Kotaku problem would be Stephen Totilo remembering that he has a master's degree in journalism and finally just admitting there is a fucking major problem wrong at that organization, and not half-assing, halfway apologies and not trying to cover for his employees, and just step up to the fucking plate. Stephen, I know you're not a bad guy. I don't understand why you're fucking rolling with this shit. You know it's wrong. You know that fucking shit is wrong. Step up to the plate. Lead the fucking way. Look at how people have, Greg Tito, whatever, from The Escapist. I don't agree with any of his fucking positions, really, but I respect him, and a lot of people respect him, and they respect that website because at least he was up front. He fucking just stepped out front, and he was out in the open on his own. You can do that too, Steven. You could fucking redeem Kotaku. You could die for their sins, so to speak, but you got to step up to the plate to do it. Okay. Somebody, what is that? Will Rob 4, fire Patricia Hernandez. She absolutely should be fucking shit canned for her relationships with two people that she wrote about without disclosing it. That's fucking unacceptable. Unfucking acceptable. And she did this with Christina Love, and I remember from a thread on 8chan talking about GamerX that a lot of the pushback, a lot of the yelling that GamerX got on Twitter was from Christina Love. So here's this person involved with this controversy, leading a little fucking mob of pitchfork wielding angry SJWs to go demand that GamerX do what they want, that they can't just give a neutral position, that they have to completely decry everybody. And then there goes GamerX, and they say everybody's shit. We hate Gamergate. Fuck the employees that think it's okay. We don't want to deal with SJWs throwing a fucking temper tantrum. Short Fat Otaku wants on your stream. I will bring him on. Lo Ping, I see you're in there too. You want to come on? I'll bring Lo Ping on. Okay, I'll try Short Fat Otaku again. I've tried this before, and it fucking ends in disaster. So let's try it again. Again, it's not coming through Skype. It's coming directly through YouTube, directly through Google. You have to be logged into your YouTube account to actually see the invite. It'll show up in notifications. All right, Short Fat Otaku. All right, invite sent. What am I drinking? Kharkov vodka, or paint thinner, as it's known in the West. Oh, I might have got somebody joining here. Okay, Short Fat Otaku, are you there? It's showing you in the room, so either I got the wrong guy or your mic's not working.
Hello?
Yeah, you there?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Awesome, it works.
You got it this time?
Yeah, I don't know what happened last time. I just never got an invite.
Yeah, I tried sending out like 3 or 4 of them. I'm not sure if there was a delay or if it was going to the wrong account. Who knows?
So how's it going? How's getting drunk?
Getting drunk's good. People keep, telling me to drag your ass in here. So, what's new with the channel? What do you guys have in the works?
Well, man, what's a good way to put this? I guess what's basically going on right now is we're just going to take the content of the previous 2 videos and just make it so that we're not going to go to jail for them. That's pretty much how it is.
So you had this vetted by an attorney, I guess? They looked over it to make sure that you can put up whatever you're going to put up then?
Yeah. The problem was not with the actual content. It was that we were wording it like it was like basically like a legal accusation, like a statement of fact rather than just speculation about public figures.
So you're just going to have to put the word allegedly in front of every sentence and you'll be good to go? Yeah,
pretty much.
Okay, because people were concerned. They didn't understand what the issue was. Some people had been commenting they thought it was the opening, that, what did it say? At the very, the modified opening, they thought, oh, maybe that's bringing you issues. Or maybe, some portion of the videos were bringing you issues. But it was just that. You need to change the wording a little bit.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And, I mean, we're Canadian, right? And Phil Fish is Canadian, and his company's Canadian. So he can very easily sue us for this stuff, because Canadian law is a little bit different than American law. Like, I don't think Zoe could ever go after us for anything like she went after Aaron, just due to the whole international law thing. But Polytron could definitely take us to court, and we don't really want to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't Phil Fish selling his company? There's really not a Polytron to sue anybody.
I mean, is he? I think he was just saying.
Well, better yet. Couldn't you just buy Polytron yourself and then put up the video? Because then you can't really sue yourself, so you'd be safe.
If I had the money, I would.
Yeah. You could buy him a bunch of, I don't know what the Phil Fish likes. Buy him a bunch of plaid T-shirts, iPads, and black rimmed glasses. Seems like something that hipster fuck would enjoy. Would be my guess as to what Phil Fish would want in his personal inventory of items.
I'd buy him a razor.
To get him to shave? God, yeah, that would be a fucking great suggestion. Holy shit. So did you guys get any blowback? I mean, you pulled the videos because there were some legal concerns, but did you get any blowback from SJWs? Did you get any blowback from reporters, or was it fairly mundane? It was just the legal issue, that's why you had to kind of take it down?
Well, basically what it was we got sent a cease and desist.
Okay.
Which, I mean, we've got maybe 20 of those, because our channel does Let's Plays, it does anime reviews, so we get those all the time from various companies. We just kind of laugh them off, right? And then there were actually pro Gamergate lawyers who kind of stepped up, and they're like, listen, we actually support you guys, and there is a real way they could fuck you here, so we suggest you do this before you go any further. So it was basically at the advice of like people helping us out.
Okay, all right. Did they suggest going the Glenn Beck route, where it's not the accusation, but I'm just asking questions? Like,
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah. Like, why can't Glenn Beck just, give us evidence that he didn't rape and murder a girl in 1990 in Florida? That kind of thing.
Well, I mean, I'd like to think I'm no journalist or anything. I didn't go to school for journalism, but I do want to have a bit more integrity than that. I just like to put out the stuff that I found and be like, hey, this is what it looks like, what's going on, if they would want to comment on it, you know?
Right, right, and that's not a bad thing either. I wonder if do you think there are any countries that don't have these kind of I guess civil litigations or extradition, where somebody could host a YouTube account or a streaming account in that country, and then people could send videos and clips to them that are legally in the gray area that they could host, and then nobody ever gets hit for it because they can't go after the channel.
I mean, probably somewhere in Eastern Europe. I mean,
Yeah,
well,
something like that.
that's the whole thing with Hitbox TV right now, because that's kind of very slowly taking over Twitch after Twitch kind of had to sell out. Hitbox TV is based in Eastern Europe, so they're like, we don't care about copyright. Come do whatever you want.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. If I'd known that, I'd have been going to Hitbox TV more. Because that's what I liked. I used to go to a site called Stage 6 when DivX used to run it, and it was a competitor, direct competitor to YouTube. And they had buyout offers from everybody. Microsoft, Yahoo was getting pretty big for a while there. But they didn't give a shit. And the great thing about Stage 6 was they'd have adult content. So, I mean, you could watch a porno and then go watch a fucking episode of anime in the same fucking website. It was like the fucking promised land, and it got yanked down. It was really a shitty day when Stage 6 went under.
What happened to him?
That's a really interesting story, and it'll probably bore the shit out of the stream, so I'm going to tell it. Basically what happened was the guy that had pitched the idea to DivX had said, we can make a competitor to YouTube and make it really, really good. And so he built the site. He had a team of people working with him, and it did really, really well. And DivX was very happy. But you see, at the time, DivX had a codec, and they wanted that to be used in Hollywood. Like, you know, their DVDs and Blu-rays and all that shit were coming up and becoming more popular. And so they wanted to ensure that their codec was going to be used by these specific studios or some shit like that. Because at the time, most of their revenue came from phone sales. They were big into phones in, like, Japan and Asia. So they didn't care about copyrights on the website. But when they started talking to Hollywood, like the MPAA and those kind of groups, told them there's no way we're going to do any kind of business deal with you as long as you have this website open. You have to shut it down. Now, at the time, Stage 6 had a massive amount. Like, the way you see YouTube today is what Stage 6 was like back in 2006. They had HD videos at 1080p. They had 60 frames per second. They let you do, you know, video lengths up to, like, fucking 24 hours. It was just crazy shit, really great features. So they had a huge amount of this archived on their servers, right? The problem was they had to basically get rid of the website. And so they had all these buyout offers come in. Microsoft, Yahoo, people were putting a huge amounts. And now their official reason when they said we're going to close down, they didn't talk about the codec thing, right? They tried to deflect it away and make it look like it was related to the Hollywood deal. So what they had told people was, we're going to shut it down because we're not getting enough money to keep the site up. We can't handle the amount of traffic we're getting. And then Yahoo happened to let it leak that, oh, well, we have, you know, a deal when you download the DivX player, you're getting the Yahoo browser bar or something like that, and we're paying them essentially $1 million a month to do that. And that's about the cost they needed to run the fucking site. So it turned out to be bullshit. So what happens is the guy that originally pitched the product idea for the website goes into a meeting with the board at DivX and says, I will personally buy the website from you. I will give you, I think it was like some absurd number, and like, you know, 20% of the revenue that the site generates for the next decade or something like that. And what happened was apparently one of the really high up people at DivX hated this guy, so he sunk the website to spite him. So they basically killed a really great website they could have made a lot of money off of because this one asshole on the board of directors didn't like the guy that designed the website. And the funny thing, you know, the funny ending of that story is after they got rid of the website, Hollywood said, "Fuck off, we're not interested."
That reminds me of another story I heard where, like, you know Lord Cat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, he was up for, I think, a job offer at Twitch TV, and he would have been great on that because he's really big into streaming. He knows a lot about the back end of streams and stuff. And this was back when Twitch TV was in its early days. But the one guy hated him, so it didn't happen. And it turned out it was that one furry guy that made the whole shitstorm a couple years ago about Twitch.
See, I'm not big on like Twitch's history, so I don't really know. Was this like a prominent streamer on the website, or what was it?
No, it was basically an admin who started putting up furry shit as emotes, and it was against Twitch's rules to do that.
Okay.
And so, you know, there was the usual giant revolt, 4chan spamming a bunch of streams, and then streamers who also, like Twitch TV streamers who opposed it, started running streams as they played games and talking about it, and any stream that was found on Twitch talking about it was shut down.
Really?
Yeah, they just censored the whole thing. And that was kind of the start of Twitch's descent.
So did you see, I don't know if you visit Infinite Chan or not, but did you see the stream they had up on the GG board with the guy that was claiming to have been from the site, that guy with the glasses?
No, what's the story there?
Yeah, so somebody basically come out, they didn't want to give a name, and they said, yeah, hey, I'm at this website, and I wanted to do a Gamergate video, but they told me I couldn't. And they told me I couldn't because certain site members are really big SJWs, essentially. And so he's like, oh, I'll verify it with somebody. And he was saying, I'll verify it with like Milo or me or somebody else. So I got him on Skype finally. And he gave me a screen cap and he's like, see, it's proof. And I asked him to do something to validate it. I'm not going to say, because maybe at the end of the day, this is all a weird coincidence and he really is telling the truth. But I gave him something really simple to do that would have been 100% proof he was who he said he was. And he just said, oh, hold on one sec, I'm trying to do it, and then logged off and left. And I waited like 10 minutes and he never showed back. So it turned out to be a whole fucking bullshit red herring, essentially, because it was like it was a huge threat, and everybody was really like, oh my god, this is going to turn out to be a big thing, and it was nothing in the end.
I mean, I could tell you a few stories about that guy with the glasses anyway. I mean, that is
go for it.
SJW haven. It's a shithole over there, I gotta say. Like, I started doing YouTube stuff in like 2009. I was doing anime reviews, just basically copying Spoonie at the start of it because I really like Spoonie. And I wanted to get on that guy with the glasses because back in 2009, that was actually a pretty good site.
Yeah, Walker, I mean, I've said this before. I think like the Nostalgia Critic in the beginning was really great. I'm not embarrassed to say that I liked his videos, but when he started doing all the skits, it kind of went downhill. And then some of the people that he brought on as talent were a little bit of an issue, I think. Not everybody. Like, what is it? Brad Jones, I think, is the one person universally loved on that site.
Yeah, and I think he's the one guy who doesn't want to be there anymore, but he's kind of contractually obligated now. But the most recent thing, and like Lord Cat is a former that guy with the glasses dude, which is how I kind of got to know him. And he basically the most recent thing is they kind of had I think it was a Kickstarter. It was either an Indiegogo or a Kickstarter, where that guy with glasses asked for $90,000, and they got it. And they were going to basically take that money and then by, I think, February of this year, put up start a game show, and that was going to be like their new show. They're going to push this show really hard. So they got their $90,000. They haven't started the game show yet, but I received a screenshot or like a photo of the game show set, and it looks like they spent about $150 on it. It's plywood and shitty paint and glitter, and it looks like a grade 3 art project.
Are you shitting me, really?
Yeah, and that picture was passed around Lord Cat's stream, and it went all over the place. It was really made fun of.
No, I've heard information too from the inside from people that have worked there previously over the years. That paints an interesting picture of kind of like I guess the background information. Like if you, well, I guess I'd have to ask Lord Cat since he was the one who was there. But I'm kind of curious what his opinion on Mike Machad is. Has he ever talked about it, or?
Oh yeah, he's talked to him. He fucking hates him.
See, that's the general consensus I get from people that have worked on that website. Is not a lot of people are fans of like Mr. Bar Fiesta.
He's just apparently just lazy. Like he doesn't do anything anymore to the site. He just owns it and then does nothing, and then doesn't know why everything's tanking around him.
He can't seem to figure that out, huh?
Yeah. I'm trying to find that picture. I don't know if I have it on hand right now, but I'm sure it'll be easy to get. Actually, I'll just go check out Twitter. I think it was posted on there recently.
All right, I'm just trying to bring some people in here. For some reason, the way this is set up is so bizarre. Oh, that's probably why it's doing that.
Oh, the Hangouts?
Yeah, you can enter names and stuff, but sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. I can just grab a direct link and send it to these two people. Sorry, just give me 1 sec while I'm doing this. So aside from the, I guess, the remixed videos that you're going to be putting up, do you guys have anything else that's going to be popping up?
Well, the thing about the videos is, like, if you remember, the first video was about Maya Kramer and Brandon. It's either Boyer or Boye. I say Boye because I'm Canadian.
Mhm.
But the first video was about them, and it is being remixed. But we're also going to add like new info about Silverstring because some more stuff's come out. And the second video that had all the all the leaked kind of the Polytron hack stuff, which
Yeah.
I still think is fair game to use when we're talking about investigation.
Yeah, if it's already out in the public domain, it's already out. It's not like you're the one exposing it. If it's been leaked, it's out there. I don't see why you can't use it.
Well, the argument that we got from them is that they're meant to be private files, so even if they're public now, you shouldn't be using them, which I think is BS.
Yeah, but again, the cat is so out of the bag. I mean, you can find them everywhere.
Yeah. I know when we went to go get it, we basically just asked 4chansv, and they said we posted in a Gamergate thread, and then after about 5 minutes there was 10 links up, so it's not hard to find at all.
Okay.
But basically, we're gonna cut that video probably into two videos, one on the IGF and one on Indiecade, and the main reason for that is because the biggest problem that video had was that people were confusing the two, because we had definitive, smoking gun proof, in my opinion, on Indiecade.
Okay.
We didn't have that on the IGF. The IGF just had there was circle jerking there was shady business practices, but we didn't have a smoking gun like we did on Indiecade. Yet everyone was saying, the IGF, we had the smoking gun in the IGF because it was in the same video, and I was like, no guys, no, that's not how it is, but things were already rolling by then, so I couldn't really fix it.
No, and that's understandable too. I'm glad that you're going to be able to get the videos out. I watched both of them.
Before they went down?
I thought they were both good. I mean, the issues with maybe getting this wrong, or maybe I guess drawing too much of a conclusion on this, or whatever. It doesn't really matter. People researching into it, finding out information, putting it out there for people. I liked it. It gives people more shit to look through. You know what I mean? It creates more connections, and it lets you look deeper at what's going on. It like what happened with the Ralph retort. He put up an article talking about, was it Liana K, who had basically gone to an IDGF or whatever it is. No, IDGA, I'm sorry, event in Canada, and it said that she was changing review scores so people got bonuses. She was intentionally doing that. And at the same time that report came out, the IDGA and people associated with it started supporting Leigh Alexander and Gamasutra, saying that Intel was being sexist for pulling ads. So, but I mean, without the Ralph retorts, story about that, you wouldn't have any connection, you know what I mean? So your videos kind of did the same thing, which was great. Oh, by the way, it looks like we've got both King of Pol in here and Loping. Yep. So welcome, guys.
Loping? I know we had a great discussion last time we talked, me and you. I really want to talk more about it on my show sometime.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, that's actually a pretty good idea.
Dude, that was a fantastic conversation we had last time. I know you don't know what we're talking about Internet Aristocrat, but me and Loping had some really interesting debates going on when we added each other, which was very good stuff. It was really good stuff.
Oh, if you could hold on 1 second, King of Pol, I need to run an ad. Oh no, wait.
Oh, yeah.
No, wait, no, I don't do that. Never mind. We're good to talk. I'm just, yeah, never mind. I don't run ads, so we're good to talk.
Yeah. Did you catch my show earlier or no?
Yeah, I was able to watch a few minutes. Yeah, I was able to watch a few minutes of it. Yeah.
Jenny's a fucking troll.
Wait, did you guys fall for this shit again? I thought Andrew taught everybody a lesson.
No, the chat was going ridiculous. She thought it was hilarious. She likes to fuck with the chat as much as I do. So she was just like, run with it. I was like, oh god.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So no, I did that. I was doing the social stigmas because a lot of these guys want me to do more of the hashtag not your shield stuff. Besides that, and then getting Liana K to want to debate something, which is very interesting this morning. But other than that.
Here, IA, check out your Twitter. I just gave you that guy with the glasses picture I was talking about.
All right. Let me see here.
And see how ridiculous that set looks. I could build that in an afternoon. I don't need $90,000 for that.
Oh wait, yeah, no, shit. I was watching this with another group of people. Okay, yeah, I've seen this. And then, did you see that video with Linkara and Doug Walker where Linkara was talking about, was it white privilege?
No, I didn't see that one.
Oh my God, he has a conversation talking about SJW shit. He actually is being legitimate about it. It's like 2 minutes long. If I can get a hold of Andrew, who's the guy that does the Jesse Ventura and Alex Jones voices, was the guy that linked me to that clip originally, or it was somebody he knew. But god damn.
He was actually really nice to let us use that modified opening. Whoever did that did a good job.
Oh yeah. That was a very good opening, and I get a lot of shit for not, using that myself by the person that made it, because they're, people from that region of the world are real pissy when you don't use their shit.
Did you read that new article by The Verge? Wasn't it The Verge that wrote it? The stop supporting Gamergate.
Yeah, no, I got a chance to see that. That was the one that was calling everybody right wingers, and then went back to change it to say, what was it? Conservative extremists. It was the same. They were basically fucking about changing the language, but not really changing the intent. But yeah, I think that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, they're pretty much throwing everything at the wall and just seeing what would stick.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I as I was reading it, laughing my ass off. I was reading that, and then Leah Alexandra was tweeting me fucking responses, which ironically I found out she watches my show. I didn't know that until she retweeted me some things, which I found was interesting. Because she would have never done that, in my opinion, if she didn't.
Is Leigh Sun for you, dude?
What's that?
Leigh Sun for you?
No, she... Okay, so on one of my shows, I called her out specifically, saying, and her and Anita specifically, and saying, if you really are as feminist as you say you are, then you would care more about what happens in third world countries to women than you will about first world problems and the social stigmas of that. But you're not going to do that. And I didn't upload the video at all for like 5 days. You guys were bitching at me, and I finally did it last night. And then in the morning, she tweeted me an article that was just written that she approved. That was calling Bill Maher and CBS Network Islamophobics, bigot, racist, sexist male pigs, and just take one-sided bias, just taking talking about Muslims. They were answering questions or asking questions of people about Muslim women in society over in Syria and stuff like that, and she was just bashing them, and she tweeted that to me. And I was just like, this is a biased article. Why would you ever want to support this? And her response was like, oh, you're not educated enough to understand that because your name is King of Pole. So I was like, all right, why don't you come and debate it? And she just fucking blocked me outright. And I had a screenshot. I think I got 100 retweets on that thing. It was fucking ridiculous. Between that and the feminine frequency troll.
Yeah, it was pretty transparent what happened there. I think her dad was a glassmaker.
Her dad was a glassmaker? I thought she just had a bottle in her hand. I don't know. People were linking her bottles. Are you drinking this as we talk? No, you were speaking about the Ralph retort. I'm gonna be on his show on Saturday. I don't know what you're doing. If you want to come on there and discuss some things with him.
Who are you talking to?
Talking about you. If you were going to be free on Saturday at 3 p.m., he's going to be doing a show with me and somebody else on his stream. And he wants
I'm not 100% sure because I have to. Basically, I'm blowing out the irrigation system, getting it ready for winter, and I got some other shit to do around the house. But what time exactly? Is it afternoon, morning, evening? 3
p.m. Eastern, I think. Is what 3:30, 3 p.m., something like that. I'm not entirely sure. He was asking me to ask you, and I just never got a chance around to do it.
Yeah, I can do that. That's probably fine.
And asking where the fucking video is as well. That was his other question.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of shit about where that fucking video is. It's gym time, which means I'm lazy as shit. But I'll more than likely have it up Saturday night, Sunday morning at the latest.
I've gotten kind of the same amount of flack because we haven't put out an indefensible video in a month now, and basically I have to admit I don't do any research on it. Camberly does it all. I just voice it because she can't talk. And she said what happened was she got a girlfriend, and she's like, I'm too busy, being a lesbian to be on the internet. That was pretty much it.
Epic.
So it was been a month, and I was like, okay, listen, people are getting angry and they're getting angry at me because I'm the public face of the channel. It's they're getting angry at me because you're not making a video. So you have to eventually get back to do it.
Oh, I see. Now the chat is convinced I'm a farmer.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
That's fine. Yeah, why not? I'll be a farmer. Okay. Now, Lo Ping, I don't think I've ever had you on the chat before, or Short Fat Otaku. Do you have anything coming out lately? What have you been doing lately, I guess?
No, not really. I mean, everything that I've done is pretty much done with. They finished the work on the musical not too long ago. The only thing I'm doing is actually doing one of the music videos for Once Upon a September, which is just going to be about last year's musical. Not really much beyond that, but I am kind of proud. I mean, you know, not to toot my own horn or anything, but
beep beep. I gotcha.
But I got a couple of my songs that turned out to be better than I thought it would be. I kind of like my only regret is I didn't get to do any of the mixing myself this year, but it was pretty okay. You know, couldn't ask for a worse thing to happen.
No. I mean, the musical stuff was great. So, I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun to see like people take like frustration and angst and turn it into something like constructive, like a musical or videos. I'm always like a real big fan of seeing people take a negative and make something positive out of it. That's always smiled upon by me. I really dig that. Where's oh crap, I forgot his name. He's this fella who does the People of Gamergate, like these amazing caricatures. And,
you're talking about the guy who does the drawings.
Yeah, and they're just like so. Like, I'm a sucker for the drawings, the original content that comes out of this, and this guy's work is just he needs to sit on a pier somewhere and just rake in money.
His handle is Toshi TNE, but the name up there is Alejandro Argadona, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably butchering the name, but yeah, those fucking pictures are amazing.
Oh god, that picture he did of Base Mom, it's glorious. Like it's nuanced, and at the same time it's really just outlandish, and you couldn't ask for a better thing to happen.
No, I think so far my favorites are the one that he did of Ben Kuchera was fucking amazing. Like Phil Fish was really good, but I think my favorite is the bobblehead guy, the nods respectfully to you guy.
I remember that guy. That was
and like this guy legitimately draws fucking amazing. I was blown away when I was looking at these. Like, holy fucking shit, are they good?
Did you see the conversation I had when me and Sargon interviewed Eric Kane at all about his recent article?
I had business to do out of town or out of state, really, for a couple of days. So I was gone. I was off the grid for about 2 days.
That's why everybody was asking where you were. Okay. Yeah, we did an interview on Eric Kane's new article, and he came on and he was just kind of throwing things around there, and he was trying to stay as modern as possible. If you ever get a chance, go listen to him. But he had a couple good things he had to say. And a couple things me and Sargon disagreed with, and we talked to him about openly. I think he's looking to get you and a couple other people, including myself, on his next show that he does.
Well, listen, I mean, if you get a chance, because like everybody knows what I'm going to say, there's no point in bringing me on. I want him to get Greg Lisby. No, I'm not kidding. He needs to get Greg Lisby on his show, because that guy has already done an interview. His name's already out there, and he teaches law and journalism ethics. I really think if you had somebody with that kind of authority who teaches this subject.
Wait, is he the one that did the interview with
he's
Rabbit or whatever his name is?
He's the guy who was one that was asked the questions and he was like, no. Ironically, we kind of brought him up a little bit. I didn't say his name. Mm-hmm. I brought him up a little bit, and I brought it up in the face. I was asking Eric Kane. I said, "What's the difference between journalists and bloggers? And do you see the difference? And does it matter?" And he said it shouldn't matter if they're journalists or bloggers, if their writing is appropriate. And me and Sargon didn't agree with that, but he was explaining it as a whole collective. Because I was like, well, he's like, if you're writing stuff online and you're technically a blogger, no matter if you're a journalist or not, and that you don't need a degree to be a journalist, was what he was kind of going for. Though I don't want to put words in his mouth because I know he probably we'll probably talk with him later on it more. But I'll definitely let him know. Get it.
No. I mean, feel free to put words in his mouth. When I put that video up talking about Shadows of Mordor, I put a quote from Eric Kane in there that fully endorses buying the game. Eric Kane thinks that game is the game of the year. So put all the words in his mouth you want to. But
that's what we came on to discuss, because we discussed that Mordor article in general. That was what we were going to talk about first, and we threw it off into his interviews with people, because he was talking about how that should be focus of Gamergate, and that's what we should really be mad at. But as me and Sargon explained to him, I was like, look, this isn't the first time they've done this with the PS3s and the Nexus 7s that Ubisoft gave to everybody and stuff. It was like the way they look at it is they look at it like it's like WWE, like Hollywood looks at it. They're buying ads. They look at it from old television to new television. Though he was dismissive of that kind of stuff, and was explaining that he doesn't have time to look up into the logistics of things.
Wait. He's still giving that fucking excuse.
I'm okay, verbatim, because I do remember him saying he doesn't have time for these things, and he did touch up on that because people were bitching at him in chat, and so me and Sargon called him on it, because he wants to write about video games. He doesn't want to write about video game social problems. He wants to write about video games. So
no. Then what is Eric Kane even talking about Gamergate for? If you just want to review video games, go fucking review them.
Because he says it's relevant. I'm like I said, he says it's relevant because that was the next question. Ironically enough, he says it's relevant, but it is not what should be talked about. It should be about video games, and he wants to make it about video games, and that he doesn't have the time to look into everything. Because we were going through the details of Gamergate, and he literally had no idea. All the stuff we were telling him, like we went from one spectrum to another, and he didn't have really a clue or anything he wanted to say into, or he felt that he couldn't say anything to it because then he would be taking a side or.
Now I'm getting pissed off. Was this after his stream that you did your stream with him?
Yeah, I did my stream with him.
And he still said this. He still fucking said this shit.
The morning time.
I mean, to be fair, the entire thing is a big, involved, convoluted mess. I mean, the only reason we're as involved in it as we are is because we follow. This is pretty much the only thing we follow right now, in terms of the industry. So we're able to dedicate time and energy to it.
It was the daily news with Socks, and the Nexon guy had to go back to work. He didn't have time because he's in Luxembourg. He didn't have time.
That's fine.
And so Eric Kane was tweeting me as he was listening to my show, saying, "Hey, I'll come on." And I also talked to Total Biscuit too on Robin's stream, right after the stream. But he's like, "I'll come on and we'll talk this." And Sox had to go, so Sargon wanted to come on, and we were going to talk to him about because he didn't believe that Gamergate was correct on focusing on other things besides the Game Journal Pros list. And that if you remove a couple Game Journal Pro people, that it will fix things, but that if you...
Wait, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Total Biscuit said that, or Eric Kane?
No, Eric Kane. Total Biscuit was on Robin's stream. That's different.
Okay.
I'm talking about Eric Kane on my stream, because he was talking about how that he believed that we should focus on the Game Journal Pros list, and that me and Sargon and everybody else is wrong for looking at academia and blaming... the extreme SJWs or the third wave feminists, if you are, they like Anita Sarkeesian and stuff like that. For that, they think that Zoe is a catalyst, but she and them are irrelevant. Which I would say yes and no.
No. Okay. Now I'm legitimately angry. So I just want to make sure I fucking understand Eric Kane here. This is a guy that said there's nothing here. There's no. When this all began, Eric Kane said, "Who fucking cares?" Who the fuck's talking?
I have no idea. Someone's bleeding. Yo, who's bleeding?
I'm gonna guess it's Lopeng, probably talking to mom and dad or something.
No, I mute my mic when I'm not talking because I'm not a rude person.
Fuck! Short fat otaku. Fucking shots fired. Anyway,
actually talking about me. So.
Jesus Christ.
Somebody's bleeding. Short fat otaku, are you bleeding right now?
Yeah, it's short fat otaku.
Sorry.
Well, hold on, before you jump into it, I will explain this much. We did try to correct him on things, and like I said, we both agreed. Is like we came with disagreements, and we didn't agree things. But the things we were trying to press, like we were talking about, like, listen, it comes from academia. You have this sitting here. You have the Silver String Media stuff, and he was like, well, that's not important. We need to focus on the Game Journal Pros list. These people we know about. That stuff shouldn't be focused on. He's like, that's spreading out, And,
but who is Eric Kane to say that? Eric Kane wouldn't even have the Game Journal's Pro list if we hadn't have fucking dug it up. At the very beginning of this, he said there's nothing here. Who cares about Zoe Quinn? Who cares about Nathan Grayson? Games Journal Pro came out because we kept pushing. So now he's saying don't look at Digra and don't look at all these other connections. Don't look at the IDGA and all the other shit.
Exactly, because we brought up so we sort of touched on the Digra stuff. Me and Sargon weren't trying to say Digra. We were just like, listen, these people affect what happens in the gaming industry as this. They're openly saying it. I even brought up Adrena Shaw, and I was like, they're openly saying these things, and he was like, well, he's like I can't really. He couldn't really talk on that because it is speculation or something like that. I can't remember what he was talking about.
To play devil's advocate.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he has a point here. I mean, maybe he's seeing that perhaps the movement might get, mired and bogged down by these issues that he probably thinks are tangential. Whereas if we focus on maybe just reforming the journalist aspect of it, reforming this platform and making it more transparent would probably cut that kind of narrative at the knees. Wouldn't you think?
But I mean, I think I see. I'd say a couple issues here. When people first started this whole Gamergate or conspiracy, whatever the fuck you want to call it, but after Aaron Granji posted his blog post and people started looking into this, one of the core reasons that there is such corruption and collusion going on in games journalism is directly tied to SJW mentalities. These people wouldn't behave like this if they didn't adopt those ideologies. So where are the ideologies coming from? Who is feeding that to them? You have to look at the organizations that are related to it. If you look at the Gamers Are Dead articles that all came out in a 24-hour period, they were all inspired by a blog post. Go look at who that guy is, who he's connected to, what academic circles he's in. I'm not saying Digger will end up giving you anything, but it definitely isn't fruitless to go look at it.
Well, exactly, and that's what me and Sargon were trying to tell him, and his responses were like, well, I don't really want to touch on that subject. It's skeptical. You know, and he was just like, this is what we do know. He's like, thinking that there's a pseudo-political thing behind it, you know. He was kind of pointing to conspiracy theory kind of stuff.
Oh, no, I'll tell you what he's pissed off about, and this goes back to the Milo thing. He wrote about this. He actually said this in one of his articles. He doesn't want this to become politicized. But so what are we supposed to do? What would Eric Kane have us do? If Milo hadn't have written about any of this, if Breitbart hadn't gone to bat for anybody, if Adam Baldwin hadn't started that fucking hashtag, we would be where?
Dead in the water.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Eric Kane wasn't coming to rescue us. He told us to fuck off. So what do you mean you don't want it to become politicized? You don't want people to come into bat. The only one I see coming to bat for us are the fucking right-wingers. Now, you may not like them, and you may think they want to politicize it, but fuck, they're doing something, Eric. Where are you?
Exactly, and that's what I explained to him. I said, we went off into a little bit, because I was like, listen, you know, academia comes into it. You got Common Core and stuff like that. I was like, you can't deny that these people do that. And then we brought up the XOXO Fest stuff, and he was like, well, I haven't seen that yet. Then we brought up the what was it, the director of EA making that statement about how the community...
Chris Mancini? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was like, oh, I haven't read that yet, and I got him the link in there.
No. See, this is bullshit to begin with. Why is Eric Kane even involved in this then? Why is he doing streams with Total Biscuit and other people talking about Gamergate if he's not going to put the fucking effort in to look into this shit? That was my main problem with him to begin with. I like Eric Kane. I like his writing style. I don't think he's a bad person. But part of being a fucking reporter, aside from being unbiased and neutral, is actually looking into what's going on. You can't come up to the table uninformed. That's crap.
Right.
Well, I mean, in terms of the stream he did with Total Biscuit and them, I don't think he acted as anything beyond more than just a moderator.
Oh, and no, he was. In that stream, he was perfect. He was a moderator, completely fair. He gave Greg Tito and Total Biscuit, and what was the woman's name? I feel bad. I don't know her name off the top of my head. Anybody?
I remember her handle was like something Spooky Shoe or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry,
Well,
but
it sounds like a Halloween name.
No, she was was it the editor-in-chief or one of the writers, or the head editors at Gamersfront or Gamesfront? But and don't get me wrong, on that stream, that's fine. Eric was great. He was a moderator. He was completely fair. He gave Tito a chance to speak. He gave everybody else a chance to speak. He wasn't biased one way or the other. He did a great job as a moderator. But if he wants to write about Gamergate, if he wants to get involved and start, pontificating on it, he at least needs to put in the effort to actually look in the background. This was the fucking problem with him from the start, is he said, I don't see what's going on. And it comes off feeling a little bit shady when he's focusing on Games Journals Pro. And why is he focusing on that? Because Ben Kuchera was a big player in that, and he was shitting on Greg Tito, even though Tito says he wasn't. Well, the reason that Eric Kane's interested, or the reason that it looks like he's interested, is because he had issues with Ben Kuchera shitting on him. So
we
is
actually
that
talked about that. We actually
right?
talked about that.
Right. So Eric, are you interested in this whole issue of Gamersgate just because you're upset with fucking Ben Kuchera, or do you actually care? Because if you actually care, you need to start fucking looking into this shit.
And that's kind of what we brought into as best as we could. When I talked to him, he seemed like a humble guy, but it was like different things we brought up. He brought up like the whole both sides are attacking each other, and that's why he's neutral. And then I use the example of the editor-in-chief of GameSpot linking that that trans woman that tried to kill herself or wrote a suicide note. I don't know, fucking know. It's irrelevant anyways. But I was like, look, this had nothing to do with it, but they will throw that against us. I brought up the ISIS stuff, and I was like, now you tell me how that links to, that links to us. And he was like, well, it's on both sides. And I was like, okay. And he's like, I don't want to take a side.
But when maybe I'm just.
Maybe guy in your chat. Your chat's perfect. There's a guy in here that goes to my thing regularly. His name's Atari, and he was like, everybody's making fun of him because he said the entire time he was deflecting everything that was criticized towards him.
Right, but I mean, maybe I'm being. maybe I'm being a mean drunk here. I don't know. I am pretty.
You're really not. You're not in every because honestly,
How
to be
drunk
honest,
are you?
my chat was
Pretty
more
good.
upset with
Pretty
him.
good.
My chat was more upset with him than anything else. Like I didn't realize how much he was deflecting as me and Sargon were talking, and so I looked at my chat and they were going insane, saying like counting the amount of times he deflected shit. It was like at 32 times. I don't even know all the questions we asked.
I mean,
A
is
lot.
it so much to ask for just to have one fucking journalist, just one fucking journalist come to the plate and look at the background, read up on all of it before they start fucking giving opinions? He's saying both sides are doing it. Well, fuck, Eric, if you don't know about about Chris Mancini's post, if you don't know about the ISIS comments, if you don't know about all the shit that's going on left and right, how do you know? Like, why would I take your opinion on anything to be relevant or on point if you're not even fucking familiar with the background information?
But I mean, yes and no. Like I said, I like the guy. You talked to him, and we had a lot of good discussion. It was just when we were talking about all this stuff and everything.
Well,
like
yeah,
that,
but Paul, I mean, I like a lot of people too, but that doesn't make him right. Like Eric may be the nicest guy on earth, but if he's doing a shit job, he's doing a shit job.
If you want my opinion, if you want my honest opinion about
Yeah.
it, like I told him, I said, you know, if you're gonna do the streams on Gamergate, I said these are the people you're gonna want to bring on, and the reason why is because you're gonna have to get more informed. You know, as I was linking him articles, I told you know you got to get more informed. If you're gonna give a shit about this, you're gonna write about it, you're gonna stream about it. You have to be more informed if you're gonna come to the table. I don't want to slap his shit so much because I do like his writings and stuff like that. And I do like some of the points he says, but at the same time, I do not. If you're gonna come to the table and you don't understand shit, and I have to give you things that are very simply out there, and you are a journalist, and you should. There's something going on if I'm googling shit better than you are. In my opinion, it's your job to Google shit. And
Could it be maybe he might be? I mean, this is just 100% speculation.
Go ahead.
But could it be maybe because he is on the fence on the information,
I would
not,
think
you know,
so.
not standing by the fence, you know, when it's clear which side he's on and
Right.
just leaning on it and saying he's on the fence, but actually on the fence.
Ab-
He's aware of the information
Right.
and maybe he's just, you know, pulling a Columbo on you.
To be honest with you, after the discussion me and Sargon had, I think that's what it was. He stayed on the fence on a lot of things. I don't think he wants to really stay neutral, but he is pro Gamergate in the
I
sense.
think he's like maybe
you're
pulling a
listening-
Socratic type
If
of
you're
thing on you.
listening to this- If you're listening to the stream, Eric, look at when we brought up the whole Total Biscuit thing. Look at what happened to Total Biscuit. If you are going to get involved, you must understand that these things will happen the same way it happened to Total Biscuit, to the point where he had to either take one side or another. So as you slowly are getting involved with your streams and writing more articles, whether you say that I don't really want to research too much into it and focus on video game, you must understand, Eric, that you've got to take a side eventually down the road. It's going to happen. I know you don't like the his and her side. We discussed that on my stream, but you got to understand that's probably what's going to happen down the road. It's a prime example of what happened to Total Biscuit and anybody else who puts their stakes in this. It's, you know, it's your money in the water.
And I mean, listen, I look at it a little differently. I don't even care if he takes a side. All I want him to do is, before he starts speculating and holding streams and writing articles, is to fucking research it. Eric, if you want to remain unbiased, that's totally fine with me. But when you're basically saying, I don't know, I haven't read this, I don't know, I'm not familiar with that, that just tells me that you're fucking disinterested still. Like, I can't stand that. That's what pissed me off in the first place. I'm amazed that he's still doing that.
Well, he's in your chat. We're talking right now with your chat. I don't know.
Well, Eric, if you're in the chat, let me bring you in. I am good and drunk at this point, so I'm probably going to be a fucking asshole.
Well, do you mind if I talk about it? I haven't really.
Oh no, yeah, go ahead, man. I don't mean to.
and also,
Like I said, I ramble when I'm drunk, so go ahead and cut me off.
And like I don't know, about 5 minutes ago, I had to go to the door, so I missed a bit, and I heard you kind of talking to me in my wireless headphones, but I didn't really get the whole story. Just first, first off, the woman we were talking about was Janelle Bonanno, and she's the editor-in-chief of GameFront.com.
Thank you. Say that one more time so people get it, because she was good on the stream.
She was. Janelle Bonanno.
Do you have her Twitter handle? Does anybody know what her Twitter handle is?
Yeah, it's So Sleepy with it's S0O and SLEEPIE.
Wow, I wasn't even close.
No, I liked her on the stream. Like I said, I feel really, really bad that I didn't know her name. So I'm glad that you.
Yeah, I just took a quick look up of it. One of the topics, maybe, geez, what is it, 4 topics back now, was just the idea that these can be considered side issues. I don't think there's any side issues in Gamergate at all. Like when I finally had to take down the indefensible videos due to all the reasons uh, one of the like people started calling us shills, and I mean that's fine. That's 4chan for you. But one of their main arguments was that the IGF was a side issue, and that our form of shilling was getting people away from the journalism. And I don't think that's true. I think it's all related. You know, I think it's. I mean, like since that Game Journal Pros list came out, Brandon Boye is on that list. You know, so it is related. It's not a side issue.
Well,
it's
no,
I'm
not
Yeah,
really
that is
talking
very
in
true.
terms of the IGF. I'm talking about more like the social justice aspect of it. I mean, that IGF thing is totally symptomatic of, more far-reaching, more possibly insidious nature of the corruption. But I'm talking more along the lines of,
I would say,
Silverstring and Digra.
well, yeah,
those
I would
guys.
say the SJW ideology directly influences these people's mentalities, which directly plays into their ability to be so corrupt.
Hmm.
When you're looking at even if you take out the academic aspect of it, remove Digger from the table, right? When you're looking at people or key players like, let's say, Leigh Alexander, go look what she said, and go look where that kind of ideology lines up with, and then look at the people she's influenced. It's like Kucheras and the others, who then go and bully people in conversations on different, Game Journal Pro List or on Twitter. I mean, fuck, Kuchera, I don't know how familiar the chat with this is, but Kuchera tried to fucking destroy Eric Kane. Like and this isn't like a joke. He wasn't being playful about this. He tried to fucking ruin Eric Kane's career.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And to give you an idea of like the character of Ben Kuchera, and I have screen caps of this, so he can't weasel out of it. He went on to Giant Bomb, onto their forums, and he started a thread about how shit Eric Kane was, or he jumped into a thread talking about this, and he got his ass kicked. Giant Bomb wasn't having fucking any of it. He actually messaged.
Oh, yeah.
He messaged a mod and had the mod.
I didn't see
fucking
this.
Yeah, he had the mod shut down.
Shut down the thread, yeah.
No, he didn't just get it shut down though. You're being too nice in his credit. At the same time, he got little fucking rewards for being cute and cuddly with the fucking mods. When you talk about Ben Kuchera, he's he needs to be fucking gone. He's one of the people I can't stand. But like Rebecca Watson, that's another one. But
oh wait, one other quick thing, and then I'll let you guys go on. For the chat saying bring Eric on, he had said on Twitter he's got a game starting up here that he's got a DM for. So that's fine. We'll have him on another time, and we'll talk about him another time because I want to give him a chance to talk. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, before I do that, because I know Eric just posted something, I just want to say, Eric, I understand you want to be a moderate, but you've got to do the research, dude. It's the same thing that me and Sargon were telling you. If we're going to talk to you about stuff like that, and you're going to dismiss academia stuff being linked to this, you're going to say, well, just because Anita Sarkeesian goes to XOXO Fest and is talking about, all crazy shit, and talking about video games being changed in a culture war, that doesn't relate to Gamergate. Just do your homework, man. I get it. You want to be a moderator. Be a moderator, but be educated on what you're moderating.
Oh, Paul, would Ralph retort? Would he let him in the chat? Because Kane is saying tomorrow. Could we bring Eric Kane on?
Yeah, of course. Ralph, if you're down for it, I love your shit. I talk to Ralph all the time. Like I said, if Ralph, you want to come on, I have no problems with Eric. I love the guy to death. And I fuck Ben. I don't care. Just like Adam Sussman, Rebecca Watson. I can't stand any of those people.
Well, and that's what I want Eric to take away from this. Listen, man, I like your writing. And really, I don't know if Eric understands the kind of influence he wields, but if you went on to V, like on 4chan, Eric, you're really one of the only people out there, one of the only journalists people actually fucking respect.
Like when Eric says something, they really take things to heart.
No, I mean,
and it gets them mad too.
Yeah, legitimately, people really respect you, Eric. So it pisses us off when it seems like you're just not doing the research. I don't want you to think I'm attacking your character or saying you're a bad guy or a bad writer. I fucking respect you. That's why it upsets me. So we'll bring you onto the stream tomorrow and talk about it then.
Yeah, exactly. We do respect you, Eric. It has nothing to do that. And just touching on what you said, I know on my stream, Eric, that you did say that you don't feel that you influence people a lot, that there's more important people out there. And touching up on IA says, I think that you should look at it, and you have a lot of people who look at your writing as for at least in gaming, as a catalyst to the shit that is out there. And we've looked at it for a long time. That's why we took you back when Ben Kuchera threw his little fucking hissy fit like a 5-year-old.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if. But when Ben Kuchera threw his shit fit, the reason that got shut down so fucking hard and so fucking quick is because people respected you and they knew it was absolute bullshit. And like I'm saying, there's a lot of shit I want to talk about, but I'm not going to go on about it more. If you can make it tomorrow, dude, we'll talk, and Ralph can moderate, or we can have somebody else come on and moderate. But
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you in person because there's some shit we have to talk about.
But just come tomorrow, man. I'm sure I'll get it. He said tomorrow. It's 3 p.m. Eastern time. So if you have a time to blow your house down or whatever you're doing, and then come on. I'm sure it'll be on the Ralph's thing. So.
And I won't be a drunk slob that's rambling on. I'll be like,
Exactly.
Well, there was actually a bunch. They've long since scrolled away, but there was a bunch of comments I actually wanted to just very quickly talk about again. Some people asked what happened with the Indefensible videos. Basically, because we're Canadian and Phil Fish and Polytron are Canadian, we got a cease and desist, which we usually laugh off because we do anime reviews and like we get those all the time. We don't give a shit. But then like actual lawyers who are pro Gamergate who just did it for free came up to us and said, listen, there's actually a legitimate way for them to go after you with a lawsuit under Canadian law, and you have to change your videos in this manner and put them back up. And that's what we're doing. Actually, I should probably be recording a video, but I'm here instead. So, so people are asking, like, you know, the IGF thing wasn't a side issue for me. That's what got me into it and things like that. Well, they'll be back. Like we're not hiding from lawyers forever. We just want to do it right because I don't want to go to jail for the internet.
Well, okay, so your chat's going insane talk about this. So Rebecca Watson thought it was a good idea to attack a Gamergate person and dox them and mention their doctor and them having an STD and their full name. And they're linking the Kotaku in Action article to this. Are you fucking kidding me, Rebecca Watson? Why? I can't stand that woman.
Well, here's the funny thing about doxing. Camera Lady got doxed. They got her old address, where currently 3 people are living that she absolutely hates. So she's like, "Yeah, go ahead. You can harass them all you want."
But what I don't understand, okay, this is the same woman that I reached out to get on a discussion regarding her video, and I was going to reach out to Thunderfoot and have them all come in there. I was going to moderate and get regarding their video on the Gamergate stuff that she fucking put out there. And I did it within 8 hours, and she decided to slander me, call me a misogynist and stuff like that because of my views on Gamergate, not because of who I was, and then block me, then unblock me to retweet me shit of people talking shit about me. And then block me again, and then laugh about it later.
Oh, all right. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bring Eric Kanan.
Oh yeah.
Is that coming?
It looks like he can make it. Just to be fair here, so I don't talk over him like a drunken idiot. Loping, you seem to be the most neutral out of us all. Will you moderate?
Sure.
Well, here
I can DM your little IRL fight.
Before like things get rolling with Eric, because I mean I actually haven't looked into Eric that much. I wanted to really cover one topic, if you don't mind.
What topic is that?
Oh, just I mean I've heard a lot about how and I'll be really quick about this. I've heard a lot about how like a Gamergate's supposedly a conservative movement, and I know King of Pole and I know IA that you're both. You seem to be. I don't know how conservative you are, but you seem to be.
They're in love with Marodes. They're libertarian, obviously.
But, like, I have no problem admitting that I'm actually very liberal, and yet I'm still pro Gamergate. I know there are a lot of pro Gamergate people that are very liberal. Camera Lady is not only a feminist, but she has a master's degree in women's studies. So, like, it's. To say that this is an anti-feminist thing or a misogynist thing, I think is just ridiculous, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, they already did the political spectrum thing, collated, like 300 different quizzes that people in Gamergate did, and we're all, like, moderately liberal to leftists for the most part, and except for, like, 1 or 2 really right-wing people that people kind of point and laugh at, but that's... I mean, it's majority. It's what this whole thing is a bunch of extreme leftists pissing off a bunch of moderate leftists and calling them right wingers. I mean, that's basically what it is, which is silly. It's a silly thing by silly people.
Did IA disappear?
Nah, I don't know. I think
I think
Maybe
he stepped
he's-
away.
I just blew his mind or
I
something.
think he's refilling his drinks.
He went back to his watering hole.
Oh, I guess I mean, not to just monopolize the stream, but I
No,
mean,
dude, get your fill.
okay. Oh, he's gone. Shit, what happened?
Post some
You-
syncs.
He left his own thing. Well, okay. I mean, some people have asked why I voiced the indefensible videos and she didn't. I mean, she's got like 10 various disabilities. One of them means that she can't talk. She has autism. She has prosopagnosia, for those of you who know what that is. Like, it just...
Oh my god. Oh, is it still going?
Yeah, it's still going.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
fuck. My computer just my computer just hitched up on me. I thought I fucking killed the stream.
Yeah, epic. No, you've been here. Just everybody's waiting for you to come back and get.
You've been
Kane.
here in spirit, Mr. D.
Yeah, Eric, I know you're listening right now. I know you're about to come in here. No, I know that like I said don't quote me. I couldn't remember exactly how you said it, but yes, I know you said that it. Hold on, where is it? That
All
you
right,
said
I'm gonna send him a invite right now. Sorry about that, Eric.
No, go ahead. Yeah, but I know you said I can't really offer insight. That's what I was talking about by saying when I was giving you stuff, you couldn't offer any insight. You were still on the fence about things, and that you really didn't know some of the stuff that we were talking about, which made it very awkward. That's what I was trying to say. That's why I said don't quote me, because I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I'm not literally looking at the video and listening to everything you said again.
Well, yeah. I basically what you missed was we were kind of just discussing how stupid it is that Gamergate's labeled a conservative movement.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not. If you look at the political compass thing that was posted, you'll see the majority of people were left-leaning libertarians. I think, honest to God, the only people you'll see that are more conservative than that are myself, Milo, and maybe Adam. And even I'm a fucking constitutionalist, and that, I'm not a conservative by any fucking stretch of the imagination. If you ask me about any social issue that conservatives would be talking about, you'd find that I'm fucking vastly different than them.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm a pretty bland, very normal type of liberal. Like, I do kind of like Canada's healthcare and the high taxation and just some of the benefits we get from that, which I know puts me completely against you, but I'm still pro Gamergate, right?
Oh, hold on one sec. Eric, you there?
I am here.
Hey,
Okay.
but
Is everybody coming in? Can you hear everybody?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
All right.
So
I'm
I'm probably behind on the stream. I came into it a few minutes late, and so I probably haven't heard the last few minutes of whatever everyone has been saying. So, but hey, thank you for having me on.
No, hey, I want you to have the opportunity to speak. I don't want to feel like it's us flinging shit and then you can't respond. So by all means,
What like a bunch of shit slingers?
a bunch of shit slingers. Yep, that would be the appropriate terminology. But I mean, if you have anything to say in response, or if we took you out of context, or if it wasn't verbatim, I mean, go ahead and start us off here, and we'll let you have a go.
Well, I mean, I don't remember exactly what I said on the stream the other day.
Yeah, I just responded to you, Eric. I was just talking about that. I was like, I know I don't remember either verbatim. I know there was something around those words, but don't quote me on it. That's what I was just saying from what I understood. So I was talking about that.
I think there's a number of. I think that everyone has to have their own approach to this. I think that certain people are in a position to do one thing and other people are in a position to do another. And I think that where I come in, I don't think it's first of all, I don't think it's my job to take a side, and I think that would be detrimental to what I am trying to do.
And I agree with that.
I think that would be a very, very bad idea. I think that there are a number of issues that that have been discussed in terms of specific instances of potential corruption, etc., etc. And I have looked into those, and I think that again, from where I stand and from the platform I have, that those are not, at this point in any case, what I need to be talking about or discussing. That's it. I'm not saying that I am completely uninformed or that I don't have an opinion on all of this, but I think it's important that that what I do and how I approach all of this with Gamergate, etc., it has to be done carefully.
Well, Eric, if I were to give you just one specific example, not even talking about Grayson or Zoe, but just another reporter, if you were to look at the situation with, let's say, on Kotaku with Patricia Hernandez, well, she had a relationship, a landlord renter relationship, so there's a financial tie. She also had a potentially romantic relationship relationship, or at least a close friendship, with people like Christina Love, and I'm blanking on the other person's name, so maybe the chat knows it, but it was another indie dev. She wrote major pieces, and we're not even talking like on the scale of Grayson, where it was just positive press.
Are you talking about Anna Anthropy?
Yes, thank you, Anna Anthropy, where she wrote reviews for the games and said, you need to buy this game, and linked to the store page without informing the reader that she had a pre-existing relationship. So when we hear like an interview with like a Greg Lispy, who teaches about law and journalism ethics, who says that that is clear cut, there's no middle ground on that, that is unethical in any way you look at it. I guess what I'm curious about in that specific example is, from your perspective as a reporter on Forbes, right? How do you look at that? What would you say about that very specific example where there is direct evidence through conversations on social media, and this is self-admitted from Patricia herself, and it's admitted through the updates that Stephen Totilo made her put into the articles? Do you think that's unethical behavior? Do you think she should have been reprimanded or potentially fired for it?
I think it's definitely unethical behavior, and I think I don't know what's gone on behind the scenes at Kotaku, but yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any question in that instance. I think that the Grayson Zoe Quinn association is much fuzzier, but I do think that yeah, if you're living with, if you're good friends with, or if you're in a romantic relationship with a subject that you're covering, I think that's obviously, if that's not disclosed, that is certainly an ethical issue. I don't know what, I honestly, I can't say what is the result of that. Do you fire somebody? Do you reprimand them? What do you do? I don't know that, but I certainly agree that that's an ethical breach.
Well, and I can only talk from the experience of what other, I guess, fourth estate or mainstream media would do. When you're looking at the situation that happened, if you remember back to Keith Olbermann, or other examples in mainstream media where they had a relationship or they had some kind of financial tie to a political pundit or a commentator that had come onto the show, or some political spokesman, people got fired over that. They were let go for that. Even Milo had mentioned in the Breitbart articles when he was talking about Games Journal Pro, somebody was let go over that similar situation happening on the individual that went on to work at Vox Media, and then the other individual. And again, I'm sorry, I'm a little drunk, so you have to forgive me. But when we're looking at like cases like Patricia Hernandez, I think that's, again, cut and dry. I guess I would ask you, from your perspective, again, as a reporter, I don't know how familiar you are with how editors-in-chief work, or kind of how it works on Forbes, but if something like that happened on Forbes, let's say, the reporting on an industry was fun to have relationships, either financial, sexual, or even really just close friendships with, or was living with somebody they were reporting on. They were giving basically positive press to them and giving them an advantage to financially benefit from that relationship and never disclose it. Would Forbes, in your opinion, or at least from what you know of them, would they basically fire that person? What would happen on that particular website?
I'm not sure. I can't speak for Forbes. I think that it would depend on the situation, the specific details. I think it would probably be very, very much based on a lot of different things. But I mean, it would be problematic for sure. I mean, because it would
depend on those.
It would reflect on the publication, and in a very, very bad way. So I don't know. I mean, I can't speak. I think that would, like with any job, there's going to be a lot of considerations that go into something like that. So I couldn't say for sure that someone would be fired. Would they be reprimanded? Yeah, probably.
Well, and again, I don't know. I know you're doing these streams, and people have said bring me on. You know what my opinion is. Everybody does. So it's not. There's no point in doing that. I would love. I know you're doing these streams. I'd fucking love to death if you could get people on who are authorities on this. I mean, it really is speculation. I'll admit that's very fair. Speculation on our part, speculation on the other part, whatever side it is on Gamergate, of what the reaction should be. It would be good to get authorities, people who either teach about these subjects or people who work in organizations that are third parties that oversee these kind of things, like Greg Tito had mentioned on your stream when you had done it. What was it, an ombudsman? How do you pronounce that? Does anybody know?
Ombudsman, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. If you could bring something like that on and just ask them straight up, if a reporter had a financial tie, if a reporter had a sexual relationship, if they had a deep friendship, if there was some kind of a landlord-tenant relationship, what would the reaction be? What should the ethical considerations be? How should the site management or manage it? I think that would be great because, I hear what you're saying. It is a lot of speculation, but I think...
Well, one of the things to consider is that, there's... So a reporter has a specific job, but then within the organization you have your legal team, and
Mhm.
you have people who can look at the ethics of how reporting is being, how relationships are handled, how there. I guarantee you that when this Game Journal Pros thing happened, a lot of lawyers were consulted afterwards to make sure that what ethical breaches were happening, or how close it came to an ethical breach, etc. So I agree. I think getting some experts. I'm not an expert in journalistic ethics, but there are
No,
certainly
neither am I.
there are professors. I did watch the video with I can't think of his name right now, but I know that would be really good. And I am actually working with a lot of different people, trying to get people to come onto my podcast and talk about these things.
And I think that's a great idea.
It's going to take time, but I would like to get a lot of different people with different expertise and viewpoints talking about this, because I think the best thing we can do is get a lot of different people talking about it, because right now the problem is we have a lot of people shouting in one room and a lot of people shouting in another room, and there's not a whole lot of discussion going on. And I think that's really, really important, because nobody listens to the people shouting in the other room. They just mock the people shouting in the other room. So if we can bring people together and talk about it, if we can bring in experts and talk about it, yeah, I think we can make game journalism better. I think we can make the community healthier. Right now it's fucked up. I mean, that's
It
all there
is, and I agree with
It's been
that.
fucked up for years. It's been fucked up since I started writing about video games. I mean, I started writing about video games basically when the Mass Effect 3 controversy landed. And
Yeah, that was good timing.
yeah, well, it was good timing in that it was. I mean, it was extremely surprising to see kind of how everything was going down, and just to have been observing this for the last few years. I mean, something has to give at this point, and I think the thing about Gamergate that's really interesting to me is that unlike a specific game, like you had Hold the Line with Mass Effect 3, you had outcry over DMC, Devil May Cry reboot. There was the Doritos Gate thing. All of those things most of them were focused very specifically on a video game, on a specific event. What I've been observing with Gamergate is that it seems much broader, and I don't think it's going to burn out and fade away the same way that some of these other controversies have. And I think that's what I think a lot of people are banking on it fading away. I think that's why you see so much silence and so little dialogue. I think people think, well, it's going to just fade away. It's just the next big game that comes out, everyone's going to get distracted. And I don't actually think that's going to happen this time.
Hey,
Well, that's the thing, because all these little controversies that happened in the past, they were little build-ups to essentially this pot boiling over as we have it right now. I mean, even going back all the way back about 15 years with the Pound of Flesh article that was done in the print media, I mean, every little thing, every little perceived transgression and little outcry and little protest from us that got essentially beat down by the use of buzzwords or deflection or just not caring, I mean, it's contributed to this powder keg. It's a decades-long powder keg that's been building, and eventually, we've had a match head that came by and just struck it and blew it up, and that's what we have right now.
Well, and I guess another question I'd have for you, Eric, just because, I mean, you have a different perspective on this being a journalist and writing for a website. I mean, none of us in this room do that. Specifically looking at somebody like, I'd say, Stephen Totilo, or maybe even Chris Grant from Polygon, right? When these allegations got brought up, the one with Nathan Grayson, or the one with Patricia Hernandez, or even the ties between Collar and Kuchera with Zoe Quinn through Patreon, the sites address them. But I guess what my question is, editors-in-chief, how much oversight do they have? I think one component of this is the unethical behavior on the part of journalists, but I think the other component of this is the fact that you have people who aren't reporting to their superiors relationships and pre-existing circumstances. So, I mean, doesn't that add more into it when you're kind of looking at this?
Well, I mean, if an editor-in-chief doesn't know what's going on, I'm not exactly sure what the question is.
Let me rephrase it. Okay, looking at Patricia Hernandez, she had a relationship with people she wrote about. So I had asked you, should she be fired over that? or what would the reaction be at Forbes, I guess. So Stephen Totilo is the editor-in-chief. If he is not aware that Patricia Hernandez is engaging in this behavior, does that reflect poorly on him as an editor-in-chief, or does it mean that Patricia Hernandez should be let go because she's not disclosing conflicts of interest to her superior?
I really can't say, you know, that she should be fired over this. I think that's absolutely not my place at all. I don't know the circumstances. I don't know the conversations that they've had. I don't know what anybody knew. I don't know how it came to light to them, et cetera, et cetera. There's so many details that I am just not privy to. I think that Kotaku and Totilo came out with, they responded to this, and they banned donations to Patreon and Kickstarter, I believe. Is that correct? That's what I'm remembering.
Kotaku did.
Yeah,
Polygon.
I think that was right. Polygon didn't go as far, so I think Kotaku did respond to this in a pretty responsible way. I think firing someone is a really, really big decision. I mean, it's a serious decision that is made, you know, with a lot of considerations in mind. I mean, it's very easy to say, you know, observing from the sidelines, yeah, that person should be fired. But we don't have all the details. We don't know what conversations were had. We don't know, you know, all the considerations that went into that sort of decision. We just don't know. And so it's hard for me as an observer to comment on that with authority, being so in the dark on what went on there. Now, I think that Kotaku and any other publication needs to make it very clear that that won't happen again, and because it's really, 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 really bad for those publications to have stuff like that going on. It looks horrible, and it should.
Well,
So, but when it comes to firing somebody, like, that's somebody's livelihood. We just don't know what kind of conversations were had. We don't know how the wrist was slapped. We don't know, and so, you know.
Isn't that a major issue, though, Eric? I mean, we don't know because there isn't any transparency on these sites. I mean, all the information we get is from either the editor-in-chief on them, giving us basically a blanket statement saying, we've looked into it, we don't see an issue, but they never provide information. So as more things come to light, it just compiles on top of it itself. So, I mean, you have Grayson at first, then you have Patricia Hernandez, then you have Caller and Kuchera, then Games Journals Pro come out.
Oh, yeah. Well, what information would you like Kotaku to make more public, specifically?
I would say, in the case of, let's say, Patricia Hernandez with editor-in-chief Stephen Totilo, I would like Totilo to come out and say, either I was aware ahead of time that Patricia Hernandez had these relationships, or I wasn't. And this is a reaction that the site had, because all that happened was updates were posted. He never publicly addressed what the reprimand was, or the site policy was on how Patricia Hernandez was dealt with. Instead, all we got were updates that were added to articles that were 2 years old, 1 year old. Nothing ever happened. And, you know, Patricia, on her part, if you look at, and there are archives of this because she's deleted some of these tweets, is mocking people as they're coming up with this information. You know, what was it that she said? Go ahead, nerds, dig it up. I don't care.
I linked it in the chat in the box. I got a whole like imager thing from wonderful Infinity Chan, Mr. Base.
Well, and the thing too is, again, I don't know. I brought somebody else into the chat. If you guys want to welcome him in, Milo was nice enough to join us.
Hello, how are you?
Great. I was hoping you could join us because I had a question in relation to the similar situation that happened outside of Games Journals Pro. There was another list like this, wasn't there?
Yes, there was a list called Journalist, which was a scandal in 2007 and again in 2010, which resulted as, well, we only know for sure that one person got fired, which is Dave Weigel, from the Washington Post, and on that list he was mocking conservative politicians about whom he also wrote in the pages of the Washington Post, which obviously disturbed his editors sufficiently to get rid of him. Something that I find extraordinary is how incredibly precious journalists are about the prospect of losing jobs, and how incredibly hypocritical it is when journalists are sort of this is people's livelihoods. No offense to Eric, who I think is a really good guy on this issue, but in general, but we hear this sort of hand wringing and this sort of preciousness about people's livelihoods when a journalist is talking about journalists. But we're perfectly happy. If the journalists are perfectly happy to be hideously reckless and irresponsible, and they don't call each other out when other journalists do it. Look at what happened to Brad Wardell at Stardock. Look at what's happened to so many people at the hands of these irresponsible bastards in the games journalism industry, and nobody calls anybody else out in this industry. Yet the minute that the spotlight is turned on them, suddenly we have to be very careful and precious about people's livelihoods because, perhaps they won't be able to make rent. I wish games journalists had been thinking about that for the last decade.
Dave Feigl of Washington Post actually resigned after journalist, but yeah, I mean.
No, did he resign because he was pressured to?
Again,
it's something
I'm
I'm not
hard to say. He was certainly. I'm sure he did face pressure, but he wasn't fired. I mean, that may be a detail, but it's an important one.
Yeah, I mean, what normally happens in these situations when you have a high-profile star columnist or a named journalist is that they are, as in many other industries, given the opportunity to resign. Nobody knows for sure.
And I'm not saying that people shouldn't lose their jobs if they do something really egregious. I'm not saying that a journalist is somehow protected more than anyone else. I'm saying that we don't know what happened. I mean, we just don't know what happened behind the scenes.
No,
so we are
don't,
speculating.
It's frustrating to hear, journalists who, and I'm not talking about you here, but it's frustrating to hear games journalists who didn't give a crap about people's livelihoods and reputations and success, and certainly gave no regard to the fair coverage of the video games landscape, as far as I can tell, suddenly becoming, extraordinarily ethical overnight. And we've got these things about, terrible YouTube bloggers are taking money for saying nice things about video games. The most sort of transparent distraction tactic I think I've ever experienced.
This is something that I've been caught up in.
Well, hold on. You guys let him finish your thoughts here.
All right, I'm sorry.
And secondly, as I said, just this hand-wringing about, people losing their jobs and whatever. And I just think, my God, sorry to repeat myself, but if the video games journalism industry had given 5% of this sort of ethical care to keeping their own house in order over the last decade, none of this would have happened.
I agree completely with what you were about to say, Milo. And just to touch on that, like, you could take that aspect and put that to any other job. In my job, if I were to do something to upset another person, say I said something and they said that was racist, I wouldn't just lose my job. I'd lose my license as a nurse. I would get reprimanded for my psychology stuff. I would be done. It would be completely done. But at the same time, why would I do those kind of things in the beginning, and why would I not? Why would I allow that? It's in the hands of in this case, for the journalist and the editor, or in this case, Steven Totilo, who approves these articles before they're pushed, to subject these people and ask them the questions why this is okay to write and why this isn't okay to write. I'm sure that you and Milo here have dealt with that before, where you might have had to change something that you wrote that you felt was okay, but it was too maybe biased or opinionated to put out.
That's certainly true. And the other thing to remember is, they say with power comes responsibility, but a truer thing to say is with power comes power. And what happened, although we have a responsibility to tell the truth about people, the reality is we have gigantic public platforms, and if we say something that people don't agree with, we have the opportunity to respond. We have a vastly more powerful position than anybody we write about. And so when, other journalists do things that are hideously unethical, and I think that the coverage of Brad Wardell from Stardock, I believe that was hideously unethical, and a number of people were hideously unethical. I don't think that's overstating the case. I believe that the rest of the profession has a responsibility to call them out, particularly people who seem to be a bit more fair-minded and independent about the issue. And I do think that there were two failures here. The first one was the failure to adequately check the facts in that case in the first place. And the second failure was not a single other journalist in the entire industry called those guys out. And I got to tell you, I've reported on tech for 8 years, and technology as in startup and sort of startups, venture capital, Silicon Valley, is riddled with many of the same problems that video game journalism is. But I have never seen anything like that serious a failure, and not been able to find a single critical post or article criticizing the journalism that was so obviously faulty. and so obviously flawed. It is unique in my experience of nearly a decade as a journalist. It is unique in anything I've reported on, anywhere, in any industry. The video games journalists will not call each other out for mistakes, and that has got to change.
Well, even look at was it Leanna Kay with
Well, hold on. I think that's a lot on his plate. I think we want to let Eric respond real fast.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think there is the video game journalism scene is pretty insular. When I first started writing about video games, I remember writing calling out other writers on things and hearing absolutely no response, just this deafening silence. Which was very strange because I'd been writing about politics before, and in politics there's constant debate, and there's the constant sense that people are always sort of whatever you write is going to be out there. People are going to comment on it. It's going to be publicized. If you're lucky, people are going to be talking about it. And getting into video games, typically there's not much of a conversation going on. You call somebody out, and you're met with silence, and it is peculiar. I don't really understand it. So I think there is a problem. I mean, I think this is again, since I've been writing about video games for the last few years, there's a very strange hostility towards the readership, and there's very little conversation between writers in the public space. So you just don't see that sort of criticism going on.
If I could just say one more thing.
Before you do, I got to get out of here. I just want to say thank you for inviting me on here. And if I can ask one question off topic real quick, Eric. You said you're reaching out to the opposition and people. Have you reached out to people like Leah Alexander or anybody like that who may come on to maybe, or Patricia Hernandez, as we were talking, or Steven Totillo, who may want to come on and discuss their side of the Game Journal Pros or anything like that?
I won't say specifically who I've reached out to.
Right.
Because
you have.
I have reached out to a number of people, though. Yeah.
Have you gotten any responses, or?
We'll see. It's a work in progress.
No problem. All right, guys. Thank you for inviting me. I take care of Milo, Loping, Short Fat Otaku, and Eric. Love you guys.
See you later, man.
Yeah. Thanks again for showing up, King of Pole. I hope you have a good night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow on the Ralph Retort stream.
Yeah, man. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Just add two quick things here, and then this is fascinating listening to Milo and kind of Eric talk on two different perspectives. But kind of back to another issue, I guess, when you're talking about reporting on people in your industry. If you look at the Ralph Retort, he had released, I believe it was just 2 days ago, talking about Leanna Kay. And she'd given a speech at the IDGA in Canada, I believe in 2012 or 2013. I don't remember off the top of my head. But she had admitted in front of a room full, an auditorium full of people, that she adjusted her review scores based on the bonuses that people would receive. She said, I won't give people a 7.5. I will give them an 8 instead because I want them to get money. Now, that to me seems like a fucking major ethical issue. And then I guess also one other thing, and then I'll let you guys get back to it, kind of talking about what Milo had said about people being given the opportunity to resign or to step away rather than being fired. Do you think, this is to either of you, do you think that's what we saw happen with Jen Frank at The Guardian, where she had said, oh, my editors were aware of the financial ties we had ahead of time, but after this information had come out, she had stepped away from that for about 2 or 3 weeks. Do you think that was a kind of behind-the-scenes slap on the wrist to say, hey, you can't be associated with this this news site if you're going to behave in that kind of behavior, or if you're going to behave in that kind of way?
My experience of The Guardian would suggest that they probably weren't enormously happy being deluged with allegations that they didn't check out their writers' connections properly, and they probably weren't enormously happy with her. But I think that The Guardian is one of those newspapers where ideology is a strong contender for priority, together with fact. So there are instances where The Guardian turns a blind eye, and I've seen that happen relatively frequently, if it believes that the article is acting in service of a higher goal. So if they think that the article is doing good work, they are quite happy quite often to overlook minor transgressions, and I think they would see this as a minor transgression. I think from looking at it from outside, they would say, well, it's a small industry. Everyone knows everyone. If you can't write about people you know about, you can't write about anything. She probably should have made it clearer. No big deal. It's important also to remember that it's the Guardian, yes, and the Guardian's a very well respected international newspaper. But Jen Frank was merely one of thousands of contributors to the Guardian. They have 600 or 700 journalists, which is a lot. Or something like that. At least they did before the last round of layoffs in London, and at least that number again that just sort of write for them casually from home. This is many thousands of journalists who write under the Guardian masthead. I don't think it was a particularly big deal. I don't think they had a crisis meeting about it. I think if she decided to leave games journalism, that was entirely of her own volition, because I don't think her editors would have cared enough one way or the other.
Well, to be fair, though, and to kind of expand on the Jen Frank thing, I mean, it wasn't just that they had a pre-existing relationship. Crap, is my mic coming through all right right now? Oh, okay, I was getting a little bit of fuzz. Sorry about that. She was contributing financially and receiving money financially from both Zoe Quinn and Maya Kramer, who have a connection themselves. That would seem to me to point to a larger issue than just we're associated with one another or we had drinks in a bar together. You're actually giving money to the person you're writing about in a favorable manner and receiving money from a person that she's directly connected with who's involved in that particular story.
Well, darling, you and I are of the same mind on this subject. I think that we both agree that it is completely unacceptable, and we're both relatively horrified by it. I wonder whether the Guardian would have even given it enough attention to find out and be horrified by the.
Right, I agree with that.
Yeah, I just don't think they. No disrespect to the gaming industry or any of the, anybody interested in this, but frankly, it's a national newspaper, and for the Guardian, it is a story of no significance whatsoever. It's also a story that they have made a deliberate editorial decision to avoid, by the way, which I can tell you from speaking to staff there. I know this because they don't want to get involved in the crazy. This is a perfect Guardian story. This is an ideal opportunity for the Guardian to go in hard and really punish Gamergate and bring a lot of people with them, frankly, from outside the gaming industry and convince everybody reading that Gamergate is a misogynistic, sexist, unpleasant movement. The Guardian's been practically silent on this issue compared to what it could have done. And if it had been interested in this story at all, you would have seen blanket coverage from the Guardian, because that's what they do when they're interested in a story, for example.
So would it be fair to say that perhaps, I guess, and this is complete speculation on my part, but perhaps Jen Frank kind of screwed the pooch on that? I mean, maybe this was a great opportunity to get clicks and to get attention and to run news stories, even for people disinterested, but she kind of...
My understanding is that that's exactly what happened. There was such a fuss over this article because she failed to disclose her relationships that the Guardian decided, you know what, we're happy just staying out of this.
Okay, fantastic.
Well, this is just personal curiosity. I'm not in my field isn't journalism, but when you work for a major outlet like you, Eric, or you, Milo, don't you have, upon your employment, don't you have a contract that you sign that has a certain code of conduct that you have to adhere to? I mean, I'm just because usually most positions I think can have that code of conduct.
The answer is that the rules and the training and the expectations on you are widely different depending on whether you are a staff writer on the staff of the newspaper working from their offices, or a contributor as Jen Frank is, just emails in pieces and gets paid for them. You don't have any of this. There are the same expectations of ethical conduct on your journalism, but frankly, the paper cares less. To be honest.
So the oversight with somebody like Jen Frank would be different than the oversight with somebody like, say, Patricia Hernandez, where they're directly in-house compared to a contracted writer.
That's not something anybody would tell you officially, but that is certainly how it works.
Okay, fantastic. And then I guess my other question to you both, whoever wants to take it, back to Liana K.
I'm going to let Eric take this one.
Oh, okay. You have somebody. Well, I mean, even if you looked at it in any other industry, if it was somebody writing for I don't know, an automotive magazine, and they said that I'm not ever going to say a Ford truck is bad because the people that design that Ford truck won't get their bonuses, so I'm going to say every Ford truck is good. And that's essentially what she's saying at the podium at this IDGA conference. I'm not going to say a game is a 7.5. I'm going to give it an 8 because an 8 will get them a bonus. An 8 is a higher score. Would that be unethical?
Not having listened again, like I can only comment on your summary of it.
And that's fine. Yep.
But yes, obviously that is unethical. I think review scores in general are a huge problem with video games, and I wish we could just do away with them entirely. But yeah, I mean, giving someone an 8 if you thought it was a 7.5, which sounds so arbitrary and absurd to me in the first place, that of course is unethical. You know, whether it's a friend or just you want to have people make more money, the consumer is your responsibility when you're reviewing a video game. The consumer is far more important than the developer. The consumer is far more important than your friends in the industry. Far more important than whether somebody makes money. People should make money because their game is good. People should make money because people buy their game, and people should buy their game based on good feedback, good reviews, etc., rather than somebody inflating reviews based on any reason, whether that's just to help out people's finances or because you have pressure from advertisers or whatever it is. Yeah, and that's of course that's completely unethical.
And that's a very fair answer. Again, I mean, if you're not familiar with it, obviously you can't comment on it without being able to hear it in context.
Right.
You know, again, I'm not going to try to steer you wrong. You know, I've been able to listen to the clip. It's from like about a 50-minute speech, I'd say, and it's about 5 minutes around the 40-minute mark, and hopefully somebody will link it and be able to give it to you on Twitter.
Yeah.
But it just, I guess I can only give you the consumer perspective on this, but this has been going on for a couple of months now. I've heard somebody describe it, and I think this is very accurate, as a coal mine fire. You know, it's the blaze that won't ever go out. It just keeps feeding on itself, and it's getting fed either by more information being uncovered. You know, you had the Grayson thing, you had the Patricia thing, you had Caller and Kuchera, you had all these other players involved. Then you had people like Ferrasi at that one, God, I can't even remember now. It was a movie review site, so it's not even really related to gaming. Thank you, Badass Digest, saying that gamers were essentially ISIS. Then you had somebody at Dell say that
Right.
gamers were the online terrorists.
And you know that's hugely insulting. I think when you compare Gamergate or gamers to ISIS, I think that's even more insulting to people whose lives have been actually affected by ISIS than anything. It seems like such a absurd thing to say.
I sorry to interrupt you, but
Okay.
I'll let you carry on. But just on this sort of the Devin Faraci issue, people get very precious about some of his comments, but they let me get away with being just as mean in the opposite direction. So I would just sound one note of caution, which is, look, a comparison to ISIS is clearly ridiculous. No sane person thinks that there is any comparison whatsoever. It's done to Shitstar and it's done to Needle. And I have to hold my hands up to that sort of thing as well. But you applaud me when I do it.
No, I don't approve of you when you do
I mean, people do.
it. People do. People like that's. I think you're making a good point.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, Milo, have you ever called anybody in your writing career comparable to ISIS?
No, of course not. But
Have you ever compared anybody comparable to a Nazi?
No, but listen. Well, no.
Yeah, but Milo stirs the shit, dude. Milo is out there.
But I mean, there is a
what
discernible.
I'm trying to say is, I don't.
Well, let him finish his sentence.
All I was trying to say is, I don't find it hugely convincing or a particularly strong line of argument for people to get very precious and upset about a remark that was clearly made to get a reaction. All you're doing is giving him exactly what he wants and showing yourselves to be, by yourselves, I mean people on Twitter getting angry about it, showing yourselves to be the thin-skinned crazies that he wants to paint you as. I say, fine, I've never said anything as bad as him. But I do make unpleasant jokes. I say unpleasant things. I do it because it is funny and because through that humor, I think I'm bringing a little truth and shedding a little light as well. But all I would caution you, as in the 3,000 whatever people listening to this, is just be mindful of what you're getting selectively upset about, because I don't think it's a particularly important or persuasive line of argument to say, well, how dare you compare us to ISIS? There's plenty of shit in both directions. I personally would prefer to stick to the facts.
Well, and I would too, but again, I think this is where I would think a good portion, and again, I can't speak for everyone, but a good portion of people in Gamergate are getting upset, is Devin Faraci isn't some free agent. He's not some asshole on Twitter like I am. He's an editor-in-chief of a publication, an editor-in-chief that happened to release publicly private information about people who were giving him news tips that were sent to him on a forum that had, fucking pictures from the movie All the King's Men, which is about Watergate. So you have somebody who's taking tips, private tips about news stories and publishing publicly their private information, their full names and their emails. And then he goes on to compare them to ISIS. It seems like, I guess, from the consumer standpoint, that you have all these people at different game journalism sites, and even, in Frosty's case, it's somebody at a different publication related to movies, who just don't give a shit. They'll do whatever they want.
I think he has done horrible things. I don't like or appreciate or enjoy seeing people's private messages, put out and published. I do think that he has crossed the line in a number of other respects. I think you're on much stronger ground when you illustrate unethical things he has done, rather than unpleasant language he has used.
So you would say to focus on...
Well, look, I'm going to apologize to American listeners in advance for this. Journalists in England use the C-bomb all the time. I think we can all agree he's a cunt. But
that's fine.
But I think we can do that and at the same time stick to the facts. And more worried about what he's done than how he says it.
But this brings up kind of a larger question about this entire Gamergate movement and the reaction. It's focusing on journalistic ethics, but it's been sparked largely by things people have said about gamers. Lee Alexander's article, for instance, and the bevy of articles that followed it were all, these have angered people just as much as well, maybe not just as much, but these are what sparked a lot of the reaction that has fueled Gamergate.
And I think
unpleasant things that people have said.
Right, and I think I can see Milo's point. I mean, he's drawing a distinction between something somebody says privately, I guess, on Twitter, just stirring the shit, so to speak, but between that and something somebody says through the power of the press. When you look at Leigh Alexander or, the other people that release these articles over that 24-hour period, it wasn't just that they were doing it on Twitter or as a private citizen or as an individual, free agency, whatever. They were using the publications they worked for to do it. And I think that's what most gamers find reprehensible. And I agree with Milo on that. Listen, I make videos about Tumblrisms on Twitter or on YouTube, mocking people that are hypersensitive. So I completely understand the aspect of, have a thick skin. But so I guess, Eric, in response to what you're saying, is I'd see a distinction between something somebody's saying on Twitter as a free agent, and that's even why I didn't really get pissed off at, who was the guy from Dell that was making the ISIS comment? If anybody remembers, I don't know how to...
George something, wasn't it?
George Reese, I'm sorry, yeah. But I mean, George Reese, his Twitter, in all fairness, said, "This is my own Twitter." Whatever.
No, but that's bullshit. Honestly, that's bullshit. What you say on Twitter is representative of where you work. It's a public thing. It's not private.
Yeah.
Your private emails are private. Your private direct messages are private. What you say in public on Twitter is not private.
Well, and to be fair, to finish my point real quick, I mean, yes, on one hand I agree with you, but on the other hand, the reason I draw the distinction between George Reese of Dell, and I wasn't saying fire his ass or complain to Dell about that, but I was getting angry at the CNET employee, was George Reese didn't have "I work at Dell" in his Twitter handle. It was just "I am George Reese, this is the shit I say." The CNET employee that was talking a massive amount of shit and yelling at people was doing it under a Twitter account that was directly connected to his employer. And then I'm going to shut up and let you guys talk. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm drunk as shit right now. So go ahead.
Everything I say on Twitter reflects on everything I do in my professional life. I mean, it's public. I don't draw a huge distinction there, honestly.
Eric, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You're quite right to say that a lot of the upset has been sparked by language. And that most of the reason, or at least a large part of the reason why people were originally very upset was the language used about gamers. But don't you think that's because not only was there this explosion, this sort of 10 articles in a day thing, but also that people got the sense, because this has been happening for so long, that behind the ribaldry and the jokes and the banter, that there were real truths there. Is it the case, in your opinion, that people got upset about this language because they were convinced that this language reflected how journalists actually felt about them, and that finally that the journalist had sort of broken cover, if you like, and spoken a bit of truth for once, and that's what sort of made everybody fly off the handle.
Well, I mean, I think that's true. I think it's sort of the same thing. I think that, again, you can go back to several different controversies where a similar thing happened. This was just sort of the nail in the coffin, if you will. Like, you know, with Mass Effect, it was the gamers are entitled, the entitled gamer, this image of somebody who thinks, you know, the world belongs to them and they can, you know, say whatever they want. And now you have it just gamers. It's not even entitled gamers. It's just gamers themselves are horrible people. And I think that, you know, with an article like Alexander's article in Gamasutra, there was some nuance lost because of the rhetoric. But I mean, I think that there is this perception that once upon a time, maybe, you know, people who wrote about games were supposed to be defending gamers. They were gamers. They were standing up for gamers. They were standing up against the mainstream media's portrayal of gamers as everything that she described gamers as in her article. And now, game writers themselves are the ones condemning gamers and stereotyping them.
They don't look very much like gamers, do they? I mean,
well, I mean, I think a lot of them are. I mean, I think there are. I mean, I think what we lose in this conversation is that there are hundreds of people writing about games, and there are a much smaller group of people writing about games who are condemning gamers.
But what I mean,
they're very prominent.
Well, the people who are condemning gamers are in positions of quite considerable influence at the biggest and best-funded publications. So I think it's meaningful to say that. I think it's true to say, even if they are a net minority, they are an enormously and disproportionately powerful one. But
yes.
my point was that they don't look very much like their readers, do they? They are uniformly well, one might even say overeducated, middle-class, white West Coasters, and some East Coasters. I mean, almost exclusively. You look at where these people are educated. You look at where they come from. You go through the staff pages of these websites. They look very little like their readers. And one observation I would make from various publications that I've been involved with is that the relationship with readers is in large part dependent on having content created and having opinions shared by people who have something in common with the people that they're writing for. And from what I can see as sort of an outsider, having only really been observing this for, you know, not very much more than a month, there's an enormous cultural, social, class, financial disconnect between the people in powerful positions in the biggest and best funded games publications and ordinary gamers. They just don't know how to communicate with one another because they have nothing in common.
I don't know. I mean, I think that it's possible that in games journalism, a lot of the more prominent voices are of a single demographic, the young, educated, liberal demographic, and I think that represents a very large chunk of gamers. But gamers are very diverse. So do they represent their readership? I think they do to a certain extent, and they don't to a certain extent. I think that it's interesting that in video game journalism, well, I don't know. I mean, video game journalism is just a microcosm of a lot of other aspects of journalism. I mean, in the larger tech world, would you say that these tech writers represent their demographic better? I don't think so. I think the larger tech journalism world is also largely comprised of youngish, liberal-ish writers. I mean, I think
that because it's true that most tech bloggers, let's say the guys at TechCrunch or at Pando Daily or whatever, look a lot like the writers at Kotaku and Polygon, but so do their readers. Silicon Valley and, you know, tech startup people in general are also young, coastal, highly educated, white, disproportionately male. You know, so I think, you know, sort of TechCrunch readers look a lot more like TechCrunch journalists, who look also like video games journalists. It's ordinary video gamers who don't have representation from people like them.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's fair on both of you. And again, I'm curious, we've heard a lot, I guess, from Gamergate supporters, the main consumer group of where they'd like to see this go. It'd be interesting to hear the perspectives of both you, Kane, and Milo. Kind of, I guess, looking at the movement or this group of consumers from the outside as a journalist writing about it, what would you like to see as the outcome? Or I guess two points. How do you see the movement, and what would you like to see as their outcome of this movement?
Who are you asking? I'm sorry.
Either of you, both of you.
Let's start with Eric because he's been out for a while.
Okay.
How do I see the movement, and what do I see as the outcome of the movement?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I see Gamergate as a very organic grassroots movement that has sprung up with a lot of different goals in mind. I think that at its core, that it's not just about games journalism ethics. It's about a better relationship and a better game community as well. I think ideally the result will be a better games press, but also one that has a better relationship with the readers, because right now it is one of the most hostile and divisive relationships I can imagine. I don't think that there is a singular goal. I don't think that there is a singular motive. I don't think that there's a unified front, really. I think Gamergate is just still becoming what it is, and I think it's going to keep becoming what it is for a while. And ideally, I think we have a better relationship between readers and press, and I think that ideally we have a worse relationship between game press and the industry, because I think what it all comes back to really is that we have in the enthusiast press surrounding video games, we have a very chummy relationship between the press and the industry that they cover. I mean, we have these big events, we have all these preview events, we have a lot of people at publications taking paid travel, paid hotels, paid plane tickets to go preview a video game. Whether you have like behind the doors, like people smoking cigars, coming up with like, here's what your review score is going to be. I don't know if that's going on, but we definitely have these big parties that are thrown by Activision or EA, and the drinks are all free and the food is all free, and they flew you out there. And I think that is extremely unhealthy in terms of people providing an honest opinion about the product, which is the video game. Because you have this extremely unhealthy relationship between the press and the industry that they cover, and ideally, that needs to come to an end.
Are you going to start reporting on this, Eric?
What?
That's what we all want to see. I mean, I think that's what your readers want to see. You've sort of gone 25% of the way there with some of the stuff in the last couple.
Well, I have literally been to one gaming industry event. I've been to GDC once. I've never been to E3. I've never been to any of these other things. That is my only window into what actually goes on. But I mean, what actually goes on is big parties and big events and free sushi and free drinks, and it's a problem.
Why don't you go to the parties? Don't you like parties?
I love parties.
Who
I don't
doesn't
like
parties?
I love free booze. I love free food. I love all that stuff. But I feel like if I go to a party where there's free booze and free food being provided by the people I'm supposed to be covering, and I've been like I said, I've been to GDC once. I went there. I was there for a week, and everywhere you go, the people in the industry, because it's in their self-interest, their economic self-interest, they are whining and dining and schmoozing and boozing with all the journalists. And this goes on constantly throughout the year. And maybe people are immune to it, maybe not. But the problem is that it creates a very chummy relationship between the industry and the press. And ideally, I mean, people say, well, that's how you build connections. That's how you get inside sources. That's how you can report on all this stuff. But honestly, like, the video game press basically covers video games before they're out constantly. I mean, we have previews and previews and previews and hype and hype and hype, and it's almost like the video game press exists to hype video games before they're released. And then once they're released, there's a review, and then there is silence. And so we have a video game press that exists to basically be an extension of a marketing arm for these large corporations. And that is a huge fucking problem.
Well, I'd love to read more like that.
Ideally, that has to stop somehow.
And I agree with Milo. I mean, that's Eric. That's why we fucking like you. Maybe you're not aware of this, but people genuinely really, really like you, man. I mean, they follow you on Forbes because they feel like you're somebody they can trust. And I think I agree with Milo on this. I want to hear you write more about this kind of shit. And I think that's one of the main complaints of consumers is it feels like nobody is writing about this. Nobody is talking about this on any publication.
Right.
Well,
I mean, it's true, Eric. We like you. I mean, I have a dedicated Eric Kane art folder back from a couple of years ago.
Well, I think that maybe that's hopefully, and okay, this is what I'm trying to say with all of this, is that is the outcome from Gamergate that I hope we see, and I think that you're right. I think that's something that needs to be talked about more, and that the problem is that I've sort of decided not to be a part of that, and like I went to GDC, I flew out there on my own dime. I went out there and I went to the parties and I did all the things that everybody else does, and I just thought this is it's really fun. It's really fun to go to parties where you can drink for free, and it's really fun to go, and everywhere you go, people want to, buy you a drink or buy you dinner or do all this. But it's really bad. I mean, it's a really bad thing to participate in. So, I have basically just not done it anymore. I won't do it anymore.
Well, look, this is great news for the rest of us, because the good news is, if you are unimpressed or uncomfortable with the whirligig and circus of freebies, then you have very little to lose by writing about it.
That's true.
Because you've decided you don't want to be a part of it, and fewer bridges to burn than others. Just in your defense, I'm obviously giving you a hard time trying to bring you over to the dark side, because I'd quite like. I would quite like to see you jump over to this side of the fence. What I do appreciate is that you walk quite a fine line. And are very diplomatic and quite perspicacious and judicious and whatnot in your public statements. And you do, I think everybody needs to understand, speak in a way that doesn't burn too many bridges on the other side of the fence. So you are still able to have an open channel of communication with people that I, for example, can't. And lots of other people in Gamergate can't. So we do appreciate that that is happening. And I see and recognize what's going on there. And you do a very good job of that, and I think people understand that is going on and understand why you do it. So obviously, you should take my entreaties to join the dark side with a pinch of salt.
Well,
all right.
I would like to point out, if you guys don't mind.
No, go talk.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a bit too Canadian to jump in, But I would like to point out, Eric, what you just said. All the stuff you just said, I think Kotaku actually is going to start doing that now.
Yeah, I saw that.
They posted that thing where they wanted to talk about all these games after they're out, and all the culture and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, maybe there's still a little bit of hope over there. Like, who knows?
No, there's hope. Here's how I see it. There's okay. Everything is okay. We live in a capitalist society. That's great. There's a market. Everyone is trying to make money. Everyone is selling a product. That's the same case with all of these publications. Being the first to the story is really important. Being the one that has the big preview of the big whatever game that's coming out. That's important, right? To getting clicks, to getting advertising money, to getting readers. All of that is really important. And so everybody buys in. Everybody buys in to this system that we have. Everybody wants to have good relationships with the publishers because the publishers control the access, etc., etc. It's just like in politics. It's just like in a lot of different industries. But the only way to have actually good journalism or actually for criticism is to not buy into that. You have to stop buying into that.
Well, and Eric, I guess
not buy into it though. Like, what does that mean to not buy into it?
Right. I mean, one of my questions, I guess, from the point of the consumer is, I mean, we hear you say this stuff in Stream, and that's great, but as a readership, it would be nice to read about this. I mean, I know that maybe people have commented before on this sort of thing, but we want to be informed. You know, the readership wants to be informed. If these are issues that are going on, if these are thoughts that you're having, why don't you write more about this?
I have written about this. I mean,
Yeah.
I have said that I have written about this on numerous occasions, that what I believe that rather than like actually having the backroom deals going on all the time, and maybe they do. I know that I know from conversations I've had off the record with people that there is enormous pressure on some of these publications to publish positive reviews. I know that goes on, and we know that goes on because we've seen people fired over this. But I think that the real problem, the much bigger problem, is this culture that's been created, that is far too the press and the industry are far too chummy, and the consumer is the victim of that.
Is that the reason?
I've written about that. I've written about that before. I've written about that in the Doritos Gate thing. I've written about that recently. I mean, that is my thesis. That is the problem.
Is that the reason that Shadows of Mordor, I guess, got to you so much? Is it the idea that you're seeing in YouTubers the same kind of behavior that you see in, I guess, games journalism? That kind of pressure being put on you. You need to obey us.
Right, and I think that YouTube is the future of game criticism. I think that video is because video gives you a very visceral, very immediate sense of what a game is like. But if YouTubers, and you don't have to call them journalists, it doesn't matter. They're influential. They have power. You want to talk about what Milo was saying earlier about power? You know, with great power comes power. Well, YouTubers are starting to have that, and they're going, and within 5 years, they're going to have a great deal more. And if we just accept that it's okay that a company that Warner Brothers or Played Social can come to YouTubers and say, hey, if you want a review code, you're going to say nice things about us. You know, Total Biscuit was right. He was right when he said that this is not an acceptable practice. You know, fine. Some YouTubers are just entertainers. They're going to do promotionals, whatever. But no company should demand that if you're going to get a review code. That's crazy.
Well, and I agree with you on that, but I mean, don't you think there is a line when you're looking at the anger, I guess, of Gamergaters or the people that are supporting this movement, however you want to describe them? When you're looking at their anger and their kind of outlash at the industry, do you think there is a distinction though between YouTubers and journalists? I mean, don't you have an ethical responsibility that you adhere to that's above a hobbyist making videos on a free website?
You're talking about cause and effect, all right? Okay. So here's how I see it. All right, a YouTuber does not have necessarily the same ethical standards as a journalist, but the YouTubers have, over the last few years, gained the trust and respect of the people who watch their videos and listen to them in a way that journalists maybe haven't. And with that trust and with those people relying on them for honesty and trust, you know, that in and of itself, regardless of journalism and journalistic ethics, that is a responsibility. Like they have come into that. They earned it, and they can't lose it.
Yeah, but I mean, Eric, I would say it's the difference though between, and don't get me wrong, I agree with you. I think it's complete bullshit, the Shadows of Mordor thing. I think it's complete shit that YouTubers would go along with that because they're fucking with their fan bases. I get you. I think it's complete fucking crap, and I think it should be called out. But I do see a distinction though between YouTubers and game journalists. I see it as the same distinction between getting plastic surgery from a doctor who went through medical school and has a degree and had to take the Hippocratic Oath, and going to somebody in a back alley and getting it done. I mean, no,
that's not true.
That is true though. I mean, one
analogy.
No, one had an.
Let him wrong.
Wait, one had an ethical responsibility. One had a career that has a set of standards, and one didn't. I mean, it's night and day. One took the oath, one did not take the oath.
It doesn't. You don't. Okay, there's a huge difference between a back alley whatever and a YouTuber. People are going to the YouTubers because they trust them.
Well, yeah, but people are going to the plastic surgeon because they trust him. They're going to the back alley person because they know.
Jump in as the resident expert on back alleys. I don't think there's as clear-cut a distinction as we would like to have between bloggers and YouTubers and journalists. Obviously, they're performing some of the same functions. But two things to say to Eric. One is, as I think I mentioned on Twitter, one of them is that it's very difficult to swallow. Any games journalist, even you, even probably the most popular one, sort of lashing out at other people who it is perceived are, on the up while you are on the down, who are popular, vibrant, their audience is growing, while journalists are increasingly unpopular and whose audiences are often shrinking. It's very difficult to take it from a journalist while your industry is in the middle of an ethics crisis. When we hear you lashing out at people that we already know that you sort of...
First of all, not lashing out at anybody.
No, but you plural.
I'm lashing out at a practice.
Sure,
at a business practice.
But what people will be asking when they read that is, where were you when Brad Wardell was having his life ruined? Where were you when all of these other things were going on at Kotaku, at Polygon, at Gama Sutra? Where were you when all of these awful things were happening and you knew about it because it was your colleagues in the games press? That's what they're going to be asking, and that's why some people have found it a little bit difficult to swallow.
But I was there. I mean, I was there in Mass Effect. I was there in Doritos Gate. So they can say...
Well, no, but I mean, he's referring to you as the you plural, like I'd say the royal we.
Sure, and you know what? Honestly, I can see why I got, criticism over this, because there is a perception that some of these people are trying to deflect criticism, and it's fair. I mean, that's a fair criticism. I understand that. What I want to say is that I feel like the YouTubers are like Total Biscuit is doing a wonderful thing with his criticism and his videos. I think that's great, and I think YouTube is just going to keep growing. We're going to get more and more serious critics doing video, and if we want that to be quality, if we want people to have trust there, like they don't in traditional games media right now, then we'd better pay attention to what's going on. And if we don't, the same problems, the same issues that we're facing now in games journalism it's just gonna carry right over.
But don't you think they're doing quite a good job of policing themselves? Because Total Biscuit covered this 2 weeks ago, and everyone sort of had that conversation then. And don't you think that, by and large, this stuff, because of the greater degree of transparency and the conversation and scrutiny that already exists with these big YouTubers, don't you think
I think
the market is dealing with this in a way that it can't address journalism, because journalists are so distant and so opaque in a way that YouTubers generally are not.
It depends.
As far as I can see, this is sort of that they are, for a burgeoning young, you might say, not yet professionalized, not yet institutionalized industry, policing themselves a hell of a lot better than journalists ever have.
Well, some of them are. We know because they've been very upfront about it. Boogie2988, Francis, whatever. But he had a video, and I thought his video was really good. I disagree with him doing the paid deal for Shadow of Mordor. I disagree with that. But he also pointed out something really important there, and that in the U.S. we have legal obligation to disclose, but that's not the case everywhere. And so we can say, it was great that Total Biscuit and Boogie came out and were very upfront. That's great. That's a couple guys, but there's a lot of YouTubers, and there's going to be a lot more.
Well, Eric,
that's my point. It's not that sure in this instance.
Think about whistleblowers.
Great.
Well, let him finish.
If I could jump in after as well.
Mm-hmm.
There was some very good disclosure from a couple of very prominent YouTubers. But that does not simply erase the problem with these kind of deals. And if this kind of deal was going on in print, it would also be a very big deal. And I think, I don't think that people, there's this response I've gotten from Gamergate has been, we can only focus on one thing at a time. Well, I just think it's the same thing. The problem is people who are helping consumers decide how to purchase something, in this case video games, being too close with the people who are selling that product. And that, whether you're a YouTuber or a critic online or whatever, if you are helping the industry sell your product before you're thinking about the consumer, then it's a fucking problem.
And I agree with that, and I'll let Short Fat Otaku go in a second here, but 2 points really quick. I think Milo is right. I mean, Total Biscuit did disclose this, but even more than that, if you look at somebody like, I believe it's Jesse Cox on YouTube, at the start of their videos, when they're doing a preview or a review of a game, they're talking about where they got it. They're fully disclosing the source that they got the material from, how they got it, the connections that were involved. It seems to be a community that really does self-regulate. But you're talking about YouTubers stepping up to the plate and doing something that they don't have a degree or an ethical obligation to do. And again, I agree with you at heart. It is shit that they're doing it, and they should be called out on it. But look at Grayson. Look at Patricia Hernandez. Look at any of these people that write for actual journalism websites. None of them stepped up to the plate. They only admitted wrongdoing once it was called out. So when you're talking about the enthusiast press, when you're talking about, I don't know what you want to call it, the sixth estate, or however you want to coin it, they're doing a fucking much better job than online media has. Kotaku, Polygon, Gamasutra, all of these have failed to ever disclose any information. And I think when you look at this recent thing with Shadows of Mordor or Middle-earth, what you're seeing is YouTubers stepping up to the plate in a way that Kotaku and Polygon and the others never would have stepped up to the plate. They only responded when they got called out.
There is a legal obligation to disclose financial ties that.
So why isn't that in journalism?
And okay. But most journalism does. I mean, most of it does. Most, if you go to a website that does a review of a game, there's disclosure that they got to.
Wait, but Eric, if there's legal disclosure, why wasn't Patricia Hernandez speaking about this up front? And if she wasn't, and there is a legal obligation,
right. But see, the thing is that you're pointing out something that's not right. I'm not saying it's right either. But again, it's like the two wrongs make a right thing. I mean,
no, Eric. What I'm saying is,
I'm not
wait. No, but Eric, what I'm saying is, to the earlier question, when I said should Patricia Hernandez be fired, you said I don't know. I don't have the information. But if you're saying there's a legal obligation to disclose a relationship before doing a review, if it is a legal obligation to do so, and they are refusing to do so, and they only do it after they're called out, why the fuck would they not be fired?
I'm not in HR. I don't know.
No, that's not an HR question. That's a simple ethics question. That's a legal question. Why would they not be fired for failing to disclose
the law does not mean you get fired. I mean,
are you fucking kidding me?
It doesn't mean that.
Okay. I think what he's trying.
Hold on. You're a bit drunk here. Give it a second.
I think what he's trying to ask is like if they're saying that there's this. Oh man, you know what? I don't even know what you're trying to ask, IA. You gotta pull your stuff together for a second.
Let me just roll with this for a second. I do actually. I think I agree with you, Eric. Basically, from what I can understand, it basically sounds like even if there's no actual say code of ethics for YouTubers, there's still basic morality. There's still not being an asshole, and sometimes people just. Wait,
am I? No, wait, Short Fat Otaku, am I in fucking crazy land? If a fucking doctor, or if an insurance agent, or if any other industry you can imagine commits an illegal act while working at their fucking company, you're telling me they're not going to be fired? Give me one example where somebody breaks the fucking law and doesn't get shit canned.
I mean, hold on.
Impossible to fire.
Do we have an actual incident, like an actual concrete proof that somebody has in fact broken the law right now?
No, I do, because Eric. Okay, we have been talking about an ethical and legal responsibility to disclose relationships before doing a review.
Not relationships.
Okay. Well, Patricia Hernandez had a financial relationship with two individuals she wrote stories on and promoted their product. If that's not illegal, and if she's not obligated to to report that ethically or legally, why can we bitch about YouTubers doing it?
It's not about bitching about one or the other. So you're missing the big picture.
No, I'm completely focused on
this. This is the problem that Gamergate is going to get into. Is it's going to seem like they're taking sides. The YouTubers are all good and noble, and the journalists are all bad.
No, nobody's saying that. But what I'm saying is, journalists are held to a higher ethical standard. If they have a legal obligation in the United States of America to disclose relationships, financial relationships, and they're not doing so, why is Patricia Hernandez still employed at Kotaku?
Oh, I get it.
Because it's Kotaku.
So
no, that's not a good answer.
So I think I understand. So you're saying since due to their standing as journalists, an actual position as journalist versus someone who's just a YouTuber.
Right.
I mean, not just a YouTuber, but you know what I mean. Someone who has a moral obligation, a legal obligation in one department compared to someone doing the same action who doesn't have that same moral obligation. Why is it okay to call out that person who doesn't have that moral obligation versus the person who does have it?
Right. Before I say that, PewDiePie or BoogieBye or Boogie 98. I don't know where that echoes.
Here's the thing. I gotta just throw this in there. Oh, I hate this echo.
It's coming from Milo.
Oh, it is?
Hey, Milo, did your headphones pull out? Okay, there you go.
Oh, no, we're good now. I'm sorry, just a quick sum up. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the situation, if you're saying that legally in the United States that YouTubers have to disclose this information, and journalists have an ethical responsibility and a standard in their industry to do so, and they're not doing it, why is Patricia Hernandez not fired right now on the spot by Gawker? Why has Nick Denton not stepped into Kotaku and said, you are fucking out of this company because you have done something so illegal that you should be gone?
I really think you're focusing on that way too much, honestly. I think that they're within a company. You look. If you go out tonight,
But Eric, you just
and
admitted it's illegal.
you break the law, you're not going to necessarily get fired from your job. That's not how breaking the law works. You could go get a DUI tonight, right?
But
You
no,
go to
Eric.
DUI and your employer
Eric,
will not necessarily
she
fire you.
admitted it. She admitted it. There's no. If I got a
Right.
DUI and the boss didn't know about it,
Well,
she
hold
fucking
on.
told her boss.
I
I'm
think-
telling you
I think
that
you
that's
might be-
not how it works, man. You
I
can
think
say
we're
whatever
mixing
you want. Your opinion is whatever, but it's not how it works.
So you're telling me Gawker can employ people who have broken the law in regards to disclosure?
It's not even necessarily break. I mean, when it comes to these kind of laws, these are regulations. I mean, It's not like murder. It's not cut and dry.
Yeah,
There are
what's your
policies
point
at
of view?
publications. There may be strike rules. Who knows? Like you're taking a very hard stance, and I understand that because taking a very hard stance is easy and popular. It's
But no,
good to-
Eric. Is that not the same thing you're doing with YouTubers? You're saying they have an
I'm
obligation
not doing that with you.
with
I'm
FTC
saying
to
that these
disclose this
no.
information legally.
Yes, and they could get in trouble if they don't.
Okay,
they might
so
get a, they
they're
might get
gonna
a slap
in
on the
trouble.
wrist.
No, they're
They
going to get in trouble for
probably
doing
won't-
that, but
they
Patricia
probably
Hernandez
won't
is.
Oh, okay, hold on.
No,
Let's-
look. They're not going to go to jail for it. They're not going to necessarily lose their YouTube channel for it. All right. The thing is that there's so much gray that you miss when you decide to take a really hard stance on something. You may think that she needs to be fired, but there may be a lot more things going on that you don't know about. Right? She may have gotten a slap on the wrist.
That's
And
actually
a
a
lot
really
of
important point because one of the things you have to bear in mind is that a really important part of a journalist's job, if they're doing their job properly, is probably to skirt very close to breaking the law in all sorts of ways.
Right.
You know, the Fourth Estate is there to hold power to account. Sometimes that power is the law. Sometimes it's politicians. Sometimes it's the police. Now, you could argue with some justification that very few members of the games journalism industry are doing anything of such societal significance that they warrant a blind eye being turned. Eric is right that many of these things are guidelines and regulations rather than sort of statutory instruments. He's right there. But the more important thing is that journalists are there to break the law in some circumstances. They're there to do what the ordinary members of the public can't. Journalists do it because they have lawyers and platforms and power to hold other powers to account. Now, when that goes wrong and journalists fail in their responsibilities, and their primary responsibilities are to expose wrongdoing, by the way, not to be, as Eric put it perfectly correctly, an extension of the marketing arm of very large, very rich companies. A journalist's primary responsibility is to expose wrongdoing. When they fail in that task, when there is, as we have had in Gamergate, a sort of industry-wide ethical failure, then precisely the kind of consumer action that we've seen with Gamergate is a proportionate, reasonable, and appropriate response to that. But I do have to say, when we're really doing our jobs properly, it very often does put us in legally tricky positions, which is why newspapers spend so much money on lawyers, and why all journalists are worried about going to prison if they're ever working on an interesting story. It's a similar, if you ever write about anything remotely significant, first of all, you're going to get a lot of people upset, and second of all, you're going to get yourself into some degree of legal trouble somewhere. And factor in the possibility that editors are complicit in an ideological mission, as we have seen happen with video games journalists, and you start to understand why it's not quite as clear-cut, if I may be bold enough to disagree with Jim on this one rare occasion.
And that's fine, but I guess, okay, I've got two things. And again, I'm drunk, so bear with me. To Milo and Eric, have you ever broken the law in regards to your job? That's a straight up question. For Breitbart? No. For Breitbart or Forbes, have either of you broken the law?
Well, I can answer that very easily because I haven't broken the law for Breitbart.
Okay, Eric Kane, have you ever broken the law in regards to reporting in Forbes?
No.
Okay.
But I answered that question very carefully, which is that I haven't broken the law at Breitbart.
Fair enough. And again, I guess what I'm finding infuriating here is the idea of the pot calling the kettle black, is saying that YouTubers, because of FTC regulations and legal obligations, need to disclose information. They should be attacked for this or for not doing so.
Nope,
but when
that's
it comes,
not what's being said, man. That's not what's being said.
Wait. Just let me finish. But in regards to people like Hernandez or others who have, supra obligations, outside of what a hobbyist would have, or what outside of somebody who doesn't have those ethical obligations or the degrees or the standards that are set forward for them. I guess, how are you drawing the distinction? I mean, you're saying we should be upset that YouTubers are doing this, and then you're kind of skirting the issue with Patricia Hernandez. You won't say, well, she should be fired, she shouldn't be fired.
Nope. Again, you're confusing things. That's all there is to it. I am not drawing a distinction. I am saying that people who are supposed to be advocating for consumers have a responsibility to the consumer. Plain and simple. That's it.
Do they have
and
legal
it's not my place to say who should be fired or not.
No, I'm asking you personally. I'm asking you personally, Eric. If somebody breaks a law, should they be fired?
It depends on the law, doesn't it? And it depends on the context.
Well,
if I
Jim,
go and if I honestly, like what law? What law? If someone in a state that where marijuana is illegal smokes marijuana, should they be fired from their job? Do you think that should happen? I don't think that should be happening. I think the law is complicated, and I think it's very much based on context. And I don't know the internal management process of these places, and so I won't comment on something that I'm not capable of commenting on.
Okay, and that's fair enough. Let me ask you this, Eric, in context to Forbes.
Well, Jim, we're getting a little off base here. I mean,
No, low ping. I get it, but it's my stream. I want to ask the question.
all right.
Eric.
It's not a democracy.
That's right. This is a fucking dictatorship. Welcome to it. Eric, if somebody was working at Forbes and they broke the law, and I guess in regards to the disclosure, if it was financial disclosure, if it was something else, you're a journalist. You should be familiar with these laws, whatever they happen to be. Broke the laws in regards to reporting, and there should be laws, I'm guessing, in regards to reporting. If they broke those laws, should they be fired?
All right. So what if somebody broke a really important story that was really crucial to consumers or to citizens about maybe the government doing something horrible, and they had to break the law to do that? Should they be fired?
That's what I'm asking you.
I don't think so. I think it depends on context. And I think it depends on the institution, and I think it depends on the rules. I mean, you don't know what the management rules at Kotaku or at Gawker Media are. You don't know if they have like a 3-strike rule. You don't know these things. You're commenting on them from a position of not knowing. And that's
that's the point, though, Eric. I don't know, because Stephen Totilo and Christopher Grant, nobody will fucking come forward and say these are what our rules are.
Maybe there are rules in place. Maybe a lot of places don't disclose those things because there is a contract involved between the employee and the employer. And
I think it's actually very important. It's very important in many cases that they don't disclose those things,
Right.
and readers do have to, in many cases, take on trust that publications are operating ethically. Now, as I said earlier, when that starts to go wrong, particularly when it appears that there is a systemic problem across an industry, as has happened here, and vote with their Twitter accounts, and that's tremendous. But if you are, Woodward and Bernstein must have broken 24 fucking laws. I wouldn't have advocated arresting them for any of them. All I would say is I think we're kind of wandering down a bit of a dead end.
Okay, Milo. To be fair, but did Woodward and Bernstein profit, or did their friends profit financially from their coverage?
Of course they did. They wrote books about it. They made a fortune.
No. But what I'm saying is, they were writing a story on Nixon. They saw government corruption, and they wrote a story. But did their friends, profit from it?
But the same protections have to be in place.
Nobody's going to compare a blogger with hopelessly compromised relationships who's accepting freebies from studios and who's basically employed to push ideological agendas from their friends and push marketing messages from their paymasters, whether in or out of the publication that they write for. Nobody's going to compare that person with some of the greatest journalists of the century reporting on government issues. The point that we were seeking to make is that you can't simply say, particularly, especially with journalism, there are jobs where if you break the law, any kind of law, it's in your work contract that you'll be instantly dismissed, right? Many of those jobs are state jobs, so if you get some jobs, even if you just get arrested. But there are jobs where if you get convicted of anything at all, state or federal or anything, anywhere, under any circumstances, you're found guilty of any crime, you're instantly dismissed from your job. My experience of newspapers tells me that if you were arrested and convicted of pretty much any crime, you would be dismissed from your job as a reporter. If you were, for certain sorts of crimes or certain sorts of infractions committed in the course of your reporting about which an editor knew, by and large, you'd probably have the publication behind you.
You know what? I'm going to be honest here. I'm probably rambling, and I'm really, really drunk. So maybe I'm missing the point, and I'll watch the stream in the morning and be like, holy shit, I'm a fucking asshole.
Well, why don't we move on to another subject?
That's a brilliant idea. Thank you, Milo. I will send you a new pearl necklace in the fucking mail for that.
Oh my!
Did you? Sorry, just to be completely clear, did you just announce to 3,500 people you were going to give me a pearl necklace?
Yes, I did.
I just want to take that one down.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I've had a question kind of brewing for about an hour here, and it's on a completely different topic. So if you don't mind.
Perfect. It sounds like exactly what we're hoping.
Yeah. Eric, I wanted to ask you regarding the what was it called? Game Journal Pros, I think.
Yes.
The Google grouping. What would you like to see happen to that group internally? Because I know that Total Biscuit talked about, he revealed on, I think it was on your stream actually, that he has, or rather YouTubers have their own similar group, but the rules of it are, we don't promote anybody, we just bitch about stuff and play video games. So like, what would you want to see happen in that group in terms of reform?
Well, I would like to see that the complete historical archives published and the group shut down. But of course, if that happens, it'll just go somewhere else. Look, you can't. There probably is already another list in the process of being set up. I'm sure Ben Kuchera and Kyle Orland are merrily registering a new and more surreptitious and impenetrable abbreviation. For a new list. I'm quite sure that's happening now that they know their existing list has been compromised. The best thing you can hope for with these things is that if things go really wrong, somebody in the group will notice and send the contents to a journalist. That's exactly what happened here. That's journalism performing exactly as intended. It perhaps took a little bit too long, and some of the things that were happening should have been surfaced sooner. But as far as I can see from this whole thing, journalism has been working as intended. The good thing is, journalists now have been put on notice that what they say in private as well, wherein it has a bearing on their professional reputations and conduct, may well find its way into the public. And I don't think any of them will forget it anytime soon.
Yeah, the Game Journal Pros list included quite a lot of people, and I think that if anything truly malicious goes on, it's going to be a much smaller group of people, and it's not going to be an official list. That's my personal opinion. Well, I think that going forward, I think if people want to coordinate things, they're going to be more careful about it. I mean, I think you're right. Journalism is working as intended, but the unintended consequence may be that if things are done under the table or in the back room, that's going to be a much more carefully decided group of people involved. So that may be depressing.
Like,
but that's,
instead of getting rid of the corruption, it may have unintentionally just driven it even deeper underground.
I don't know. I mean, I just think that if people are going to really try to influence the way that maybe forums are being censored or these other things, they're going to do it in a very different way going forward. So.
I guess what I'd ask then in regards to the Game Journals Pro list, if you found issues with that to be unethical, or if you found something about it to be compromising, what do you think of people like in the latest leaks we heard from Navarro say that? Well, I think it was Navarro, and again, you'll have to grant me some leeway here. I'm fucking super bombed. I think it was Navarro that said, "I am a member of other secret groups." So I guess, do you think that's a problem? Do you think that all these people talking to each other behind the scenes is an issue that's playing into what we're seeing people get angry about in Gamergate, or do you think that's an ethical issue? Or I guess, how do you think of that, Eric?
I think it's an inevitability. I mean, I think that in every industry and in certainly in other types of media, like the political media. I mean, we talked about journalists earlier, but I mean, we know that these in politics in particular, that people of a different political stripe are going to be working with other people. I mean, I don't. It's one of those things. You look at the world and you say, I wish it was better, but on a certain level, this stuff just goes on, and it's always going to, and it always has.
Do you think it's well, let me rephrase it then. Do you think it's acceptable, the Games Journals Pro list? Let's say things had turned out differently and you were invited into it. Would you have accepted the invite, and would you have taken part in what Orland from Ars Technica had set up? Would you have joined that group?
I've never been in a group like it, so probably not. But I mean, I know that I email people, and everybody does. I mean, I guess, where do you draw the line in terms of what's acceptable? I mean, people on an email list is not in and of itself a bad thing. I mean, everybody here emails people. Everybody here has their contacts that they deal with, in that fashion. I think that there was things published that Milo published that were obviously going too far, but I mean, honestly, the simple act of emailing with other people in your profession is not in and of itself unethical per se. So
Well,
I don't know what you're supposed to do about that.
What happens in these situations isn't so much that there is, although there may be, worrying collusion on specific topics. What happens when these lists exist and are very large? There was 150 people on this list, most of whom would simply have been reading and not necessarily posting. And the list was going for a very long time, too. What happens is groupthink and echo chamber dynamics start to form. And after years of a list like that, people begin to second-guess their own coverage and their own opinions. And it's normal for journalists to want to be admired by their colleagues, many of whom, many of the people on that list will have been looking to other journalists on that list for promotions or for job opportunities. So there are all sorts of, if you look at the way the incentives are set up, in a close-knit but influential and relatively large, long-running group like that, the incentives all point towards unanimity of opinion and homogeneity of outcome. Now, there was lots of disagreement on that list, and lots of people didn't agree with certain things that were happening, and when particularly egregious suggestions came up, like, shall we buy Zoe Quinn a Feel Better gift, thank God some journalists on the list said, what the fuck are you thinking? But the general trend in those sorts of little closed private communities is toward groupthink and toward an echo chamber, and it's that sort of context of if you imagine everybody sort of gradually coming together, so they say the universe is going to end in a big crunch, you got this sort of gigantic galaxy of journalists, and they will very slowly start to come toward one another, and they get faster and faster and faster towards the end of the universe, and that's when we witnessed the end of the universe, if you like, a couple of weeks ago. That's the risk. That's what was wrong with it. That's why it was a story, and that's what I think that the emails that I've released so far, and there are more to come, show happening, and that's why I think it was a problem.
Yeah. So I agree with that. I think that the problem that we're looking at is that in and of itself, emailing people and being on a list is not necessarily, there's nothing necessarily wrong with it, but it can have bad outcomes, and maybe it's a bad idea to participate. I think it gets very complicated in terms of, like, whether or not it is inevitably a bad thing. It can be. But anyways, I have to get going though.
Oh well, I appreciate you coming out, Eric. Again,
yeah, and let's do it again. I'm
no,
down for
and,
more of
and,
this.
and I'm completely shit-faced right now, so I've probably been a massive asshole. But I do appreciate you coming on the stream. It was very nice of you, and I'm glad we were able to kind of get your perspective on this. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's been fun. I
I'm
say
going to
we do it again.
continue to bully you to be rougher and tougher and meaner. I mean, it gets me off the hook, right? Because at the moment I feel very lonely. Thanks, man. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
All right. See you guys later. We'll do this again.
Take
All right,
care.
have a nice night, Eric. Thanks for coming out.
Goodbye, Mr. Kane.
Goodbye. Thank you.
All right. Well, Milo, if you got a few more minutes, I'm sure the chat wants to say something. They've been screaming at me to shut up because I'm a drunk idiot. So
Well,
I will ask them questions in regards to what they would like to ask you. It takes a minute for them to catch up, so just got to give us a second here.
well, it's 4:48 here, so I'll give you 15 minutes, and then I'm going to retire to bed because I have to be up in an hour and a half. But I will. Let's do 15 minutes.
Oh well, shit! I appreciate that. Again, thank you for giving us the time. I know the chat probably has a lot of questions they want to ask, so I want to give them a chance to ask what they want to ask.
Sure, we must give the people opportunity.
So let's see here. People are saying, "IA, shut the fuck up! You're too drunk," which is extremely true. I'm a loudmouth asshole when I get drunk, but then again, this was a fucking dumb stream, and I wasn't really expecting it.
You say you're a loudmouth asshole when you get drunk. How could
Oh
anybody...
yeah, only when I get drunk.
How
That's
could anybody tell the difference?
But then I also offer to get people pearl necklaces. So see, it's kind of give and take. You don't really know which way it's going to go.
Well, I will follow up with you on Twitter as to when I can cash that check.
Yeah, it'll be a good one. So,
Well,
Chad, if you have any questions, and I'm sorry, I'll let you go looping in just a second here. But if you have any questions, ask them now. We got 15 minutes, and Milo will answer them. Go ahead, looping.
Well, that was me. That was me, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, short fat of taco. Go ahead.
Milo, let me just ask you something really quick. I remember I tried to email you. God, it was about a month ago, and it probably just got lost in your inbox. But it was basically my stuff for the IGF and Indiecade and Phil Fish basically buying his awards. And I kind of emailed you and I was like, hey, listen, is this like legally okay for me to put out? Because it came from leaked documents, like documents that were illegally leaked from Polytron Corporation. And I was like, is it okay for me to like do a video on this or talk about this? And I guess I just wanted to hear like an official's opinion on talking about documents that were illegally leaked, but you had nothing to do with.
Yes, well, there are some answers to those questions. I am not a lawyer, but I'm able to give you some advice. If you could just hit me up with a forward of that, so it's on the top of my inbox, I will respond to you before I go to sleep, and we can talk that out. Is that okay?
Sure, I'll just send it off right now, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what I think I know. It's important to remember that I know a little bit about British law and nothing about American law, but I can tell you what.
Well, I'm Canadian, actually, so.
Oh well, even worse. No, I meant that in the nicest, most supportive way. I will tell you what I think is likely to be the case, and I will suggest to you what you should do with it.
Okay.
All right, no problem. Okay. People want to know. Oh, and now they're asking me for my penis size.
You get that question too, isn't that fun?
No, I have been getting that question as well. Well, look, as I've said repeatedly, but nobody has really picked up. There is a sex tape out there somewhere. So it's really up to you guys.
You understand, Milo, that now people are going to scour every single porn site that exists to try to find this elusive sex tape to get a view. You have a lot of people who want you as your internet husband or husbando, however they pronounce it.
Well, I was a lot hotter and a lot younger when this video was recorded. So if somebody does find it, it will be a particular treat.
Well, and you should be impressed too, because there's a thread right now on 8chan talking about this, and the response is to how you've been throughout this entire debate, aside from me being a massive asshole, is that you've been a consummate gentleman. So they are very impressed with you.
Well, I've never been called that before.
Well, now you have.
I've been called a lot else.
I guess one question I think that is kind of popped up, Milo, in regards to the reaction that you've gotten from gamers as this has kind of gone on. how do you view that? It seems like you've gotten a lot of positive support. People really are glad that you've kind of at least talked about the issue. You know what I mean? That you've reported on the issue. What is the response you've gotten from gamers themselves?
It's been very positive. It's been very nice. I'm somebody who enjoys going into new areas that I didn't know anything about before, finding out as much as I can about them, doing some reporting, kickstarting discussions. And I've done that in a couple of different industries, I suppose. And they're all sort of related to tech, whether it's startups or whether it's corporates or gaming or whatever. I quite enjoy meeting a huge bunch of new people, assimilating a lot of information at once, and then doing some reporting on that area. So this one, I can say, without blowing any smoke up your collective asses, this has been the most fun by far. I've had the nicest people that I've met and that I've come into contact with doing this by far, and I've enjoyed the subject matter as well. It's a good old-fashioned nice bit of journalism, being able to like break open a secret mailing list, see these guys like squirm, and there's nothing more wonderful than seeing other journalists like, squirming, like they make the people they write about squirm every day, and seeing them, being able to dish it out but totally unable to take it, is just one of the most delightful things in the world. I know that probably makes me a terrible person, but it's enormously enjoyable watching hypocrites get a taste of their own medicine. And I won't lie, that's part of the motivation for me. I do enjoy it. So yeah, that's been fun. The subject matter's fun. It's a great story. It's like catnip to people who like kind of mischievous journalism like I do. But it's also, I think, in service of a good goal and a higher purpose. And I have to be very clear and very honest. Like the gaming community and gamers at large have been it's been a revelation to me, and I feel very ashamed of some of the things I said about them, in ignorance a few months ago, because when we heard that sad news about Christina Sommers' husband,
Mm-hmm.
and I just sort of thought, well, fuck it, let's send her some flowers, and because it's a nice thing to do, and she's seems like a lovely woman. The explosion of support. I mean, it's got 2,000 signatures now. And it's in a couple of days, isn't it? When did this happen? Tuesday?
Yeah, and that's amazing, really, when you think about it.
2,000 people. I mean, I didn't really do anything. I just phoned a florist and threw a website together. But all of these people took time out of their day to go and send these messages. And some of these messages are really very beautiful and very sort of well thought out. I just think I can't imagine that happening. In any of the other worlds in which I've worked. It's just the most extraordinarily wonderful thing to watch. And it really motivates me to fight on your behalf. And there will become a point where I don't think of myself as a reporter anymore, and I just think of myself as part of Gamergate. It hasn't happened yet, because I think it's important for me to retain objectivity for as long as possible, so I can still write about this stuff.
Maintain the wall.
Yeah,
and that's...
There will come a point when I can't really write about this anymore, because I feel like I'm more of a part of the movement than a reporter, frankly. And that's the highest compliment and the most sincere compliment I can pay any of you.
Another question that seems to be asked a lot, excuse me, on both the stream and the 8chan thread and on Twitter. What has your experience been? Because most people know that you're not really a gamer. You've kind of dipped your toe into the pool, so to speak. What has your experience been so far with that? What do you think? Is it some kind of hobby that you'd be interested in? Is it just some kind of exciting new thing to kind of test out just to see what it's like? What are your thoughts?
Sure. Well, it certainly started as just a way for me to know what the fuck I was talking about, right? So I started. I did that first live stream, which was effectively the first video game I'd ever really played, apart from maybe 15 minutes of Doom 10 years ago, or whatever. As a child, but I have found there are things that I really like, and I suppose by any meaningful definition, I'm probably on my way to becoming a gamer, because things that I mean, everyone's enjoyed me being totally shit at Portal 2, I think. But I too have enjoyed being shit at Portal 2, because my if you like, my intellectual landscape, my world, my universe is words, right? And I like words, and I'm good at words. I'm less good at numbers, physics, You know, I mean, working out that momentum thing would have been impossible for me on my own. You know, sort of jump through the portal and, you know, to get extra speed and all that kind of stuff. And people were giving me tips, and eventually I figured it out. And when I figured it out, playing that was so enjoyable for me and stretched me, because my brain just doesn't ever have to compute that kind of stuff, right? And that I found sort of challenging and interesting and enjoyable. I'm determined to make it past a few levels of FTL, because it destroys me about 3 minutes in every time. To answer the question,
I beat that game like my first time playing it, and nobody believes me. And now I try to go back and beat it, and I can't do it.
I don't believe you, because it's really. No, look,
you see, it's true though. I'm not lying. I really did it. No one believes me.
No, I don't fucking believe you, because you know, I get into this fog, and then my spaceship fills up with fog, and then it says there's intruders, and there's like 12 of the fuckers, and I've only got 3 little dudes. And how the hell are you supposed to defend against that? So no, I don't believe you.
Have you tried not being bad at the video game?
Oh, that's harsh. I agree with Milo though. I played Faster Than Light. I've gotten my fucking shit kicked in on that. I guess one more question that's kind of coming through the chat is,
Sure.
you know, you've done these streams to kind of show off gameplay, and you've gotten a lot of popularity. I mean, a lot of people really like you now. What do you think of the incentives when you're kind of looking at YouTubers, kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
These people that do Twitch streams and stuff, and I guess advertise on it. Do you see a future for enthusiast press? Do you see a future for gamers that are able to monetize and really make it into a career? Or do you think there's a distinction between people who have, I guess, a journalism degree and write for a site, as opposed to a YouTuber and a Twitch streamer?
Yeah. So I see, with no disrespect intended to any of the YouTubers,
That's fine.
I see a similarity between them and me, which is I'm like an ENFP. If you know what that means, the Myers-Briggs thing. I'm very ENFP, which means that I kind of do. Although it may not look like it, just following my Twitter, I do really want to be liked for the right reasons. You know, for good.
We all do. Yeah.
I behave in every possible way to avoid that ever happening, but secretly at heart I do. And I think that there are some problems when, with very personality and opinion-driven, sort of personality cults, if you like. I think there are some problems there. I think there are some perverse incentives set up there, because basically it's very easy to become very popular by being nice. And by being lovely and friendly and happy about everything, you can garner an enormous audience. And you see this with the way that Hollywood stars and pop stars behave around what they do, with sort of anodyne, friendly, upbeat, fairly bland personalities. There's a worry that there won't be a level of honest criticism from YouTube personalities who are as concerned with their own profile and popularity as they are with what they're talking about. So I think that's one of the reasons that keeping hold of at least some journalists is a good idea. And of course, I mean, my personal view on this conflict of interest thing is that the market will police itself pretty well, and I think that's already happening. And I think it only takes. The thing about whistleblowers is it only takes one person to blow the whistle. The advantage you have with YouTubers is that they all have, they all have big platforms. It just takes one random guy to make a YouTube video about pretty much anything, and it can go massive if it's a big enough story, right? This is the environment in which we now live, which wasn't the case 10 years ago, when if you wanted to break a story, you had to go to a journalist, you had to go to a newspaper, you had to go to a TV station. That simply isn't the case anymore. And I think there is slightly better transparency, and there is a better relationship with viewers, and I don't think viewers will put up with deals like the Mordor game deal. And I think that sort of stuff will fix itself over time. I do think that the failures of journalists are greater and are more severe and are should be punished more harshly, because they are professionals who are in the business of holding power to account, and they're abusing their own.
Oh, okay, and then I guess, and I know you're short on time, so I don't want to keep you too long.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
One final question for you, if you have the time. people are asking again in stream on Twitter and on the GG board on 8chan. What is your appraisal, I guess, of how Gamergate or the people that support that movement have done so far? If you were to categorize it, if you were to give it kind of a
Would you like a
summary.
grade? Would you like a
Yeah.
grade?
Mhm.
Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna undo a month of good work. I would give you an A minus B plus.
Okay.
I think there's been a lot of very good, very constructive checking of bad language and whatever, and unpleasant. And even I get it. You know, I was tweeting this awful GamerX organization today. I mean, why won't they answer me? Am I the wrong sort of homosexual? Am I not gay enough for you? Because I can suck more dick if you like. Could somebody please respond to me from GamerX? Because or are you only for gays who agree with you?
Milo, I can tell you, saying "please respond" usually doesn't work.
No, but I'm ENFP, you see, so I'm needy. People were saying to me that was too aggressive, and I thought, oh my god, fuck's sake! So you really need, if you want to see aggressive, I'll show you aggressive, sweetheart. But no, I've sort of lost track of the question. Sorry. What was your? What did you ask me?
Oh, no, that's fine. Let me rephrase
I think you can do it. No, I know. Sorry, I remembered.
Okay.
Look, I think by and large, I think Intel was great. I don't have obviously visibility, as I don't think anybody does, on what's happening behind the scenes. I've noticed that people like there's Roguestar and Sargon and whatever are respectively doing a lot of organization and motivation for letter writing and a lot of sort of citizen journalism. And I think all of that's been terrific. I think you're showing the journalists up, frankly. I think that the language on the whole is temperate and accurate. I think that you're showing remarkable restraint in the face of horrible insults from the journalists that ought to be fighting your corner. So I can't really complain about very much. If I'm completely honest, and I'm going to leave this as something for you to think about, I didn't understand the response to Damien Schubert's suggestion for a industry body to sit alongside. I understand where a lot of you guys come from, and I know that the idea of leaders is completely antithetical to the anonymous psychology and all the rest of it. But when I spoke to Monday Matt about this on the radio thing I do, it became very clear to me that it was obviously a good idea, and that he was not somebody that any of you would want involved in it. But you've got to get yourself, I think that Gamergate has a really powerful, important message, and you're going to have other important, powerful messages in the future, and you need a way to get that on conference stages and to legitimize and to institutionalize a little bit, some sort of mechanism. That is why you only get an A minus, because I think there's got to be some recognition that if this movement is going to have longevity and stability and real commercial clout and power, I think it's got to evolve from a sort of loose coalition of people doing, people tweeting and live streaming, into something that somebody from the outside world can visit. They understand what it is, what it wants, some of the people that are involved in it, and can phone it up and book a speaker.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's this loose confederation, but I mean, it's based upon the. How do I put this? Like, okay. When people ask people who are in Gamergate why they're there, they get different responses. And they're going to say, what's your goal? And they're going to get different responses. I did this little questionnaire a couple of weeks ago that was basically, it was 2 questions. It's, who are you and why are you here? And then 5 questions saying, what do you want? So I got close to almost 600 emails at the end of it. And it's basically everybody from all walks of life. Who are you? What do you want? Why are you here? And I noticed that the goals, quote unquote, that they had for Gamergate were totally different, but they were somehow linked to the why are you here. You had some people who were here as the corruption in the industry aspect. You had some people here that were at the the gamers are dead articles and lambasting an entire demographic. You have some people who are here at as part of the social justice narrative that they're seeing pushed. You have people here seeing due to a victimization of a certain group, and it's gotten to the point where the goal of Gamergate is personal and independent, of the person itself, to the person itself, not to the movement, whereas the movement itself is rather a means to that goal.
What I would say is that you lack in the gaming industry a consumer body. I think it is inevitably going to surface, and if you don't make it now, if you don't take the opportunity to create it now, somebody else will later, and it will look a lot less like what you'd want. And I think in every industry, every big established industry, you have consumer bodies. They all run along very different lines. They're all structured very differently. But what they do is advocate for consumers' interests. Now that doesn't mean that they only fight on one subject. They fight on many fronts at once, and those priorities change over time. And the people who run that organization may be re-elected, as regularly as often as people like. But what they have in common, and what they're useful for, and what I think that this movement could do with, if I'm honest, is they have the ability to strike fear into the hearts of the people that they judge. For example, which Damien Schubert suggested, which I thought was a terrific idea, they can rate journalistic outlets. They could give Kotaku an F or a D or whatever. That speaks so powerfully. You cannot understand how powerfully that speaks to advertisers.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad idea. It's really, really great. The thing about it is it's just a matter of timing. Because something
now
like
is the time to do it. Now is the time. You are never going to have more attention or, frankly, more sympathy than you have right now, and nor are you going to have more people prepared to donate. Maybe a $5 each. You get 2,000 people to donate a $5 each. You've got enough for a little war chest to get a website sorted, get someone to brand it, all that kind of basic stuff. You're never going to have a better opportunity than now. And the point that I'll just make 2 points, then I've got to go. The first one is if you are in a position where you can rank and judge outlets, advertisers listen, and they don't just listen. They don't just make big decisions, which you see with Intel. Those Intel things happen once in a blue moon, right? It was a really big fucking deal and a huge victory. But you shouldn't expect one of those every week. What will happen will be more subtle than that. What will happen is that outlets that are rated very poorly will get lower rates from their existing advertisers, right? So sites that are perceived to have more authority and speak to more gamers and are trusted by more gamers will get paid more for the same ads. So you won't necessarily see Intel dropping out from one website, but what you might not necessarily know initially is that those relationships will begin to change if this organization is seen as a respectable authority and can speak for enough ordinary video gamers, right? It doesn't have to speak for everybody, but if it speaks for the majority and expresses in relatively uncontroversial terms most of the stuff that most people care about, it will have credibility. And if it has credibility, it has power. And if it has power, you can use it to punish the people who behave badly.
Well,
that's what you're lacking.
Oh, and I think just to kind of close this out, and then I know you have to go, it's something I've struggled with. Listen, I don't necessarily think that it's a bad idea. I think that people were resistant to it because of who suggested it, and the kind of the timing involved in it.
Yep, I understand that.
And again, I really appreciate you coming in here. Like I said, we had a couple of questions we wanted to ask, and you were able to answer them just wonderfully. Again, I apologize if I was a drunk asshole. I wasn't expecting to pull you into this, nor was I expecting to pull Eric Kane into this. Do you want to plug anything? What your Twitter is, so people can follow you in case they're not?
No, I'm fine. But I will say two things. One is you've been an absolute delight, and thank you for having me. And the second thing is just to say, you guys have done something almost unprecedented here. I can't think of another sustained, coherent consumer revolt like this in the tech industry, in any bit of the tech industry, for years. I think it's powerful. I think it's marvelous. But you have to decide, as a movement, would be my view, and you've got to do it before Christmas, I would say. What this is going to turn into, where it's going to go, and what it's going to look like. My personal opinion is that it stays fundamentally a headless, by which I mean leaderless, not directionless, coalition of engaged, persistent, polite, well-educated consumers who advocate for the interests of gamers. But it is complemented by an organization comprised of people that, like I would say, Eric Kane types, who have sympathies on both sides and are able to be. Eric Kane is a journalist, so he wouldn't be an appropriate member, but people like that who you have identified and who you respect and who you think are able to accurately convey your opinions. People who can speak to anyone and would be welcome on any conference stage, and also could advocate for gamers' interests with Nick Denton, the owner of Gawker, or with the president of EA. Somebody who you trust to sit down in a room and say, right, this is what the people we represent are really worried about. And that's lacking at the moment. That's a problem.
It sounds like you're advocating for a union almost, a gamers union.
It's a consumer body. I mean, it's like Witch Magazine or any of these other things. It is it is a consumer watchdog run by consumers that acts almost as a sort of journalistic. What you'll find actually is with these consumer watchdogs that they generate their own editorial. Journalists will be quite keen on publishing surveys that this body comes up with, because what you'll do is you'll do an annual ranking of publications, right? And you'll rank publications from like A to E, and that becomes a really powerful annual news event because every publication wants to know where they are on that list. And those sorts of things generate their own editorial. Other people will start to write about them. Journalists will want to make you happy, and it doesn't mean that they'll write opinions it doesn't mean that you'll alter their fundamental opinions in some cases, but it means that they will be a hell of a lot politer and more thoughtful and more considerate to other points of view, and that they will hopefully start to do their jobs better, and you will be able to express to them your pleasure or displeasure with them after a year. You will be able to write and speak and talk about what consumers aren't particularly happy with. And it's not just journalists. You will be able to do all of those things also about developers, about big game studios. You can have sort of unofficial annual awards for like the best games and all the rest of it. Take some of the power back from journalists and decide yourselves game of the year, studio of the year, and similarly, fuck up of the year, disappointment of the year. And no developer, particularly the big ones, want to be, the game industry consumer body's fuck up of the year. And they will do everything possible to avoid that. At the moment, they don't have to because they've got power over the journalists. But if you have a credible organization that is able to call out big screw-ups like Mass Effect 3 and say this was unconscionably hopeless, and we're not going to let you forget about it. You're speaking to they have no power over you, like they do over the journalists. They have no ability to control what you're going to say about them. This is the great glory of what your movement has at the moment, but it needs to be codified in a way that represents a genuine reputational risk to these companies, so that they take you seriously. And that's what's missing. And that's my last word.
Well, and I think that's quite right. I mean, I remember The Consumerist would rate EA each year, and they eventually responded. It was a few years before it actually took effect, but now they're actually worried about it. So again, Milo, thanks a lot for coming out. Can you do me a favor, because I feel like I'm always fucking up your last name? Is it Yiannopoulos? Yiannopoulos? How am I saying this?
Oh, I get it wrong myself. I'm on the phone to the gas company or the water company. So can you spell your surname? And I have this moment of panic, and I have to write it down or get a credit card out and read it out. Okay, it is Yiannopoulos. It's super easy.
Yiannopoulos.
Yiannopoulos, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you again, Milo Yiannopoulos, for coming out to the stream. Again, I'm sorry if I was a little crude or a little drunk with you, but
delightful. You've been delightful.
It has been fantastic, and again, I will send you that fucking pearl necklace. I'll get your address from you later, privately. I am a man of my word, and you will get it.
Isn't it the sort of thing that has to be given in person?
I'll tell you what. I'll fly out to London or wherever you're located in the UK, and I will fucking give it to you in person. We'll set up a time.
Happy to split the airfare on that one, darling.
All right.
All right.
Milo, can you put your email in the chat, like the private chat, real quick, so I can actually send that off to you? Because I couldn't find your email.
Oh, yeah, of course I will. Yeah, I will. I'll do that, and I will. Let me do it now before I forget. Listen, thanks so much for having me. Appreciate it, guys. And,
No, it was a pleasure, like always. Thanks for coming out. I think the chat was really happy, and 8chan was really happy, and Twitter was really happy that you came out and were able to answer some of the questions and be a little more calm than I was. So that was it was very nice.
Stop beating yourself up. You can get angry later. When you...
I will. I will
Never
get very
mind.
angry later.
After you watch it tomorrow and see everything.
Oh God, that's when the regret creeps in. Yes.
All right. Okay. Thanks so much, guys. Good night.
All right. Have a good night.
Mr. Yiannopoulos.
Good night.
Have a good one.
Bye.
And again, to Short Fat Otaku and Loping, if I'm going to end the stream here pretty quick, so I'm going to just answer a few questions. But if you guys want to plug a Twitter account, a YouTube account, anything, now would be the time to do it before the before the users dwindle down to one. So if you want to go ahead.
Shit, he didn't give the email before he left.
No, just message him privately on Twitter. I'm sure he will. He's again, it's what fucking. He's got 10 minutes to sleep before he has to get up, so he's probably fucking dead tired because I rambled on like a jackass.
He's back. Yeah, go ahead, Loping. I'll go after.
Well, as far as plugging though, I do want to give a call out to Miss Lisa No in our hashtag at Black is in Yo. She's been really stand up in trying to get people to pretty much address less than savory characters who may be using our hashtag, asking people to bring them to her attention, and then going to speak with these people in private, and then thanking people for reporting them. And I have to say that's a really, really stand-up thing. So my plug is at Black is in Yo. That's Miss Lisa No on Twitter.
Well, thank you very much, Loping, for coming out. I'm sorry if we kind of talked over you. I kind of wanted to have both you and Short Fat Otaku talk more, but things sort of shifted direction once we got Eric Kane and Milo in here.
Next time.
Hopefully I'm saying that. Yeah, I'll do another Lazy Thursday stream next week, and I'll have both of you on with nobody else, and you can fucking talk your heads off. So Short Fat Otaku, if you want to plug something here before you jump out.
Yeah, I'm not as selfless as Loping. You can go see my own YouTube channel. It's Short Fat Otaku, and the Twitter is Short Fat Otaku, and everything Short Fat Otaku. And I mean, like, if you want to see who's behind everything, that's on Twitter, the camera girl, which is the _camera_girl. She does all the work on this stuff. I just talk. I'm no idiot savant like she is. So.
No, and that's fine. I'm glad that both of you came out. Sorry if I was a little crass. Again, I'm fucking super drunk. But,
dude, I've been a drunk handler for like 10 years. You're fine. You're like low on the drunk tier scale.
Hey, and you did a great job, Loping, at least moderating till I became a shit. So, again, thank you both for coming out. Again, guys, they listed where you can follow Matt or other people that they want you to follow. So check them both out. If you guys want to jump out, I'll answer a few questions on the stream, and then I'm going to close it up.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and definitely a pleasure, man.
Yeah, it was great. Oh, I will say one thing quickly before I go.
Yeah, go ahead.
The next indie. Oh, yeah. It's indefensible, not indefeasible. Indefensible comes off a play of words of indefensible.
Oh no, and again, if you've ever heard me say hyperbole, it's hyperbole. You'll know that I'm a fucking retard. So that's completely understandable that I'm going to butcher that.
But that next video is supposed to come out tomorrow. It's going to be delayed now because I spent all night here. So.
Well, then they can all blame my ass for being rumbling drunk. But so in a day or two, we should expect it in the next 48 to 72 hours. Then on Short Fat Otaku's YouTube channel.
Yep, same channel.
All right, awesome. Thank you again for coming out, and I'll talk to you next Thursday if you got some time.
Yep, I'll talk to you later, man. Thanks.
All right, have a good night. All right, let me jump back into chat here. See if people are still screaming at me not to be this drunk, and we'll answer a few questions. maybe fuck about for a little bit and see what's going on. 1 second here. God damn, am I shit-faced. All right, chat, since there are still, how many people are in here? I don't know, like 2. Since there's still 2 people in, 27 people in, go ahead. Ask whatever questions are burning on your mind. I am a free man. I can answer whatever the fuck you want to talk about. Jim, when is the next video coming out? It is coming out Saturday night, Sunday morning. So one of those 2 times between that 12-hour period. But it will be coming out this weekend. I guarantee you that. It will be real time, not Jim time. Do you speak Mandarin? Not very well. I know a little bit of Mandarin, but not a lot of it. IA equals best drunk? Probably not. I more than likely will wake up in the morning and be like, God damn, what an oppressive asshole I was. Hopefully I didn't mistreat Eric Kane too much. I know I got a little heated there and probably missed the point. But again, that's more the result of paint thinner than it is my fault. What's your opinion on IGN? Don't really have an opinion on IGN. I don't read it, so I don't know what it's like. Everybody knows it's a 10 out of 10 meh kind of website, so who knows. IA, are you really doxxed? If you're talking about the docs that are up on Encyclopedia Dramatica and other sites, I can't tell you. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. It would be foolish of me to tell you. Is Friday your day off? I can't really answer that. I can't answer that without giving out personal information. I'm sorry. Wow, look at those numbers drop. Milo is a very popular asshole. So is Eric Kane and Short Fat Otaku and Lo Peng. And I'm just a sad motherfucker with 20 viewers. Check your Google. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how I'm coming off. I'm probably slurring my words and speaking stupidly, but I am really fucking drunk right now. Just more than you could imagine. So I don't know if I'm holding up decently or not, but there you go. Call me a cunt, Jim. You're a cunt. You're welcome. How do you feel? Oh, it's going way too fast. Jim, say the word shit. Shit. There you go. 9 out of 10. It's okay. Thank you very much. Unless you're making fun of IGN because there's a delay in the stream. I don't know. I don't really care. I named this, by the way, because of people, a couple of people are saying, don't make a Gamergate stream if you're going to be drunk. This isn't a Gamergate stream. As you notice, it's called Lazy Thursday stream. And none of my tweets were related to Gamergate. It just so happened that Eric Kane wanted to come in and Milo wanted to come in. Well, I'll admit, in the case of Milo, I asked him if he'd like to come in because I couldn't remember the name of the Games Journal Pro thing, and so he was nice enough to grace us with his presence. But kudos, again, to both Eric Kane and Milo. And let me get their pitches out here, or plugs, whatever you want to call them, before I get too drunk to actually fucking say this properly. You can follow Eric Kane on Twitter at Eric Kane. That's one word. E-R-I-K-K-A-I-N. That's Eric Kane. Let me get Milo here. Yiannopoulos. Now that I can say his last name without sounding like a fucking complete moron. Oh my god, and everything's turning into this fucking disaster. I can't even click on this shit. Milo is way too humble. So let me give you his Twitter account. You can follow him at Nero. That's N-E-R-O. That's at Nero for Milo. Both of them, Eric Kane and Milo, were very nice to come onto the stream. Again, I feel a little bad about how I treated Eric. Probably shouldn't have talked over him and been a complete asshole, but both very nice guys. Like I said, I like Eric Kane. I like his writing. I think a lot of people feel that way. So it just, I guess, felt from the consumer's perspective that he was disinterested, but came out on the stream and answered the questions. He was very upfront about how he felt and dealt with the pressure very well. And Eric Kane's a good guy, in my opinion. So is Milo. So again, you can follow them both on Twitter. Hopefully you do. Let's see if there's any questions in the stream or the Twitter. Apparently on GG, if IA wasn't constantly saying he's drunk, I doubt anyone would notice. That's how you know I'm drunk. ID number NCE134. I'm a fairly what do they call it? You know, like in Mad Men, when those guys get drunk during lunch, that kind of thing. Generally, I'm okay. If I get really, really shit-faced, you'll notice it. But fuck, I don't know. After I took those 8 shots, which somebody in the chat calculated, I probably took another 4 shots. So I'm like at 12 shots. I don't know what that means in relation to vodka, but you can calculate it and figure it out. Somebody's asking, would you fuck Milo? I'm a straight guy, so that would be a no. But by all means, feel free to follow him and lust after him. I know Milo is into... I don't know how to say it. I'm too drunk. Let's just skip that. Get drunker. Probably not. It's getting very hard to read the chat. Obnoxious drunk? I don't know. Chat will have to decide. Twitter will have to decide. GG will have to decide if I'm a obnoxious drunk. Just jumping onto Steam here to see if I can get a hold of Jesse Ventura. See if he'll want to come on. See if we can close it out with little Jesse. All right, I probably shouldn't stay silent too long. So dreamy. That's from Jade 3D Fox. I think I'm saying that right. I don't know who you're talking about, Jade. Milo in his pearl necklace is pretty dreamy. If it was going to sway me for the other team, it probably would be that. But as I've said before, I have a thing for Asian chicks. So unless Milo suddenly changed ethnicities, it's probably not going to happen. Somebody's responding on Skype because I tried to message Andrew. That's the Mr. Jesse Ventura guy. That's Blackface Kermit, by the way, on Twitter. I think Andrew is dead. Hung himself in depression. Well, that is sad. Thank you, though, Hack, for telling me about that. I'm sorry, everybody, but Jesse is dead. He swinging in a closet somewhere. People are saying to sub to JonTron. I see no reason not to. JonTron's a pretty cool guy. Feel free to sub to him. He's already got like a bajillion subs, so I don't really know if that's going to have any effect, but knock yourself out. Wow, this is going quickly. How is your skeleton? I would hope he's fine. Fap, fap, fap. Knock yourself out. Nobody can see you, so jack off to your heart's content. He's got the yellow fever. I've admitted that time and time again. If you read any of my answers on Ask FM, you'd know that I love the Asian women. Can't help it. And I'm coughing like a jackass now. My straightforwardness is oppressing. I'm sorry. I'm a shitlord I was going to say Sessler. Cis het pig, I think is what they go with. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just watching the viewers dwindle down. I'm waiting for it to hit 20. Jantran, I don't think that's the right name. Jim, say my name, and it went by. Holy shit. Way too quick. I don't even know, dude. It was something. You got some name. Do you have big feet? I've already said in the... somebody asked earlier what your shoe size is. 10.5. Figure it out from there. You could say he's the newest hanging closet monster. That is a very witty, Hack. That's good. That was a good joke. Literally a race trader. You're also very harsh on me. But Paul knows this. I did all those fucking Tumblrism videos, and I did the Hugbox stuff way before the Gamergate stuff. So Paul is very well aware that I love the Asian ladies. Uh, Asian chicks are fucking awesome. I have no regrets. Shitlord Sessler is right. I agree with you. Jim, do the alphabet backwards. ZYW, and that's about as far as I get. And I had to think about that too. So that should give you some idea of where I am alcohol-wise. Jim, do you read The Goodnight Moon? I don't think I'm familiar with it, so I could say no, I don't. Who hanged himself? That was in regards to somebody else's username, Hanging Closet Monster, who goes by Hack. Fuck you, Hack. I'm telling them that. Which is funny. I mean, it's ironic in a way. His name is Hack, but he can't hack shit. Now I wait for his Skype response to that. It'd take a few minutes for that to catch up, but okay. Man, you are really fucking drunk right now. You don't know the half of it. Who is the best Red Letter Media person, I'm going to guess you asked that? Because that went by really fucking quick. Mike. Mike is the best Red Letter Media person. Why does IA hate X? I don't know what X is. You're being a dick to me because I can't. I see all this XYZ shit. Stop. That's not fair, man. No regrets. Yeah, that's right. No regrets. Do you think a Rate My Professor like site for journalists would be effective? Here's my honest thought on this. Milo brought this up. Here's what I honestly think. And I know Monday and Matt brought it up. Zen of whatever his fucking name is brought it up on Twitter. I don't like the idea of a council because I think it's a gatekeeper mechanism to keep people from doing effective things. But on the same hand, on the other hand, I guess Milo's correct. You do need some kind of officiating body. The problem is the logistics of it. Who do you set up as being the head person? How do you make sure that they're not corrupt? How do you make sure that they're going to be fair and not decry people looking into different things? If you set up some kind of a Gamergate council that provides ratings or services, that kind of thing, how are you going to make sure that they're not going to say, hey, you know what, King of Pool and Sargon of Akkad, you can't look at Digra. And if you do look at Digra, we're going to call you assholes. Or Thunderfoot, if you talk about Anita, we're going to decry you, that kind of thing. It's really risky. Somebody had asked earlier on Ask FM, hey, do you think a kind of archive or deposit site would be good for information related to Gamergate? And yes, I do think it would be good. But again, the logistics of it, how do you set it up? How do you get that officiating body to work? I know some people who worked with Occupy Wall Street had commented on the Gamergate thing, and they've seen what happens when social justice warriors shit stuff up. So maybe they'd be the people to ask because they'd know the pitfalls to avoid. Not my place to say I'm not your fucking leader. I'm just some random asshole on YouTube that makes shitty videos. So it's up to you guys to figure out how you're going to work it. Can I get a pearl necklace? No. I have a feeling this pearl necklace is probably going to cost me like $1,000 or $2,000, which isn't a big deal. But yeah. And I'm one of those fuckers that when I say something, I actually keep my word. So more than likely, Milo is going to get a fucking pearl necklace and be like, holy shit, he actually sent me one. No, again, people asking, can I get a pearl necklace? I'm not going to send you a pearl necklace. I'm sorry. What is your opinion on King of Pol? King of Pol's a nice guy. His streams are entertaining. I get it. I like to crack jokes about the guy and give him shit for running ads. Don't get me wrong, though. I don't think he's a shill. I think he's just somebody who likes to do streams. He's a Pollock, and he happened to key on the Gamergate thing, and he's talking about it. More power to him. Tyrone is the leader of GG, sure enough. Holy shit, IA is loaded. Welcome to the fucking stream. I don't know if you're looking at the numbers, but it's dropped down to 22 people now. So yeah, I'm a little drunk. Oogly boogly, I could barely say that. You're welcome. What is your fetish? I'm not that drunk. I'm not going to tell you. Here's the reason I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you what I'm into sexually because, one, why the fuck would I tell you that? And two, why the fuck would I tell you that? It's not going to happen. King of Pole hates children. Don't we all, though? Aren't children just horrible? What games are you currently playing? I just picked up Super Smash Brothers for the 3DS. And by the way, all the fucking assholes asking me who I'm maining, because I don't fucking know. Robin. I'm maining Robin. Fuck you, Robin is good. I don't give a shit if all those assholes online are using Little Mac. Fuck them. I'm using Robin. They can deal with that shit. Oh, what the fuck was that? Low Ping, if you jump back into the call.
Yes, I did. I was wondering how long it would take you to notice.
I heard a little bit of background noise. By all means, feel free to talk if you got something you want to chat about.
No, I just felt like I had some plans just fell through, so I felt like keeping you the drunk company. It reminded me of college.
Oh, that's fine if you can tolerate it.
More than able to tolerate it. That and probably help you eye those questions in the box because you seem to be missing a lot of choice stuff.
Yeah, if you don't mind, if you got some time, if you want to give me a hand here, can you read some of the shit out in the YouTube chat? Because I'm having a lot of trouble doing it.
I can read perfectly fine here. Some people want to know who you main in Smash.
As I said just a couple of minutes ago, I'm focusing right now on Robin. I don't know if they're good or not, but I'm having a lot of fun using them.
Someone wants to know if you want to build a boat for them.
I will build you a boat after I finance that fucking pearl necklace for Milo. It's gonna cost materials for me to build you a boat, so I'm gonna have to come up with a budget plan on that.
Your opinion on Marauds?
On Marauds?
Marauds.
Yeah, this is why I identify as a constitutionalist rather than a libertarian. I get it. I understand what people are mocking when they bring up Marauds in regards to taxation and the use of public roads that have been financed by private citizens. It's a funny joke. I don't really give a shit either way. I just like repeating it because it pisses off libertarians.
They want to know who is your waifu and how old are they?
I have no waifu, and I wouldn't know the age of something I don't have.
Let's see here. Are you going to rape King of Pole?
Jesus Christ, no. Again, I like Asian women. Unless King of Pole becomes a very convincing Asian woman, that's
yeah. What if you put a wig on him and then hold onto his temples and stretch it out a little bit?
Have you seen King of Pole? Because he puts his picture all over the fucking place.
Yeah, he's pretty. Just ignore the hair.
You know who he kind of reminds me of? And I thought this the first time I saw one of his pictures. Have you ever seen Clerks? He looks like Dante. He does. He has that same kind of facial hair, and he has that same kind of like.
Dante is like cherubic. King of Pole is a little more angular.
Well, no, I'm not saying in regards to weight. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying in regards to the overall impression, he reminds me a lot of Dante. Like I could picture myself. Who was the guy that was his buddy in the gas station? The guy who worked at the video store.
Oh, Randall.
Yeah, I could picture him as I already forgot his name. Fuck, Dante, and I could be Randall. That's how I think of that.
Oh my goodness. Where are your cigarettes and what brand do you smoke?
I smoke Camel filter cigarettes, the best and smoothest cigarettes that are out there. As the VP of Camel, I recommend that you smoke
them. People are doubting the idea that you know what pearl necklace is in regards to the double entendre.
Are you talking about the clitoris?
No.
What? No. We're talking about pearls, right? I get what you're. I understand what the chat is talking about with their double entendre, but no, I'm going to send Milo an actual pearl necklace.
Well, yeah, they know you're going to do that, but they were just making sure you knew the other meaning. I don't know how they got the impression you didn't know it, even though we made the lewd woo when he said it too.
No, again, I'm pretty drunk, so maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? I'm just a poor farmer from Minnesota, apparently, who looks like the scout from TF2, so I don't know.
Yeah, they were generally concerned like one of your cows ate you when you disappeared from the stream, so that was fun.
No, like I had said earlier, I had business out of state. I had to go travel quite a distance to go take care of some business-related things, and I was gone for about a day or two.
Would you 1 versus 1 someone in the chat?
Depends what game. I'm shit at all video games, but I'll 1v1 you. Doesn't matter.
Are you fit?
Oh, fuck yeah. By fit standards, though, I'm a manlet. Because if you're not at least 7'9" tall, you're a fucking manlet. In their
I
eyes.
think it's been upgraded to like 8'12", 8'11" now.
Oh, it's a board dominated by giants. That's good to know.
Just humongous people at this point.
So are they going to rename Fit Nephilim then? Because like that kind of height is fucking obscene. So I don't know what they're going to call it.
Do you fear your skeletons?
No, I keep them internally suppressed under my muscle and skin, so I should be good.
Well, I mean, you don't know. Muscle and skin is softer than bones, dude. If it wanted to, it could leap out of you at any moment.
That's very true, but skeletons, a lot of people don't know this, are raging pussies. So they basically, a little bit of resistance is enough to keep them in check.
Well, all right. So
Yeah.
you hear that? You shouldn't be spooked to skeletons that much because
Right.
and they're cowards.
They're fucking
They're
chicken
more
shit.
they're more afraid of you than you are of them.
Very good. Yep, that's true.
Let's see. What time do you do the stream? I keep missing them.
Generally I'm a lazy fuck, so I just put up a stream when nobody else is doing it. Again, I know King of Pole was doing one. I didn't know that until after I'd said I'd do it in an hour and a half. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have done it. But I already gave my word. I try to avoid other people's streams because I don't want to split viewership. You know what I mean? Like Whisker Grenade and Kotaku in Action and King of Pole and all these other people do really good streams, and so I don't want to
Whiskey
be.
Grenade was livid, dude. Well, not livid, but drunk livid, not true livid. But like, because polls in your stream like popped up right in the last quarter of theirs.
Oh shit! I didn't even know that. See, I thought
Yeah.
I thought pushing it out an hour and a half would be good enough because I knew he was doing one, and I knew that he had done it for about, I'd say, like a half an hour to an hour. So I figured, oh shit, he'll do it for about maybe 2.5 hours and then be done. That's why I gave the time period that I did. If I'd known that it would interfere with his, I wouldn't have done it. I would have pushed it out till later. It wasn't intentional. Whiskey Grenade. If you happen to hear this, it was not intentional. If I'd known, I'd have pushed it out farther.
Well, I think they're in Bongland right now, so they're probably asleep.
That would make sense.
Who is your favorite Power Ranger?
Well, I love Asian chicks, so Yellow Ranger would be my favorite Power Ranger.
Well, the Yellow Ranger was a dude in the Japanese version.
Yeah, but wasn't he she was a chick in the American version.
Well, yeah, but she is also dead.
Yeah. Well, dude, hey, I mean, come on, let's not be too picky here. You did say Power Rangers, not Sentai Rangers, or Sentai, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, it's a little disturbing though when you see them like pop a squat and do a little pose. They don't change, like they don't localize the Sentai, so the Yellow Ranger you can see definite bulge. That's
Hey
unsettling.
now, stop being such a horrible cis oppressor, okay?
Mhm.
Maybe the Yellow Ranger with their giant cock bulge identifies as a female.
You know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. There is nothing wrong with a nice feminine dick.
That's right. It's a trans clitoris. Use the proper terminology.
All right, let's see here. Do you suck feet?
I'm sorry,
Do you
cut
suck
out.
feet? Do you suck feet? They want to know if you suck feet.
Are you talking about feet? Like
Like feet, like that you walk on. The things at the end of your legs. Do you suck them?
No, that's
I don't know why
generally
it's so funny to me.
that's generally not something I engage in. I don't walk around to people, random strangers on the street, and say, "Hey, can I suck your feet?" That's I don't know where the fuck that came from.
I don't know. Everybody knows "Can I pee in your butt" is a much better line.
There you go. That's
right.
the way they should have gone.
Short Fat Otaku wants to know for next week, should he get a list of shit from Camera Lady to talk about because he doesn't know shit?
Yeah. Again, I feel a little bad for you and Short Fat Otaku. Like all honesty, I didn't expect Eric Kane and Milo, even though I invited Milo after Eric came in. I hadn't expected that to kind of go that way.
No, that was a fucking blast. Are you kidding me?
So yeah, I mean, Short Fat Otaku, if you're listening, if you want to get a list of stuff together, by all means, go for it, man. Come on and talk about whatever you like. We'll give you both as much time as you want.
Let's see. Do you love Ebola-chan?
Who doesn't? Ebola-chan is great.
Let's see. How do you feel about the CP shit going down on 8chan right now? That's news to me.
I think if I had to guess, I think what they're referring to is what's going on the random board, the B board, and that would be the statement by Hot Wheels that they're going to adhere to certain laws so they don't get a bunch of shit. Listen, I get it. Everybody wants to go to an anonymous board and post whatever the fuck they want, and usually it comes down to an issue of people saying, well, I should have the freedom to post a bunch of CP if I want. And again, this is what I think the argument is about. Dude, he can't keep the site open if you're posting a bunch of kiddie porn. So obviously it makes sense that he's going to say no to that.
Let's see. Do you like sports?
Yeah, I follow a couple of different sports, but I'm not a huge sports fan. I do like SP though.
Oh yeah, SP's fucking great.
Oh yeah, I
They're
love
like
that shit.
a think tank for trolling and shit posting. Like they don't even get mad at it anymore. Like when they see a really like virulent one, they just kind of look at it and go, "Oh, that's good. I should use that for next time."
Well, yeah, that's why they got the SP name, shit posting.
So is it SPE or SPA? Because I had a really awful person try to tell me it's SPA.
It's SP.
See, they're crazy. All right. Do you like J-pop?
Yes, but I prefer K-pop.
Oh. Girls' Generation?
No,
No?
no.
What?
There's a guy on YouTube called DJ Masa who remixes a bunch of K-pop shit and J-pop shit, and it's really fucking good.
Oh. Wait, what's he
Yep.
called again?
DJ Masa, M-A-S-A. You can find him. He's got a bunch of mixes where he takes like Western and Eastern music and then mixes them together. So he's got like one from Smells Like Teen Spirit, and then I can't remember what the boy band name is from Korea, but it's fucking crazy. And then he's got other stuff like Lollipop from Lady Gaga and another K-pop band. It's really good stuff though. He's pretty talented.
Do you follow hockey, and if so, who is your team?
I haven't followed hockey since about 1990. And it used to be the North Stars, but then they moved to Dallas, I believe, and I haven't followed it since.
Oh, they're all ours now, son. Haha.
Oh, get fucked. You stole our hockey team?
Oh, it's our hockey team now, so, fuck right back at you. Let's see. What is your favorite vodka?
Kharkov. Listen, I'm one of those people who I'm going to get drunk, I'm just going to drink to get drunk. That's what I am.
Yeah, amen.
Yeah, that's what I am right now. I'm not a beer drinker. I don't drink wine. If I'm going to sit there and suck on this horrible shit, it's going to be for a purpose, which is to get shit-faced. And so Kharkov, as bad as it is and as horrible as it tastes, is the paint thinner of choice for me.
See, you've got to be efficient with your alcoholism. You need to drink the smallest amount as the fastest amount possible to get as drunk as you can.
That's exactly right. That's the way you want to go.
Let's see here. Ooh. That's the same question being reposted. Do you suck dicks? I think that's redundant.
Oh,
You already know that.
I'll answer it for the hell of it. No, I do not suck dicks.
Your favorite book?
Oof. Shit. That's fucking hard. I guess the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, just because I found his honesty refreshing.
Wow, that's a wrong answer.
Well, fuck you too.
Everybody knows the correct answers are either Hatchet or Brian's Winter.
Oh, well, shit. Fuck my shit.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Are you into lolly?
No, I actually prefer chicks with tits. So lolly's kind of counter to that.
Or a third dimension. That's nice.
Well, there you go, yeah.
Do you even out?
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
The outdoors board. Out.
Oh.
Nobody posts an out. Everybody just links to it so they can tell people to leave.
In a woods, but I don't out. And that's more K than fucking out. Isn't out like a recent creation?
Out is, yeah, it was part of the, well, not really recent. It came out, haha, along with Psy and all the other lit back when they came out.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it was a couple of years ago. Who is the best Katawa shouju?
Oh, what's the chick with the burns?
Hanako?
Fuck yeah.
My goodness.
Oh, take your fucking crippled arms and legs shit somewhere else.
Well, I'm sorry. I just can't help the fact that you have such awful taste in everything.
Holy shit, I'm getting called out. Hanako, are you sure it's Hanako? Because that sounds like Hanukkah.
Hanako's the one with the bacon on her face.
Okay, because it's again, it sounds like Hanukkah, which I'm sure is going to give me a lot of shit from Pol. But yes, I like the burn chick. She's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Again, the correct answer is Lily. Lily's
The
correct
blind girl?
answer. Yes, the blind girl.
I don't know. Like, how is she ever going to have good sex with you? She can't see it coming. You know, like, hey, hey, give me a blowjob, and she's fucking tapping you with her nose and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, that was
It's
beautiful.
truthful.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
She can't see you coming.
That's right. She can.
All right. What's your opinion? Oh man, it jumps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Welcome to my world.
What's your opinion on? Shit, where did it go? I just scrolled there. I'm sorry. Post it again. Who would win at a drinking contest, you or Lee Alexander?
Lee Alexander or Leigh Alexander? Are they talking
Leigh
about the
Alexander.
Oh, okay. I would. Absolutely, hands down. I could go through this whole bottle if I wanted to, but I don't want to wake up puking in the morning.
Well, puking is part of the experience, Jim. You have to understand.
Well,
Yeah. You sign up for it's a package deal.
Well, I told the chat earlier, or I said, and I guess I should say a previous streamer, maybe Ask FM or on Twitter, that I'm part Irish. That's a small part of me, but not a complete part of me. So I think that gives me immunity to drinking alcohol.
See, that's horribly untrue. I've got a friend that I drink with, and he's Irish German, and he's twice my size. He's got like 2 heads on me, and he came back from like Missouri, and he had like these jugs of moonshine, like actual moonshine. There was even X's on the jugs, and we passed it back and forth, and puking and hollering, and I'm just sitting there laughing at him and cleaning up his mess. And Irish German guy, twice my size, can't hold his liquor. That's horrifying.
Well, shit.
Yeah, it's unsettling. It's like finding out there's no Santa Claus.
I could imagine how damaging that was for you.
I've just like lost all faith in 2 nationalities altogether. It just does an entire it does half a continent a service. All right. Why is Shadow of Mordor the greatest game ever made?
Because the marketing team told me so.
Actually, I'm hearing like from people who aren't marketing people, it's pretty fun. As forbidden a word as that is.
Well, yeah, that's what I've heard too. Like I'd said, God, I say that a lot too. Fuck. As I had said previously, yeah, I'll more than likely pick it up when it's on sale, but not at full retail price. But it does look like a fun game, in all honesty.
IA, what's your IRL farmer accent?
They want to know where I'm from? I'm guessing that's what that means?
I guess they want to hear your accent. If maybe they think this is your continental accent that you're throwing out there.
This is how I sound. This isn't put on, so what you hear is what you get.
Jim, will you smash with me? I'm pretty sure he's talking about Smash Brothers.
Or getting shit-faced drunk. Yeah, I'll smash with you. I'll put up my, what the fuck do they call it on the 3DS? Friend code, or what the fuck it is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll post that on Twitter or on Ask FM later on when I'm a little more sober.
Who is the best Tuhu?
I'm sorry, what?
Tuhu.
Tahoe?
I guess. I say Tuhu because that's how everybody types it out, 2HU.
Oh, okay, you were the guy who's just giving me shit, right, about my choice in fucking...
well, I'm sorry, Moon isn't my first language.
Oh, fucking shots fired on that one. Holy shit.
Well, who's your favorite Tao Hao, then?
I don't even know how to answer that. There's like 40 fucking million of them. How the fuck are you supposed to answer that question?
Just say the one with the bunny ears. There's got to be one with bunny ears.
There's like 40 of them with bunny ears and cat ears and fucking tails and... What's a little chick? Cyrano. There we go. The one that fucking shoots icicles or whatever the fuck she does.
Oh, the one with the 6 thing?
Yeah,
that they're always doing?
Right. There you go. Cyrano. Whatever, fuck.
Alright. Do you like the JoJos?
Of course.
Who's your favorite JoJo?
No idea. Too drunk to even fucking process that right now.
Let's see. Okay. Jade Fox wants to know, would you fuck Lee Alexander for $1 million?
Fuck no, but I'd fuck Jay Fox for free. Here you go.
It's a compliment, I suppose.
Hey, there we go.
All right. Favorite Pokemon?
Dude, I have no idea. I played, what was it, Yellow, Red, and Blue when it came out back in the day on Game Boy, but I haven't fucking played anything since then. The most recent one I picked up was Pokemon X for the 3DS, and I have no idea if it's any good or not.
Okay then. Charmander, Bulbasaur, or Squirtle? Which one's your main starter?
Oh, fuck. Squirtle.
Coward.
Oh, shit.
All right. Who or what would you pick for a headmate?
Nothing. I'm not fucking crazy.
Well, if you were crazy, what would you choose?
I'd probably have no choice because I'd be insane.
Well, just
See how that works?
use your imagination.
If I had to have a fucking headmate, somebody that never
if-
shut up and was talking
knowing-
in my ear?
Knowing yourself and knowing how possibly you would be thinking if you were insane, who would you think? Who would you think insane IA would choose as a headmate?
Pippo. From
Who?
Overblood. It's a PS1 game.
Huh. Pippo. I'm in
P-I-P-O.
search that one. Favorite Kamen Rider?
I have no idea. I don't watch that shit.
Let's see. If a skeleton wanted to give you a hug, would you accept?
Of course. Who doesn't like hugs?
Do you like Neutral Milk Hotel?
I'm sorry. You want to repeat that one?
Do you like Neutral Milk Hotel?
I have no idea. I don't think I'm familiar with it. If I said no, they'd probably hate me. If I said yes, they'd probably hate me. So I'd have to actually check it out before I can give you an answer.
Why does God hate all of us?
Because you're fucking fallible. You're flawed.
What do you think of The Evil Within?
I haven't had a chance to check it out. Is the demo up on Steam yet?
I think,
Or on consoles?
I think on consoles. I don't know on Steam.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to check it out. All I've got is a PS3, a 360, and a Wii, and then a 3DS and my PC. I haven't bought any of the new consoles yet. Waiting for Splatoon to come out before I buy a Wii U.
There you go. Well, no, fucking get a Wii U now. Fucking Nintendo Land is the best thing to happen to humanity in a while.
Oh, shit.
Like, I'm serious. I thought it was just going to be, like, a lame knockoff of Wii Sports, but then, like, 5 hours later, I was like, Jesus Christ, this is fun. And it's like, it's got a good Skinner box thing going on for it. I'll say that much about it.
Oh, shit.
They want to know what your triggers are.
I have none. I'm not a fucking hypersensitive pussy.
Are you switching to 8chan or staying at 4chan?
I haven't gone to 4chan in about, I'd say a week and a half. I've pretty much transitioned over to 8chan.
Let's see. Favorite horror movie?
Oh, what the fuck was it called? Event Horizon.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh,
Pretty-
thanks for the fucking encouragement.
Well, it's so. I didn't say it was awful. Okay, you're moving up in the world.
I've got a little higher to aim. I see. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. It
Well,
kind of
after you talk shit about Hanako, or whatever the fuck her name is, the burn.
Hanako. You don't
Hanukkah,
even know her
whatever the fuck
name?
her name is. I don't need to know her name. It's not important.
You just roll over and kick her crippled ass out of bed. That's what
I call her Bacon Face, so it's our little fucking nickname. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got that. Oh crap! What's his name? The guy who makes songs and he has a panda as his thing. Not me. The other guy.
Oh, there's another one. Okay.
Yeah. Crap. What's his name? He did a song about Hanako.
Oh, Eminem.
No, not Eminem. And
Motley Crue.
He was crap. How'd it go? It was
Metallica.
They said write a song about Hanako, and they said don't use the word crispy. So he goes, all right. And he goes, she tastes like bacon. Yeah, there's no mistaking. It's like, wow.
Was this Ken Ashcorp? Was he
Ken
making-
Ashcorp, that's him.
Wait, that was really him? I was
That
just
was
throwing
him.
that out there. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
His shit's really good.
Mm-hmm. Especially when it comes to waifus. What are you going to be for Halloween?
I'm way too old to go fucking about on Halloween. Usually what I do is I sit on the roof of my house with a crate of eggs, and I'll tell you what I do. Kids are fucking horrible. They'll steal all the candy. If you put a bowl of candy out that says take one, they'll take all of them. So I sit on my roof with all the lights out, and it's got the bowl of candy out. It's usually in like a plastic pumpkin thing. And when they steal all the candy, and they inevitably do, it's usually junior high kids that do this, I fucking egg the shit out of them as they're leaving. So I'm not anything on Halloween. I'm just a vindictive asshole is really what I am.
You should like dress up and play pretend sometime. It's pretty fun.
I'm sure it is. Yeah.
It really is. I'm going to be Joshua Graham this year.
Oh, well, shit, there you go.
So, because, what is it, Proto Men are coming to the concert this Saturday, and they're having like a costume contest. So I'm going to be dressing up for that, and I'm like, shit, it's already Halloween. I'll just do it twice. Let's see. Favorite porn movie?
What the fuck? Nobody knows the name of porn movies on the fucking internet.
My favorite porn movie is called For His Eyes Only.
I'm surprised you even know that. Usually when I'm looking at porn, it's just fucking clips of shit.
It was a VHS I had, and it was basically the porn version of Rear Window. This guy it starts off with this guy in an SUV railing some lady, and then she gets mad at him for something. She leaves and slams the door on his dick. And so he has a cast on his wang, and he has to sit in a wheelchair and watch people across the alley do stuff to each other. It's really deep.
You know, that reminds me of a horror movie.
Rear Window.
No. Maybe chat knows this. It's a movie where there's a mother, a father, and a daughter, and they get into a car accident. And the mother exits the car, and she starts feeling the back of her head. And she's like, oh my god, I've never felt like this before. And she keeps rubbing the back of her head, and you don't know what's going on. And she starts having an orgasm. And she's like fucking just rubbing the shit out of the back of her head. And you find out that her skull is crushed in. Like the bone is gone. And she's fucking her brain with her fingers, basically. That, for some reason, reminds me of that. It was a really creepy movie, by the way. Maybe chat knows what it is. I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Is it a foreign movie by any chance?
Nope. Everybody's in English. It's recent, too. It's like 90s upwards. But I can't remember 100% what it is.
Wow. That's... Ugh. All right. Hulk Hogan or Randy Savage?
Randy Savage. Fuck Hulk Hogan.
What?
That's right.
Wow.
Macho Man, yeah.
Yeah, someone's into the Slim Jims.
That's fucking love me some Slim Jims. It probably has to do with my name, but what are you gonna do?
Leslie in Tirano wants to know if she can peg you.
No, I'm not Swedish. Sorry.
IA, can you call Loping a faggot?
Loping, you're faggot.
Right back at you. What do you think about Le Merchant?
I guess he's talking about. Is that code word for Jews? I guess that's a. I think
maybe
that's
he's talking about the doodle.
The doodle?
Yeah. Let's assume they're talking about the doodle.
Well, I would tell you what my thoughts are on the merchant, but then I wouldn't get my check from Israel. Sorry. I'm guessing too. Jade Fox ran away from the chat the second I said I'd bang her. So it's just a right.
Either that, or she's going to town on herself right now at the thought.
Hey now, who doesn't want a guy in a wig? It's all right.
Yeah, there's lots of people that like to play pretend out there.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you main in Depression Quest?
Nobody. God, I wouldn't fucking touch that game if you paid me. It looks boring as hell. And that's not even a joke. I mean, it just looks like a really terrible game.
Let's see. What did you think of the new South Park episode?
I thought it was good, but I thought they could have gone more extreme with it. And I think it was a reaction to the magazine that printed an article about them saying that they shouldn't have made fun of Lord.
Aw. Let's see. They want to know if you can tell them a joke.
Not a very good one.
Well, go shoot.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Banana.
Banana who?
Banana.
Banana who?
Banana.
Banana who?
Aren't you glad I didn't say banana? See, I learned that one from a really shitty troll.
I got one. What's old and smells like mummy?
What's old and smells like mummy? I'm way too drunk. I don't know. What?
A mummy fart.
Oh, boom. We are fucking comedians. Welcome to the stream. Look at those numbers drop. This is a good idea, Loping. Let's tell more horrible fucking jokes.
All right.
No, that was sarcasm. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sting or Undertaker?
Sting.
I have no opinion on that. I don't do wrestling.
That's understandable.
Yeah. PC or Mac?
PC.
Mm-hmm. do you think caterpillars know that they're going to become butterflies, or do they just make chrysalis and be like, what the fuck am I doing?
They're probably like, what the fuck am I doing?
Will Sweden become an Islamic state?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. They found the movie. It's called Dead End.
Oh, is that the one where the chick fucks her brain?
I guess.
Yeah, that's a really fucked up movie.
Do you have a wig for your dick?
No, my dick is just fine without a wig.
Let's see. Gone Home, good game or best game?
Horrible game. If you want to play a good indie game, play holy shit, To the Moon. There we go.
Favorite metal genre?
Whatever the fuck baby metal is. I think they call that new metal. I don't know. NU metal?
I think the thing I liked was called like mathcore or something like that. I have no idea what that means though.
What do they talk about? Addition, subtraction?
No. It's about the actual pattern and repetition of the music itself, and meter and something. It's something like really high into the composition itself. I can't understand metal for shit what they're singing. Everything they sing sounds like they're talking about hamburgers and hot dogs. For the life of me, I can't figure out what people sing during metal songs.
I've never heard of that actually, to be honest.
Mathcore?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's this one song I was listening to over and over and over on my phone. And my friend was like, "Oh shit, you're into mathcore?" I'm like, "Is that what it's called?" He says, and he tells me what the band is. I'm like, "I don't care. I like the song."
Oh shit.
Let's see. What's your opinion on Steam curators?
I think it's a good idea, but I think it could be refined more. I've actually been working on something in relation to Gamergate and dealing with the journalistic sites for a more long-term solution, and I think is a better idea than what Steam Curators is. But that relates to why I was out of town for about 2 days and I had to go to the West Coast. Or, I'm sorry, the East Coast. And I can't really go into details right now because there's a lot of shit to do with investors, so I can't really talk about details.
Why can't Metroid crawl?
Because that would be sexist. Don't question the logic.
Not questioning anything here. Frankly, it scares me.
It should. It's terrifying.
Do you support Third Reich Mike?
Who doesn't like Mike Staccato? Or Staccato. Whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know. Yeah, obviously I support him. Who does not like Red Letter Media?
He's the fat one, right?
He's the bigger guy. Jay is the smaller guy. And then the very big guy that occasionally pops in is the one who would play Plinkett in the Half in the Bag episodes.
Oh, yeah, no, not Plinkett. I'm into the fat one. I like Mike.
Yeah, I think, don't get me wrong, both of them are really good. It's a very funny show. But yeah, I prefer Mike.
Who is your favorite pop culture critic?
Nobody. I don't give a shit about pop culture.
Let's see. Jim, what do you think of TTGL?
I don't even know what that is. Do you know what that acronym stands for?
That's the My Drill Will Be the Drill to Pierce the Heavens, that show.
Gurren Lagann or something?
Yeah, Gurren Lagann or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Tenchi Tachai Gurren Lagann.
Listen, if I'm going to watch anime, it's either going to be Legend of the Galactic Heroes or, oh my god, hold on one second, or in High School Host Club. There you go. It's one of those two.
My goodness, you don't even like the Narutos?
No, unless I'm like really bored and I've got 5 minutes to spare.
Oh, let's see. Jim, are you a big guy?
For you.
Do you like to eat crayons?
No, I don't. Usually I shit green when I do that.
Are you hyped for that new Guilty Gear?
Yes, I am. Are you talking about X-Ard, or however the fuck they pronounce it?
I think that's what it's called.
Yeah. I'm hoping it comes to Steam. I get the feeling that they've been putting up their older games on Steam, like Asuka and Guilty Gear X2, because they're preparing the way to see how much of a buyer's interest is on Steam. So I would hope they put it up. If they do, I'm going to definitely buy it.
Why do you keep mispronouncing words?
Because I'm fucking retarded. Welcome to the club. Listen, I say hyperbole is hyperbole, and I say nebula instead of nebula. Maybe it's intentional. I don't know. Maybe maybe social justice warriors and those kinds of people get really angry when you don't identify them correctly. And so if you mispronounce their names and you fuck up words, it just really irks them. Or I'm just a fucking idiot. You choose. It's up to you.
Choose your own adventure, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Solid Snake or Big Boss?
Big Boss.
Oh, that's okay.
Thanks for the approval.
If you're a fan of people who kill their masters, all right.
No, there you go.
Let's see here. Why does Angry Joe suck?
Pissed Jose.
$7 Sanchez.
That's right. There's about a billion names for him at this point. I don't
Perturbed
know.
Pablo.
There we go. I don't know if he necessarily sucks. I think he. You know what? I'm indifferent to Angry Joe. I don't really know much about him, to be honest, so I couldn't tell you. I like the jokes. It's funny to mock him, but I at the end of the day, I really don't know what he's like, so I don't know. I couldn't give you an opinion, to be honest. It'd be false if I did.
Hey, this one's mine. It's not from the chat, but have you considered switching to rum?
No. Listen, I'll give you the honest reason that I drink clear liquor, which vodka is. It's pure. It's clear. There's no color to it.
Well, so's rum.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was at a sleepover once. I was 13 years old.
Oh boy, a sleepover story.
Yeah, it's a sleepover story. There's a couple stories related to this, really. But we were all drinking, I think it was whiskey, and one of the kids, I'm not going to name the names because I don't want to go too personal, but one of them had left, and he went to go into his house. You know, I was sleeping at one kid's house, and he happened to live next door, so we went to his house to go do something before he came back to drink with us. And essentially, instead of pouring him a shot of whiskey, we pissed in the cup. And when he came back, we told him that was a whiskey shot. So we took the whole whiskey shot and drank it, and it was he threw up everywhere. It was just like a never-ending torrent of puke, because he figured out pretty much halfway through the swig what was in that fucking drink glass. Ever since then, I've drank clear liquor because I don't want to get I don't want to drink somebody's piss. Is really what I'm saying.
You don't want the switcheroo to happen.
That's right. Yeah.
Wow.
A funny story too related to that. After that happened, this kid has the worst fucking luck. After that happened, we stole a bunch of wine. His father had a really expensive wine collection. We didn't know this at the time, but like we're talking obscene amounts of money, like 50 grand worth of wine. And we took a bottle that was like 3 or 4 grand worth and drank it. This kid passes out on the couch. The kid's house that we're hanging out at happens to have pet cats. Turns out this kid's allergic to cats. He doesn't know that. He passes out on the couch with all this cat hair on it, wakes up in the next morning with a horrible hangover, and his whole face is swollen shut. He can't open his eyes. Same kid, by the way, that drank the piss out of the whiskey glass.
Oh my goodness.
That's nothing, dude. We went to a party once, and it was this kid nobody liked, so we put kitty litter in his washing machine. I don't know if you've ever noticed what happens when you put kitty litter in somebody's washing machine, but it fucking destroys a washing machine.
Wow.
At the end of the night, and a lot of wild shit happened. Somebody pissed in his bread box, and somebody lit his garage on fire. It was a fucking wild night.
You hang around just wonderful people.
I hang around assholes, or I did when I was a kid.
Let's see. Does Lo Ping hurt your heart when he judges your opinions?
Yes, it does. It's very triggering for me. I lied when I said earlier that I'm not triggered by anything. Lo Ping judging me triggers me very much.
Asshole. Let's see. Do you have a fleshlight?
No, I don't. I just use my hand. I'm old-fashioned. Why waste the money on a flashlight? Nature provided.
Lotion or you go in dry?
I don't know if anybody actually goes in dry. That sounds fucking horrific. I'm gonna be honest. Going in dry, you're dealing with friction in that case, and that just seems unpleasant.
What do you do? What do you do? Whoa! What do you think you do down there, dude? You're not trying to. You're not doing this. It's like you're loosely grasping some skin and moving it up and down. You're not shearing it.
Well, yeah, it just sounded like you rubbed sandpaper together. What the fuck is that?
That's just me rubbing my hands together.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get a nice, even, fucking smooth finish here. I don't want to fucking, rub off 14 dermal layers.
Well,
That sounds
that's how
horrible.
you keep the hair from growing up the side of the shaft.
How am I supposed to go into the fucking ER with that? Hey, doc, I got into a really weird fucking Indian wrestling match with somebody. Like, how the fuck does that work?
You see, it was supposed to be an Indian leg wrestling match, and I fell on this.
Yeah, it wasn't his leg. Well, it wasn't my leg actually. He grabbed my cock, and it turned out fucking horrible for me, as you can see, because I'm bleeding from my penis. Doesn't sound like the best of any situation.
All right, now they want to know if you're circumcised.
Why? See, this is what fascinates me. You don't know who I am. I'm just a fucking voice on the internet. Yes, I'm circumcised. That's the only information I'm ever going to give you in relation to my dick, or my sexual preferences, or my fetishes. Enjoy that. That's about all you're going to get.
Oh, you're gonna get it in a second here. All the European people are gonna laugh at you.
Oh boy, all the Brit bongs. Okay, knock me out.
All right. Do you like Street Sharks?
I watched. I shouldn't say I watched it, but I've seen the show. I know what it is. I'm indifferent to it. I don't really have an opinion.
Well, I, for one, think it's Jawsome.
Oh fuck. Okay.
What do you think of Maddox?
I like his opinions. I've watched some of his videos. I saw the recent one, or I should say one of the more recent ones he did on the comic books, talking about Spider-Man and the Spider-Woman thing. And
Oh, the butt?
yeah, you couldn't have him in this certain pose because it shows off the ass. I like him. So that's my opinion on Maddox.
My favorite part was when he superimposed the butts.
Yeah, because it's a dead ringer, right? It makes
Yeah,
no sense.
it was supposed to be an homage to that cover, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Why would they get upset about that when, I mean, even as he points out, holy shit, sorry. Even as he points out in the video, I mean, Spider-Man had positions and, poses that were even worse than that, where he's bound up and his fucking bulges shooting out at the fucking viewer. So yeah, he was dead on the money on that. I liked that video.
Let's see. Well, this is obvious. Do you like Asian porn?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. Persona. Which one's your favorite Persona?
Fuck, I'm too drunk to answer that one. I'm sorry. If it's going to come down to details on video games, which specific release in a series that I like or a character that I like, there's no way you're going to get a good answer out of me when I'm hammered.
All right. The Rock or Stone Cold?
Stone Cold.
By God. All right. Jenny Death when? I'm not sure about that.
No idea.
Yeah, let's give him that one.
Oh, I see in the chat, because I'm watching this go by, somebody keeps repeatedly saying, plug burgers and fries on Ryzen. I'm plugging burgers and fries on Ryzen. There you go. Sorry. Go ahead, Lope.
What's your opinion on illegal Mexican immigrants?
Fuck. See, that's a tricky question. They're trying to get me to say something stupid while I'm drunk.
Yeah, they are.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. I'll tell you originally. I'll give you an honest answer. If you remember, I can't remember when this was. I think this was during Bush's presidency. There were a lot of protests and marches in regards to Mexican immigrants, and I didn't like it because they were like waving the Mexican flag around. I thought it was, a slap in the face to America. But the funny thing is, as time went on, what I noticed was it was a lot of people with their fucking kids on their shoulders. You know what I mean? And I felt like it felt bad to basically say that America's like this exclusive fucking treehouse that you're trying to get into. I think there should be regulations in place for letting any immigrant from anywhere come into the country. But there are a lot of reasons why Mexican immigration is not bad. But I'm too drunk to go into it, and I'm not going to make an ass of myself right now going into it. It's different than Sweden, though. Pull. It is different than Sweden. There's a reason it's different than Sweden, and I will talk about it someday.
Well, you know what I think? I think you just go ahead and make them all citizens.
You could do an Empire of North America. I don't see why not. And take
well,
over,
no, not annex Mexico. I mean, just make them all citizens. The ones that come over.
Oh, you're talking about that?
Just immediate citizenship right then and there. Then they get, assigned a social security number, get started to taxed, and then nobody could really undercut anybody else.
Oh, well, all right. Well, Lo Ping is advocating taking anybody in. All right. Sweden, yes.
Whatchamacallit, the thing they did with Cuba, except with Mexico. The dry foot, wet foot thing.
You understand, like, the policy they had in place with Cuba was, hey, if you can get over here without fucking dying, we'll take you in.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing for crossing the border, isn't it? It's not exactly a walk in the park. I mean, I know there is an actual national park there, but still.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hmm. Let's see. Lex Luger or the Giant?
Oh fuck. The Giant. Lex Luger was a prick. Are you talking about the narcissist? I mean, I know
I
people
guess.
refer to him as, yeah, you would know wrestling, but they
Yeah.
refer to him as Lex Luger, but he was a narcissist first. Bobby Heenan really made that character work.
Hmm.
God, I sound gay even saying that. All right, go ahead.
How big a faggot is Moot?
He is a gigantic faggot. Like, he wants to be the little girl. I think he probably enjoyed getting pegged from snacks, would be my guess. But if you're referring to him as a faggot in regards to his policies on 4chan, yeah, I think he sold you all out. That's my honest opinion.
Let's see here. Are you saving up to buy an Oculus when it comes out?
I don't even know what the fuck that is. Do you?
I think they mean Oculus, and they're eroticizing it.
Oh, for my waifu simulator?
Yeah.
Maybe. Like some of the Facebook integration makes me a little worried. I didn't, run out to fucking buy an Xbox One because I don't want to connect always on camera in my house. It's financed by the PRISM program from NSA. I wouldn't do that with Facebook either because it's financed from the fucking PRISM program from the NSA. So I don't want a camera that's looking at me all fucking day long that's financed by a government agency that wants to spy on me.
That's fair enough. Say homage again. Homage. I'm mispronouncing that, by the way. I've got.
Oh, homage? No, you're
Yeah.
not. It's homage.
No, it's homage. It's not supposed to be pseudo French.
Well, fuck it. Welcome to America. It's homage.
Yeah, welcome to America. We pronounce it the French way.
What are the French gonna do? Wave a
Well, it's
flag?
not even a French word. They don't care. We're just making up names and accrediting to them.
Well, wait. Why did you say pseudo French then?
Because that's what it is. Because we're pronouncing it like it's a French word.
Well, yeah. But what I'm saying is, what are they gonna do about it? Wave a flag at us? Well, fucking call it whatever we want. Eat our freedom fries and flip them off. Welcome
I
to
think-
America, baby.
I think they're going to be rude to us.
Oh my God, that's not like that's their natural fucking default.
I could just die.
What are they gonna set up a Maginot line on the fucking Atlantic? Like, I don't give a shit. Fucking homage, deal with it.
Let's see. Did you watch Red Letter Media's video game Twitch stream or their video game show previously recorded?
I haven't had a chance to watch any of their streams, but I religiously watch Red Letter Media. Plinkett Reviews, Half in the Bag, and I've watched their Prereq, or whatever that show is called, where they have the two guys reviewing video games. Red Letter Media is fantastic. There's nothing wrong with Red Letter Media. They make fucking funny videos, and they do jokes nobody else would do. There's one skit in particular you will never see on any other fucking website or on any other YouTube channel, and that is the Olsen twins joke. And if you watch Red Letter Medias, you know exactly what I'm fucking talking about.
Let's see. If you were an otherkin, what kind of kin would you be?
Nothing. If I was another kin, I'd put a bullet in my head.
So you'd be a bulletkin.
I'd be a dead kin.
Let's see. How do you feel about the mod from SP?
He loves Hot Pockets, and he wants to delete things so he can get back to his backlog of Chinese girl cartoons.
Would you eat a skeleton?
No, because the other skeleton inside me would get jealous.
Why is the sky sexist?
Oh, there's probably a good joke in there, but I'm too drunk to figure it out. I'm sorry, guys. Drop the ball on that one.
Let's see. Man, a lot of wrestling ones. Kurt Hennig or Jake the Snake?
Jake the Snake, are you fucking kidding me?
See, even I know that one. And I don't follow that shit for shit. Opinion on Dr. Randomer Cam?
I have no idea. Do you?
Yeah. No, not sorry. Let's see. Are feminists winning over the gamers?
No. I'm going to guess you're talking about SJWs? You're talking about
guess.
Social Justice Warriors? No, they're not. Listen, they're the people that want to shit up the industry. They're the ones that want to take the hobby and make it some kind of academic bullshit. Nobody's interested in that. Listen, I just want to fucking play video games and have fun. Take your bullshit somewhere else and be introspective and analyze. I don't know. Go fuck with movies or music. Just stay the fuck out of video games.
Well, no, they can't do that because they get laughed out of movies and books.
Oh, of course they do, because the companies are so big they don't need to take it. And I think that's one of the problems with gaming. Activision, EA, Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony are billion-dollar companies. They don't need to take the shit. They could just put their foot down and say, fuck off.
Do you listen to C-Ute? Oh, Cute? C-Ute.
Never heard of them, sorry.
How much of a brony are you?
None. That relates to a video I did on God Mode. Basically, I did this video where I talked about God Mode, and at the very end, you can see the Steam username that I was using, which was Brony Clan Flutterfudge or some shit like that. When I play with video games with people, I'll go into a video game and use horrible fucking usernames to piss people off. I'm indifferent to bronies. I said that when I did the fucking Hugbox episode 4. But I don't give a shit one way or the other, to be honest with you. I just use the name to piss people off.
Oh, here's a good one. Are you ready for this one?
Knock yourself
Get ready.
out.
Say something genuinely nice about Anita Sarkeesian.
She has nice hair.
Okay. She does have some mad hair game.
She very, yeah, she does.
Just very, like, you could tell she cares. That's very high maintenance hair.
Wait. There's one question in the chat. Reinhard or Yang? That is a fucking tough question to ask. God damn. They're both great characters. That's really, really hard to answer. I'd say Yang, just because of what happened to him about 3/4 of the way through. If you watch the series, you know what I'm talking about. But Reinhardt is fucking great too. Sorry. Anyway, go ahead, Yoping.
Is that a wrestling thing? Is that a wrestling thing too?
Oh no, that's from an anime called Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
Oh.
It's about 120 episodes long.
Wait, is that the one with the they always post screen caps? Is that the I came here to laugh at you thing?
No, if you go on Poll, and I think it's been posted on A couple times too. It's essentially a anime about spacefaring humans and an empire and a republic at war with each other, but they like to mock typical anime conventions. So the main draw of the series is when somebody dies, they're dead. There's no coming back. So they don't pull like a DBZ, where like, oh, I'm coming back from the spirit realm. They actually make fun of that. So they kill people off. They don't give a shit. They'll kill a main character off every fucking episode. They don't give two fucks.
Socrates or Aristotle?
Neither. Aurelius.
Why?
Because I think the Meditations was probably one of the most humble philosophy compilations you'll ever read. He dedicated the entire first chapter to thanking everybody in his entire life that ever helped him. It's like 30 pages of him saying thank you to teachers, to soldiers, to people who raised him, and it just comes off as more genuine. I also like the Golden Sayings by Epictetus, or Epictetus, I don't know how the fuck you pronounce his name. Those were pretty good. There were a couple good quotes in that. But Aurelius really had some pretty good insight. And people give him shit, like, oh my god, Aurelius, he's nailing fucking Christians to 2x4s. But he was a good guy.
Let's see here. Why is Captain Planet the best anime?
Because he's comprised of a multicultural cast. Sweden, yes.
Jim, would you eat a chick's asshole?
I'm not going to toss anybody's salad. No, I'm not going to do that.
Well, it's okay as long as you don't go butt to mouth.
I don't want mouth to ass in the first place, so there's no butt to mouth to worry about.
Well, okay, fine, jeez.
Yeah. Oh, God,
We can't all have terrible taste.
I don't listen. I don't want to lick shit out of somebody's asshole. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I wanted to eat shit, I'd work at Kama Sutra.
Okay. Favorite music or 5 favorite artists?
I can't give you 5 favorite artists because I can't think of them. Look up on YouTube. It's all one word. Take Some Crime. It's this guy who got famous off of dancing. He has really good musical taste. He puts up a bunch of different shit. He usually has like 3 or 4 personas he dances under. Because I'm big into dancing. I'm a faggot like that. I like to go to the club. But he has really, really good musical taste. So if you want to listen to some pretty fucking good tunes, Take Some Crime on YouTube. It's got some great shit.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with the dancing. I was in Powder Puffs in high school. I was a cheerleading squad.
Hey, there you go. I like dancing.
See?
I like going to the club. It's fun.
Walk up in the club like, hey, I gotta. Okay, there's say 3/4 again.
3/4. I'm probably fucking up the S and the TH sound,
You
I'm
are.
going to guess. Yep.
You are.
Because I'm good and drunk right now. Then the Minnesota accent.
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Soda. Oh, you betcha. All right.
Oh, you betcha.
I've got a friend from Connecticut, and we make fun of him and say he's from Boston, and it gets him so mad. I don't understand why. Because
Well, usually you
to
can
me, it
peg-
sounds like the same accent.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can peg people on geographic regions by the words they use. Again, like I'll say pop when I want to get a soda, and generally that
Mhm.
means that you're from somewhere in the Midwest. Pop is a really good indicator. If somebody says they want a Coke, but they're referring to a Pepsi or Mountain Dew, that's pretty much a guarantee they're from Texas. So I like there's certain words and cues and the way they pronounce stuff that gives you an idea of their geographical location. But I'm pretty upfront.
Hmm.
I'm from Minnesota, so there you go.
Let's see. Would you go gay for Milo?
If I was gonna go gay, yeah, why not? That pearl
Mhm.
necklace is fantastic.
Yeah, you could do worse.
Hey, Milo's a good-looking guy. He's got great head of hair. Who doesn't?
Very
like him?
great head of hair. He's
He
got
does.
mad hair game too.
He does. I know that Gamergate on 8chan or Infinite Chan, whatever you want to call it, loves his fucking head of hair.
Oh, would you let a girl touch your butthole?
Sure, why not? If she's Asian.
All right. Would you let her go butt to mouth on your butthole?
Fuck no.
Well, at least you're consistent.
That's right. I see the numbers dwindling as we go on. As we talk more about assholes and shit. Keep going.
Let's see here. Who is your favorite Sailor Scout?
Oh, fuck. Who's the red one? Mars?
I don't know.
Sailor Mars would be my favorite Sailor Scout. There you go.
All right. Favorite song?
Oh, fuck. Dixie Chicken by Garth Brooks.
Oh, wrong answer.
It's a completely dishonest answer, but whatever. Fuck chat.
It's Stacy's mom.
Stacey's mom. It's got it
That's-
going on. Yep.
The correct answer.
Mhm.
Have you played Fatal Frame 2?
Yes, I have. I love the Fatal Frame games.
Are you gonna get the 8 Super Duper Galactic Remix Edition whenever it comes out?
Are you talking about the one on the Wii U that has them dressed as sluts and basically dyking
Well,
out?
they all have them dressed as sluts.
Yeah,
Those,
I
are,
don't.
those are alternate costumes they showed.
I don't get it. Don't get me wrong. I don't like the whole SJW thing where they get all fucking pissy about video games. But
Well, it's Tecmo. They do that to every game.
yeah, but it just doesn't make sense in the fucking Fatal Frame universe.
Well, no,
Why are
of
they
course
doing
it doesn't.
Yeah, but why are they doing that? It fucks the game up for me.
Hmm. Well, you can get your atmospheric fill the first playthrough.
Oh, there you go.
Hmm.
Oh, we lost more viewers. Apparently, they don't like me criticizing Fatal Frame. Fuck you. I'll criticize Fatal Frame all I want.
Let's see here. Do you pray to Jeff Magnum daily?
No, I don't.
All right. Who is Jeff Magnum?
I have no idea.
All right.
That's why I know I don't pray to him.
There you go. Favorite Pink Floyd album?
It's before my time, man. I have no Pink Floyd album that's my favorite.
Hmm. Let's see here. Opinion on Homestuck.
Never read it, don't care.
Well, let me tell you about Homestuck.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I do like the trolling video where that chick freaks out and who the fuck did that? It was, I'm sure chat's going to scream at me now, but whoever did that Homestuck video where it was like, let me tell you about Homestuck for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes when she starts screaming about triggers, that was funny shit. I'm guessing that's my God related.
She was saying she had schizophrenia and they were triggering it, and it's like they're playing Trouble in Terrorist Town. That's like the worst game to play when you have schizophrenia.
Yeah, that game or that video was great. It was also by the people I think that released the one where it was doing whale sounds for the Twitch streamer. Where like in a minute or a minute and a half in, it started going bazinga, bazinga,
Oh,
bazinga.
the guy who got his channel reported, right?
Yeah, the one who goes, "Would you crush a can for J. Owen?"
He was the one that did the little kid trapped inside the debris in crap. What's it called in Gary's mod, Gmod? You know what I'm talking about? Delete this.
No. Yeah, that delete this video was way older. That's my god. But the one I'm talking about is more recent. It's I'm pretty sure it's the guy who did the Would You Crush Your Can
Stiggs.
for Joe. Stiggs. There we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those are fucking great. I love trolling videos. Listen, I hate. God, I said listen again. I hate getting trolled in games because I just want to play them. But at the same time, I find it funny. So it's a weird fucking give and take kind of thing.
I Am the Law is the best one.
You're talking about Ventrilo harassment. I fucking love.
No. That's not Ventrilo. It was one of their. It was like inside of shit. I think it was a different.
You're talking about Stallone because I know they did Stallone.
No. They didn't do Stallone. They just had this guy repeating "I am the law" every time he killed somebody, and everybody was flipping their shit at him.
Yeah, but the phrase "I am the law" is from the Stallone movie where he was a cop that went into the future.
Yeah, Judge Dredd.
Yeah. But they had a soundboard. I'm pretty sure in Ventrilo Harassment where they did "I am the law." They did a Schwarzenegger thing. Who's your daddy? They did one called Katie where it was some chick who freaked out and they recorded her thing and then went back and did it. Another Nerds one for a while. Ventrilo Harassment was really fucking great. It's too bad that's not around anymore.
Yeah, no, but this was a separate thing. This was actually like in game. It wasn't Vent.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, it was like I forgot that game mode where it's like prisoners versus the.
Okay. Yeah, Gary's mod where they're in the prison.
Yeah, and they just every time he would kill a prisoner, he would just say "I am the law," like just him talking over the microphone, and then everybody was just like, "Would you stop saying that?" And he just keeps killing people. "I am the law," and he'd kill someone else. "I am the law," and this little kid like starts freaking out, and he's like, you hear his brain break at the very end of it. Like the kid starts like repeating, parrying him. He goes, "I am the law. I am the law. I am the law, la la," and you just like hear this gradual breakdown, and then like he leaves the kid alone for like 10 seconds, and he comes back and kills him again. "I am the law," and the kid goes like lets out a Xena warrior princess cry.
that sounds about right. Yeah. I think I know the video you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the greatest thing. Anyway, who's your favorite Skullgirl and why?
I have no favorite Skullgirl. Like I said, I did it again. I played Skullgirls before because I have friends that play it, but it's not like one of my top tier fighting games. I like King of Fighters and I like Guilty Gears most.
See, I'm not really big on fighting games, like because I'm bad at them. So I guess that's why. But
oh well, yeah. I mean, like Guilty Gears is classic one-on-one fighting, and then King of Fighters is you pick a team of 3 and then you go at it, and there's no separation between rounds or matches. It's just whoever knocks out the 3 players wins.
Yeah, the only one I consistently wreck acid is like this. They're gonna laugh at me, but it's this Naruto game for the GameCube. It was a 3D fighting game of it, and God help me, it had the smoothest mechanics in it. Like, it was just like amazing character balance, unique action throughout the whole thing, and it was just so fucking great. Like we spent 2 years of our lives playing that game in the rec room in our university. I think this was right before Brawl came out. But yeah,
it sounds about right.
It was great fun. Oh, anyway, thoughts on the movie Maleficent?
Are you talking about the Disney movie based on Snow White?
Sleeping Beauty, but yeah.
Oh, so yeah. I haven't seen it, so I have no opinion.
Apparently it was rapey because they pulled off her wings or something.
How is pulling off somebody's wings rapey?
I don't know, but it triggered somebody.
Of course. They're always triggered by some dumb fucking shit.
Would you spoon with Spoonie?
No, I wouldn't. Fuck Spoonie. He's an SJW because his girlfriend is.
I guess they're asking for your thoughts on Zone of the Enders.
Great series. I played I played both of them. They're good games. Not the remixes or the HD editions or whatever the fuck they are, but the originals.
You're not a fan of Jehuti and 1080p?
Listen, was it you could get the original Zone of the Enders with the demo of Metal Gear Solid, so that's why I picked it up. And then I fucking love the game. And I never got a chance to play Zone of the Enders 2 because it had that anime style and kind of a different gameplay approach, I guess, until way, way later on when I bought it used. But both of them were really good.
Chopin, Beethoven, or Mozart, or Bach?
Bach.
Well, it's not the plebiest answer you could choose, but still.
Oh, thanks.
Do you like grand strategy games?
Whoever asked that's going to have to define it more.
Well, yeah, that's true. What do you well, like? What would you What's a game that you play that you consider grand strategy?
That's the point. I don't even know. So they're going to have to just like if whoever asked that, ask it again with a more
Alright.
specific question.
Let's see here. Can you suck your own dick?
Well, I wouldn't do it, but yes, I could.
Let's see. Would you date an attractive midget?
No.
Why?
Dude, that's just
What?
I don't know how to respond to that. No, I wouldn't. It's just too childlike. I wouldn't. It's not going to do anything for me.
Do you want to build a snowman?
I guess. Why not?
Final Fantasy 12 or 13?
12.
Would you marry a woman whom holds different religious views than you?
I wouldn't marry in the first place.
What?
I have no plans on getting married. Why the fuck would I get married?
Well, not having plans to getting married and eventually getting married are two separate things.
I should say I have plans on not getting married.
There you go. Do you like H.P. Lovecraft?
Yes.
Do you have his full bound edition collection?
No, I don't.
You don't? I do. I have it like right here. Hold on.
Let me go rub it, just to make sure it's
Yes,
still here.
because it's a fucking pseudo leather bound with gold print on it. Eldritch Tales.
Oh well, fantastic.
A miscellany of the macabre, and they've got his original prints here, but at the very end of it, they've got like the actual scans of his notes, journals, diary entries. It's like great. It's amazing.
Well, now I see shit coming from chat, or they're talking shit, I should say, and I'm really drunk at this point. I'm gonna give it another. What time is it? It's 44. I'm gonna give it another 15 minutes. So, chat, if you've got anything else you want to ask, and again, thanks Loping for coming in to read these, because fuck if I could read this shit going by this fast.
Yeah, no problem. Jim, if I bought you a whiskey, would you drink it?
No, I would not. But if you bought me a vodka, I would.
Cyberpunk or steampunk?
Steampunk.
Do you faku?
Are you talking about the French animation? No, I don't.
No, that's wakfu.
Oh, what the fuck is Faku then?
I think faku is like a analogous to like the Sad Panda repository.
Are you talking about X hentai?
I guess.
No, I don't go to X hentai.
Panda person, who are you? Oh, okay. If you were a midget, would you be Asian?
How the fuck do you even respond to that question?
I don't know. Respond to it.
No.
All right. What is your favorite choose-your-own-adventure novel?
I have none.
Really? You've read them though, right?
Yeah, no, I've read them, but I if you're asking me honestly, I can't think off the top of my head any.
Let's see. Is Smash Bros. A real fighting game?
Oh, fuck, there's no way to answer that without pissing off a lot of people. Fuck all of you would be my answer to that.
Was Senator Armstrong right?
Yes, he was.
Mm-hmm. Will you play Kingdom Come Deliverance?
Oh, yeah. Yep, definitely.
Age of Empires, question mark?
Listen, I bought a lot of games like that, and I always mean to play them, and then I never end up getting more than an hour into them because the tutorials fuck me up.
Do you have, like, short attention span or something?
What is it, Universalis Europa 4?
Oh, Europa Universalis? Oh, that's like...
Yeah, I played an hour and a... Yeah, I played...
Spreadsheets.
Yep, I played an hour and a half of that shit in tutorial mode, and I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. I still have no fucking idea.
I think you're supposed to start with Crusader Kings if you're going to do the learning curve thing, because Europa Universalis is supposed to be like the high end of the learning cliff.
Oh, no, I learned that the fucking hard way. Yeah, no,
yeah.
I'm on you. Yeah, I got you with that one.
But Age of Empires is like totally different. Like, not spreadsheets. I think Age of Empires is real-time strategy, not grand strategy.
Okay, well then I would know. I haven't really had a chance to jump into it.
Really, it's the greatest thing. It like defined everybody's childhood, except for the people who didn't play it. Then no, it didn't define theirs at all.
Well, there you go.
Age of Empires 2 helped me get through world history. Like I didn't study my book at all. I just played the game.
Well, see, I studied the book and I didn't play the game. We're like opposite ends of the spectrum on that one.
Autism spectrum, apparently.
There
Why didn't you let
go.
Adam Sessler on?
Fuck Adam Sessler. Why do I need a PR guy from Theory Head Inc. on my fucking stream?
Mm-hmm. Five Guys or In and Out?
In and Out.
Mm-hmm. Who do you play in? Oh wait, we already said that, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you play in Smash Brothers? Okay.
Robin.
Do you play WoW?
No, I actually answered that one way earlier. This has been going on for a long time, so it's understandable. But I played WoW and a couple other MMORPGs, essentially just to parkour off shit. I wanted to see what I could climb and what I could glitch, and that was the only appeal that it had to me.
Let's see. Do you like chubby chicks?
No, I like fit girls.
All right.
Or average girls, but not. I'm not really like if you're talking like fucking obese women. No.
So you're not into the curves?
Curves, as in one or two of them, but not like 20 of them.
Curves. All right. Loping is retarded. Don't listen to him on Grand Strategy games.
Well, there you go. You're retarded. That's. What
I guess I am. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Let's see. Is Stanley Parable a real game, or is it faggy like Gone Home?
I guess the criticisms that you level against Gone Home could apply to Stanley Parable,
Mhm.
but I would think at the end of it, Stanley Parable does it better than Gone Home does. That would be my opinion on that.
I think they pretty much do the same thing, dude. It's just a matter of whether you like it or not.
That's pretty much what I said, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to you. All right.
Well, fuck you too. Alright?
MMORPGs, greatest games or worst games?
It depends if you like them or not. Why, again, what the fuck does my opinion matter on this? If you like them, you're going to like them. If you don't, you won't.
Yeah, I've actually got Star Trek Online like in a different tab right now, so that's part of why I'm not really listening to you.
That's fair enough.
Panda Dude, you Asian. Ever try psychedelics?
No, I haven't. I won't touch psychedelics or amphetamines or any of that. The hardest shit I've ever done is weed.
You are bitten by a radioactive WOC radfem and change immediately. What is your first action in your new body?
To destroy the cis het patriarchy.
Oh, that's a goal. What's your first action, though?
To shoot a cis white het person.
There you go.
There you are.
Let's see. Genesis or Nintendo?
Nintendo.
And let's find a juicy one here. What movie are you looking forward to in the next couple of months?
None. I don't really watch movies. If I'm interested in a movie, I stream it online.
What's the funniest fetish to you?
Fuck. Oh, what is the one? Dude, for the longest time on V, there were a bunch of people that would post Final Fantasy 13 threads, armpit fetish. They were obsessed with fucking lightning in her armpits. I have no idea why. I guess that's how fetishes work, but that would be the funniest one to me.
Fucking Vor is hilarious to me. I don't know why.
Oh, there you go.
It's like horribly gross, but then you see people like do recordings of them IRL, and then they like CG them being eaten by something, and it's the weirdest, horrifying, hilarious thing you'd ever find on YouTube. Let's see. Religious or non-religious?
I've already said I'm not a patheist, so that would be
Not caring.
fence-straddling, indifferent fuck.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever tried drugs that make you hallucinate? So I guess, have you ever had a bad trip on weed?
No, you don't hallucinate on weed, so no, that would be, nope.
All right. IA or Loping, do you play Atwar? ATWAR?
I don't think I'm familiar with it. Have you played it?
I don't know what it is, so apparently I don't.
Oh, there you go.
All right. Babylon 5 or Star Trek?
That's a pretty good question. It depends what Star Trek are we talking about. If you're talking about the original Star Trek, I'd give it to Babylon 5. If you're talking about the Next Generation, I'd give it to the Next Generation.
How about DS9?
DS9 was okay, but I'd give it to Babylon 5 in that case.
Oh,
Or Babylon, whatever the fuck it is.
it's the same thing actually.
Yeah.
Babylon 5 and Deep Space Nine. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I think Babylon 5 had a better story arc.
No, I mean it's literally the same thing. Like the same writers that did DS9 when it did
No,
Babylon 5.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the characters were better. It was a little more fleshed out.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yep.
I gotcha. Let's see. Have you tried eggs?
They're talking about, like, from chickens? Yes.
I guess, yeah. Have you tried eggs that are not from chickens?
No.
Why not?
Because that just seems weird to me. Listen, when I was... God, I said listen again. When I was a kid, my dad was a dick. And he liked to fuck with me at every opportunity. When I was a little kid, I watched Nightmare on Elm Street. And he thought it would be funny to basically walk by my room with kitchen knives taped to his fingers.
What does this have to do with eggs?
I'm getting to it. And
All right.
He'd scratch on the door. And now I forgot what the point was. Fuck you. See, if you hadn't asked me what does this have to do with eggs, I never would have fucking lost my train of thought. But now you fucked me. And I can't get to it. I remember. The reason I don't why would I not eat eggs from something else than a chicken? Here's why. Like I said, he liked to fuck with me. Once we went to a restaurant, and I wanted to have what are they, buffalo wings?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Oh, I'll order them for you." And then I ate a bunch of these things, and I thought they were like, chicken wings, buffalo wings. They were frogs' legs. That's why I can't do it. Like, if I don't know what it's from, it's gonna fuck me up because that asshole is always fucking with me. So, like, I'm very into what I eat. If I don't know where it's from, I'm not touching it.
It's true what they say then about the frog's leg because obviously you couldn't tell that it tasted like chicken.
No. There was no fucking difference. It wasn't until he told me what it was that I fucking threw up.
Would you swim in pudding or Jello?
I'd die in either of them.
Yeah, but would you rather die in pudding or would you rather die in Jello?
Pudding.
All right. Favorite meme and why is it doggy?
None and fuck doggy.
I don't know. I still kind of dig the PS3 has no games.
Wait, isn't it pronounced douche?
I don't know. I think it's doggy because it's a dog.
No, well, fair enough.
D-O-G-E, doggy.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I said, if they can get the it's stupid and horribly overplayed like every other little mimetic garbage out there, but when somebody manages to pull it off real good, makes me giggle.
Okay. Well, like I said, fair enough.
What's your pussy eating technique?
I don't even know how to go into that. Dedicated, thorough. Don't stop until you get a result. Go after the clit, I guess. Look, I'm too drunk to go into fucking pussy eating techniques. But
the alphabet?
No, that's amateur shit. But
yeah, it is.
there are techniques. If you get good at it, you're good at it, and you're only going to get at it. Or you're only going to get good at it if you practice.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a girl, if you want a good blowjob, if she hasn't given good blowjobs, if she hasn't given enough blowjobs, she's not going to know how to do it.
Would you fuck Captain Planet?
No, I would not.
Why not?
Because he's a guy.
Is Captain Planet even a person?
Listen, I'm pretty sure Captain Planet's swinging some fucking sausage. So
he's an amalgamation of elements, dude.
You just said he.
Fine.
Fucking checkmate. All right, next question.
What do you think of Neanners?
You're talking about the chick that does the anime voices on the internet?
I suppose so.
Well, Nanners thinks I'm a fucking cunt, so I probably don't have a high opinion of Nanners.
Oh.
After the Dina video that I did, she put up a fucking Tumblr post whining about how horrible I was and what a shit heel and shit lord I was. I think she's talented, but, what are you gonna do? There was a girl I know, and again I can't go into the names, but she could do really good like Nanners voices, like that anime shit. And I was like, why don't you start up a business where you do phone sex on Skype, and you're doing really fucking cliched anime voices? Let all these fucking horny assholes call you up on Skype, pay you $1 a minute or whatever, and you fucking talk like some anime character.
Oh, Nichan, no! If you touch me there, I'm gonna.
Exactly. You'd make a fuck ton of money. So I don't know why Nanners is doing YouTube videos when she could make a lot more money doing something else.
Let's see. This one is for Low Ping. Would you be gay for IA? Nah. No,
well, fuck you,
sorry.
fuck you too.
Well, I'm into a certain. No, just no.
You like men with pearls.
No, I like men with more meat on their bones.
Oh,
I guess.
Oh, there you go.
So more to love.
All right. That is fair enough. I understand.
That's kind of the reason why I have Edmund McMillan as my Skype avatar. He's my waifu or husbando, whatever.
Oh, well, there you go.
Uh-huh. Let's see. Global warming. Pure bullshit?
I think global warming is influenced by human behavior, but I don't think it's as extreme as some of the predictions are. I think there's certain scientific evidence that probably there are cycles that go on. If you look at global cooling, that was a big thing. We're going to have another ice age. Now we're going to have a fucking greenhouse effect. And I think the whole carbon tax thing is a fucking money racket.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I don't disagree with the science. I think there's a lot of science that says, yeah, it's absolutely fucking true. But I just think that some of it might be a little bit over-exaggerated. And I think some of the reactions to how to deal with it are complete money-hatting bullshit.
Let's see. Are you drunk enough to sing them a song?
No, I'm not. I'm a horrible singer, and it's never going to happen.
Let's see.
See, Milo did a song after he drank a lot of wine, but Milo actually has a good voice at singing. I don't.
Let's see. Do you like Borat and Bruno, and which one is better?
Borat.
Mm-hmm. Would you a Fitz Thistlewitz?
I don't even know what that is, so I'm sorry, no.
I think he's a YouTuber that does video game reviews in funny accents.
I'm not familiar with him. A lot of the shit I watch on YouTube is nothing related to probably what you think it is, so no.
Yeah. Lo Ping is only into men with non-shitty opinions. Yeah, that's it.
Fucking shots fired, alright.
Mm-hmm. Lo Ping is internet aristocrat-based god. Are you a black rapper, dude?
No, I'm not. Sorry.
No, he's not based god. Let's see. Red Alert or Civilization?
Red Alert.
Mm-hmm. Who is the best band and why is this shit again? Why is it Neutral Milk Hotel?
That sounds like somebody from Mew. Fuck off, Mew.
So
I'm not going to give you an answer.
Is it a potato or a tambourine? This is important. I need to know what's on the cover of that album.
It's a tambourine.
Really? Because it looks like a potato.
You need to look with your musical eyes.
Let's see. Was Genghis Khan a misogynerd?
No, he was a conqueror. He used to light cats on fire and shoot them over the walls of fucking citadels.
Did he really light cats on fire?
Yes, he did. And that was a very good technique. You'd light the cat on fire and huck it over a wall with a catapult or a trebuchet, and then it would land and run around and light other shit on fire.
Yeah, so actually, pussy has crumbled nations. How about that?
Yeah, but you had to be really quick about it. Otherwise, you were shooting a charred cat over the fucking wall and it didn't do anything.
Let's see here. What do you think of PewDiePie or NerdCube censoring comments?
I don't know NerdCubed. As far as PewDiePie goes, where you're talking about him shutting down comments, I try to be as open as I can to respond to people. I have an Ask FM, I use Twitter, and then YouTube comments are open. And then I have a Skype account, too. And it is fucking impossible to respond, even at the level I'm at. And PewDiePie's, what, like 3.4 million or some fucking obscene number? There's no way. There's no way he's ever going to respond to everybody. I think it's a bit of bullshit when he says he just wants to shut down comments so he's not dealing with negativity or whatever the fuck it is. But even if you left him open, he's never going to respond. It's just impossible.
Let's see here. Let's kind of. I don't know if you want to wrap it up here or something like that.
Oh yeah, let's take 3 more questions.
Three questions. All right. So, what are your thoughts on? I'll make them good. I'll make them good. All right, so good question number one. What are your thoughts on Manwich?
I don't. What?
Manwich.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a Manwich is?
Are you talking about the food?
Yes.
I don't know if that was like some fucking YouTuber's name.
No, Manwich.
Or because everybody on YouTube has these fucked up names like 420 No Scope, 360 fucking shit, and PewDiePie.
Or Internet Aristocrat.
What an asshole that guy is.
Yeah.
Manwich is delicious.
Thoughts on Ramsey Paul?
Ramsey Paul is great. I've seen a lot of his videos linked on Pull. I thought they were good. Maybe he's got like some horrible fucking dark past I'm unaware of, but whatever. His videos are good as far as I'm concerned. From what I've seen, they're good.
And let's find the last good one here. Oh, favorite H game?
There's no. I'm not answering that. Because one, if I answer that, I'm gonna name the wrong one and I'm gonna get shit. Two, if I answer that, it's admitting I play H games, which I'm guessing referring to hentai games.
Mm-hmm.
And three, no, I'm just not gonna answer that.
Fine. You know, rants is always a safe answer.
Well, there you go. Why don't you ask a different question so they get some kind of an answer that's not bullshit?
All right. James Osrin wants to know if he can have a hug.
Sure, you can, James. I'll give you a hug.
And there you go.
All right. Well, thanks, Loping, for coming out. I appreciate you reading the questions. Again, because I'm way too drunk to even fucking try to handle this.
Yeah, you're probably seeing triple right now.
About that, yeah. Do you want to give him a Twitter account, YouTube account? I know last time you gave him somebody else's name. You want to give him somebody else's name again for the fuck?
Sure. Yeah, I could spread some more love out here.
Okay. Go for it.
Let me get you guys to get to know someone else a little better here. Let me pull her up here. She's been I'm assuming she. Apologies if I misgender her, but the Ivy Clover. And their handle is at the Ivy Clover 1, has been, I don't know, I guess, set it upon themselves to become my little protege and go out and convert the masses themselves. So.
And so that's at IVYCLOVER.
The Ivy Clover. So THEIVYCLOVER and then the number 1.
Okay.
And
fantastic.
there you go.
Well, thanks again, Loping, for helping out. Hopefully you can make it to the next stream on Thursday. If you can, that'd be great. I'll have you on, chat, and I won't be a drunk asshole that time, so it'll be good.
No problem.
All right. Again, thanks for coming out and answering questions. Reading questions. I appreciate it.
No problem. All right, I'll see you around, dude.
All right. Have a good night, man.
You too.
All right. Take it easy. All right, chat. Well, it was fun. Again, thanks to Eric Kane, Milo Yiannopoulos, Loping, and King of Pull for coming out to answer some questions. I know this one went for a long time, but whatever. Who gives a shit? It's a Thursday. Is it Thursday? It is. Well, it's a Friday morning now at this point. I don't know how long this fucking chat's been going on. 1,940 people are that just dropped enormously, but 1,900 people, whatever. Stayed around to watch, so thank you all for coming out. There'll be a Ralph Retort stream tomorrow. King of Pole had mentioned it. I believe it's at 3 o'clock or 3:30 Eastern, so check that out if you can. And I'll probably do another stream next week on Thursday. Aside from that, I'll have a video up Saturday night or Sunday morning at the latest. Either way, thanks again, guys, for coming out. Have a good evening, and I will talk to you later.